Chapter 1, Good Girl. If you're a good girl, I'll make it up to you. Let go of me. Tang Yu tried her best, but she couldn't push away the man on top of her. The man still possessed her like a madman, coaxing her, Good girl, I'll make it up to you, what's your name? No, no. In the dark night, Tang Yu cried her heart out. But she was so helpless. You're so soft and fragrant. The man couldn't control himself. I don't know if the girl was too delicious or if his control was overcome by the drug. He wanted to embed the girl inside him. The night was hazy. The room was full of enchantment. I don't know how long it took, but Tang Yu was tormented into passing out. When she opened her eyes again, she was too afraid to look at who the man sleeping next to her was. She bit her teeth and got out of bed, picking up the torn clothes on the floor and putting them on before escaping. She was sore all over, and her lower body hurt even more. The man had dominated her like a beast. Her nose started to sting, and tears spread across her face like seawater. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light clicked. Tang Yu looked up, and the reporter's microphone in front of her almost poked her in the face. Miss Tang, what happened to you? Did you go to a hotel with another man? Miss Tang, was the man you had sex with your fiancé, Mr. Lu Nancheng? Miss Tang, there are so many hickeys on your body. How many men did you have sex with? Tang Yu raised her hand to block the flash, and then hugged herself again under her torn clothes. She kept backing away in fear, but the reporter kept pressing in. Miss Tang, will your engagement banquet with Mr. Lu tomorrow still go ahead as scheduled? You. Tang's father pushed his way through the crowd and saw Tang Yu with nothing but her underwear on, and the hickeys on her neck were even more eye-catching. Tang's father raised his hand and gave Tang Yu a hard slap. You stupid girl. Tomorrow you'll be the fiancé of the richest man in the country, and you're still fooling around. Ah. Tang Yu, who was already unsteady, fell to the ground after being slapped by her father. You bitch. Do you want to get us killed? The stepmother showed a very angry face, seemingly teaching the younger generation, but in fact stoking the flames of the fire for Tang's father. Jia Qiang, what if Lu Xiao finds out? Lu Xiao definitely won't let us off the hook. The reporters are still taking pictures like crazy. Now the whole world knows that Tang Yu had an affair with a man in a hotel the day before the engagement banquet. Tang Jiaqiang turned to the reporters and said, Today, I officially disown this bitch as my daughter. In just a few seconds, the news that Tang Yu had a hotel room with a man spread like wildfire. At this time, Lu Nancheng in the presidential suite, his face pale, angrily said, Go find out who drugged me last night. And find out who that girl was last night. Yes. Lin Xiao turned and walked out. Lu Nancheng was filled with hatred. Last night, he was drugged with an aphrodisiac and he uncontrollably forced that girl. His peripheral vision caught a smear of blood on the bed. Lu Nancheng turned his head and saw a shiny object on the smear of blood. He picked it up and saw that it was an earring. It was the girl's. Lu Nancheng clenched the earring in his hand and frowned. He knew that he definitely could not go to his room after being drugged last night, so he entered this room, not expecting to find a girl lying on the bed. The girl seemed to be asleep. He wanted to wake her up and ask her to leave. But by the time she woke up, the effect of the drug had reached its peak, and he could no longer control himself. The girl's body was so soft. The faint fragrance on her body made him addicted. So he forced the girl. He promised the girl that he would be responsible for her. But when he woke up in the morning, the girl was gone. Tang Yu ran to the Lu family. Before she could explain, Lu Nancheng said, Tang Yu, our engagement is off. It's not entirely your fault, but I have someone I like. The person he likes is the girl from last night. And he wants to keep the promise he made to her last night. Tang Yu cried, Mr. Lu, please help me. I don't dare hope that you will become engaged to me, but I beg you to help me find out who that man is. Only you can help me. Go and report to the police. Lu Nancheng said politely but ruthlessly, Someone, show the guest out. As Lu Nancheng turned away with cold indifference, Tang Yu didn't know how she got out of the Lu family home. The reporters waiting outside the Lu family home reported the story again, exaggerating it. They even said that Tang Yu had been fooling around with a man behind Lu Nancheng's back, and that they had even had a threesome, and that she had almost been beaten to death by Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu had become a veritable celebrity in Sijio City. She had become a pariah. She has become the biggest joke. There is no place for her in this city. 4 years later. Sijio Chang International Airport. Daddy! It's Daddy! Tang Yu's son suddenly let go of her hand and ran away. Tang Yu hurriedly chased after him, but then turned back to tell her son, Doudou, don't run around, wait for mommy here. Lu Nancheng, surrounded by bodyguards, saw a little girl running towards her and hurriedly stopped the bodyguards from stopping her. He was worried that the bodyguards would hurt the little girl with their rough hands and feet. However, the little girl pounced over and threw her arms around his legs. Daddy! I've missed you so much. Lu Nancheng froze, dumbfounded by the little one. There were only adults in the circle, so how was he supposed to deal with such a cute little bundle? Chapter 2, Daddy's name is Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu had just caught up with her daughter when she was already hugging a man's leg and excitedly calling out, Daddy! Daddy! Tang Yu looked up and froze when she heard the words of apology. The man Tang Yu's daughter was hugging was none other than Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng was also very surprised to run into Tang Yu at the airport. Tang Yu was at a loss for words. Lu Nancheng looked down at the little bundle of joy who was still hugging his leg. He asked Tang Yu, Is this your daughter? Tang Yu nodded and quickly pulled Tang Tang into her arms, scolding her in a low voice, Don't you ever call someone else's father. He is your father. Tang Tang pouted in distress, hugged Lu Nancheng's leg again, raised her plump little face and called out to him again, Daddy, Daddy. Lu Nancheng's gaze dropped, just meeting the little girl's black bean-like eyes. He didn't dislike this little guy at all. You're married? Lu Nancheng asked Tang Yu again. Tang Yu pursed her lips. She didn't answer Lu Nancheng's question, but just picked up Tang Tang and said to Lu Nancheng, I'm sorry, before leaving. Tang Tang pouted in great distress, Mom, why won't you let me recognize my dad? Why won't my dad hug me? Lu Nancheng heard the little girl's words and looked back, seeing the slender figure of Tang Yu hugging the little girl's back. He felt inexplicable unease in his heart, and then he heard Tang Yu say again, He's not my father. Tang Yu's back hugging her daughter disappeared into the crowd. Lu Nancheng boarded the plane. You. Wen Yin ran over panting, apologizing repeatedly, I'm sorry I'm late. Today, Lord Lu came out of the palace, and the airport road was closed. Tang Yu didn't tell Wen Yin that she had just had an encounter with Lu Nancheng, but simply said, I saw him. Wen Yin paused, then embraced Tang Yu and cried out, quite excitedly, You've suffered so much these past few years. Tang Yu also shed tears, but she smiled and said, It wasn't hard. I had a spiritual pillar to lean on. Wen Yin let Tang Yu go, quickly wiped away her tears, knelt down, and pinched the little faces of the two little meatballs. Oh my! These are Tang Tang and Doudou. You are so cute. Tang Tang and Doudou raised their hands to wipe the tears from Wen Yin's eyes. Wen Yin smiled warmly, her eyes welling with tears. She picked up the two little ones and placed them on the suitcase, then wheeled the suitcase and Tang Yu out of the airport. Let's go home. We'll go home and eat something delicious. With Wen Yan's careful arrangements, the two babies ate, drank, and slept. Tang Yu said, I won't say thank you too much, but if you need me in the future, I will do my best. Although Tang Yu did not say thank you, she was full of gratitude in her heart for Wen Yan. What is this little favor? Wen Yan said, Why don't you come work for me? I can take care of you every day. No, I already promised LK, and I'll report for work tomorrow. LK is a world-famous jewelry design company, and being signed by LK means you are quite capable. Wen Yan raised her glass and congratulated her on becoming a world-famous designer soon. At that time, you have to give me a piece of jewelry made to order. Okay, I'll try to become a big designer by the time you get married, and give you an exclusive design so that you can be the most beautiful bride. Tang Yu said, her gaze falling on Wen Yan's neck, which she was already designing. She wanted to design a set of unique jewelry for Wen Yan that suited her skin tone and face shape, to give to Wen Yan when she got married. Okay, we'll have our wedding together then. Tang Yu gave a bitter smile, I'll pass. Raising Doudou and Tang Tang to adulthood is all I'll ever be able to do in this life. You're so nice, you won't have trouble finding a boyfriend, Mr. Gao has been chasing after you. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted Wen Yan's words. Wen Yan saw the words Gao Yun on Tang Yu's phone and said with a smile, Speak of the devil and he doth appear. You answer the phone, I'll excuse myself. Tang Yu looked at Wen Yan's slender back as she left, picked up the phone, and said, Brother Yun, I'm fine. Wen Yan helped us find a great place to live. You don't need to worry. Thanks. Goodbye. Wen Yan had just gone into the bathroom when she heard Tang Yu hang up the phone. She turned around and came out, looked at Tang Yu, and asked, Why did you hang up so soon? There's nothing to say. Nothing to say? Wen Yan walked over to Tang Yu. Are you really not attracted to Mr. Gao? Tang Yu asked Wen Yan to leave. You should go home early, I need to rest too, I have to get up early tomorrow. In the bedroom. Tang is still very aggrieved. Brother, that person at the airport today must be Dad. Doudou comforted Tang, don't worry, brother already knows his name. Tang asked in surprise, what's his name? Lu Nancheng. Doudou said with certainty. How do you know? Tang's big eyes stared at Doudou. Doudou took out his mobile phone and explained to Tang, I just checked, and Wen Yan said that Lu Yanwang at the airport was Lu Nancheng, and when Aunt Wen Yan mentioned Lu Yanwang, Mom trembled. Tang blinked, does that mean Mom was scared of Yanwang? I'm scared too. Doudou stroked Tang's little head, you're not scared, didn't you hug him at the airport? Well, Dad doesn't look anything like the king of hell at all. Tang looked at Tang admiringly, brother, then how can we find Lu Nancheng Dad? At this time, footsteps were heard at the door, and Tang quickly said, Mom's here, close your eyes quickly. Wen Yan pushed open the door and saw that the two little treasures were already asleep. She went over and helped the babies cover up. She sat by the bed, looked at the two little treasures, and a smile of relief appeared on her face. Chapter 3, What a Woman! How hard she pushes. The next day. Wen Yan gave Tang Yu a BMW worth 600,000 yuan. Tang Yu was very moved, but she couldn't accept it. She was going to buy a car within her means today, one that cost tens of thousands of yuan. But Wen Yan said, a car that costs tens of thousands of yuan is not worthy of our handsome Doudou and beautiful and generous Tang. Tang Yu was about to refuse again, but Wen Yan whispered to her, if you drive a few thousand yuan car, the kindergarten teachers will look down on the children. You drive a better car, and the kindergarten teachers will treat the children better. Is there really such a thing? Tang Yu was very surprised. What do you think? Not only the kindergarten, but many people judge people and treat them differently. Wen Yan slipped the car keys into Tang Yu's hands. No, Tang Yu insisted, I'll just park the car a little further away. Tang Yu dropped the children off at kindergarten, told them to listen to the teacher, and then went to work. In the kindergarten. Tang was eager to see her father, so she asked Doudou, brother, when are we going to see Dad? Doudou said, don't worry, we need to think about it for a long time. How long? It can't be too long. Tang pouted, she missed her father so much. It won't be long. Doudou reassured Tang, don't worry, brother will definitely let you see Dad. Tang always listens to her brother because he is awesome and never lies to her. Today, a designer returning from abroad is joining LK. Lu Nancheng, the brand founder of LK, is going to meet the designer in person. On the way, Lu Nancheng sees a woman holding a little girl's hand as they cross the zebra crossing. He suddenly remembers seeing Tang Yu and her daughter at the airport yesterday. The little girl even called him Dad. Lu Nancheng arrives at the company, and suddenly a person comes walking around the corner. He is always walking quickly, and there is no time to stop, so the other person runs into his arms. His body is very strong due to long-term exercise, and the other person is a thin woman. Although she crashed into his arms, inertia made her body fall back quickly. Lu Nancheng quickly hugged the other person. When he looked closely, it was actually Tang Yu. At this time, Tang Yu, who was afraid of falling, subconsciously grabbed his arm hard. Tang Yu felt relieved when she felt the other person hugging her, but her back stiffened again when she saw it was Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng let go of Tang Yu. Tang Yu still held onto Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng lowered his gaze and looked at Tang Yu's hand on his arm. Why didn't she let go? Tang Yu quickly let go of Lu Nancheng. She was about to say sorry, but Lu Nancheng's cold voice came from above her, why are you here? Tang Yu looked up at Lu Nancheng and saw a gloomy expression on his face. Who is this dead face for? Tang Yu is not the kind of pretentious woman, but Lu Nancheng's cold face made her feel extremely uncomfortable. He walked so fast that he bumped into her. He didn't apologize, but she did. And now he's still asking her so coldly why she's here. To rob you. To take a dump. To visit a grave. Is this your land? Tang Yu muttered, turned around and left. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu's back, rubbed his arm and turned to go into his office. He took off his jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and the red mark on his arm caught his eye. This woman, how hard she grabbed him. If it weren't for the fabric between his jacket and shirt, she would have scratched his arm raw. The sound of a knock on the door accompanied the manager's voice. Mr. Lu. Lu Nancheng put on his jacket and came in. The manager came in and placed the documents on the table. Mr. Lu, you haven't been here in a while. Here are the quarterly reports and the information on the new designer hired today. Lu Nancheng didn't look at the documents the manager placed on the table. What time was the appointment? 9 o'clock sharp. The manager looked at the time, it was exactly 9 o'clock. Let's go. Lu Nancheng walked out. The manager followed. Meeting room. Tang Yu sat in a chair. The staff poured a glass of water for Tang Yu. Miss Tang, please wait a moment, our president will be here soon. Okay. Thank you. Tang Yu slightly leaned forward. At this time, the door opened, Lu Nancheng and the manager walked in. Tang Yu looked over and couldn't help but stiffen again. Miss Tang, this is Mr. Lu, the founder of LK. Mr. Lu, this is Tang Yu, the designer who has returned from abroad. Tang Yu saw Lu Nancheng's eyebrows furrow slightly. This is really his land. Chapter 4. When did she have physical contact with Lu Nancheng? Tang Yu's tongue swept over her teeth. She swallowed and reached out to Lu Nancheng. Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Nancheng ignored Tang Yu's outstretched hand and sat across from her with a cold expression. He felt that Tang Yu must have deliberately bumped into him just now. Sure enough, Tang Yu is just like those scheming women. Please sit down, Miss Tang. The manager said as he sat down next to Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu awkwardly withdrew her hand, sat down, and was very confident when she arrived, but now that Lu Nancheng was sitting across from her, Tang Yu didn't know what to say. The manager, perhaps seeing the awkward situation, quickly handed Tang Yu's information to Lu Nancheng. Mr. Lu, this is Miss Tang's information. Miss Tang's design is still very good. Lu Nancheng not only still didn't look, but instead stood up and walked out. The manager, Tang Yu, and the staff all stood up. They were all confused. They didn't know what was wrong with Lu Nancheng. But one thing was certain, Lu Nancheng was angry because of Tang Yu. The manager hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Lu, is Miss Tang not good enough? Lu Nancheng said coldly, did I say she wasn't qualified? Manager. Add 2,000 to the salary we agreed on. Lu Nancheng said this and left. Tang Yu in the meeting room thought she had been eliminated by Lu Nancheng, and was disheartened when the words of the employee rang out. Miss Tang, Lu always hates it when women touch him, you really shouldn't have shaken his hand. I've been at LK for so many years, and although he rarely comes here, I've heard that he never has any physical contact with women. Tang Yu suddenly looked up at the employee. My goodness. When did she ever have physical contact with him? Isn't shaking hands just normal courtesy? As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, the manager pushed open the door and said, Congratulations, Miss Tang, you've been hired. And Mr. Lu said that the salary we offered you was too low, so we'll increase it by 2,000. You can start work tomorrow. The employee and Tang Yu were both dumbfounded. What is Lu Nancheng doing? Tang Yu went out of Lu Nancheng's LK and bought a car. Although Lu Nancheng gave her an extra 2,000 yuan, she still bought a 50,000 yuan car because she has 2 babies to support. Looking at her balance, Tang Yu called Wen Yan and said, Yan, I'm starting work tomorrow. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, but it can't be too expensive. I'll treat you to a big meal when I get paid next month. You can save your money and buy some new clothes. I'll treat you tonight. School's out. Tang Yu picks up her 2 children from kindergarten and asks them, Have you been good today? Yes, Mom, the teacher said we were, they reply. You're such good boys. She kisses them both and takes them by the hand as they walk out of the kindergarten. Her car was parked a little further away because she was worried that the teacher would think her 50,000 yuan car was bad for her babies. Tang Yu's daughter, Tang, walked a few steps and then stopped, holding out her little hands and saying to Tang Yu, Mommy, I can't walk anymore, I want a hug. Tang Yu crouched down and picked up both babies. Tang Yu's son, Tang Do, said, Mommy, I can walk by myself. You carry the babies. Tang Yu always treats both her children equally. She believes that boys also need plenty of maternal love. The children have never had a father since they were young, so her motherly love is absolutely indispensable. Lu Nancheng happened to be walking down the street when he saw Tang Yu holding the 2 babies. Although Tang Yu is also over 1.6 meters tall, and although the 2 little ones are not very big, Tang Yu seemed to be struggling to hold the 2 babies. Lu Nancheng said to the driver, Lin Xiao, drive over and see them off. Lin Xiao turned the wheel and slowly drove the car towards Tang Yu. Tang Yu walked up to the car with the children in her arms. She put the children on the ground, opened the car door, and said, Doudou and Tang, this is the new car that Mommy bought, okay? The two little ones climbed into the car and said, Mommy, this car is really good. Lin Xiao looked back at Lu Nancheng and said, President Lu. Lu Nancheng frowned, and he felt inexplicably a little bit lost. He said, You turn, go back. Yes. Lin Xiao turned the steering wheel again. The black Bentley quickly passed by the car that cost 50,000 yuan. Chapter 5, What kind of friend are you? Wen Yan had booked a private kitchen. The food here was good, the taste was light, and it was very suitable for the nutrition and tastes of children. Tang Yu looked at Wen Yan with gratitude and said, Thank you. Thank me? Wen Yan asked Tang Yu, How about letting me be the godmother of the children? That's great. Tang Yu naturally had no objections. Wen Yan immediately told the two babies to call her godmother. The children also liked Wen Yan very much and obediently called Wen Yan their godmother. Wen Yan took out the car keys she had that morning and gave them to Tang Yu and Tang Yu's children as a gift from their godmother. Tang Yu quickly declined on behalf of her children. Wen Yan, I appreciate your kindness, but this car is too expensive. I have to go to work tomorrow, and I'll inevitably have to work overtime and the like in the future. When I'm busy, the children will have to trouble you. Tang Yu, why are you always so polite with me? Back then, you were having such a hard time, and you would rather sneak away alone than tell me. Do you know how sad I was when I saw the news? I didn't even help you when you were at your lowest. What kind of friend am I? 4 years ago, Wen Yan looked everywhere for Tang Yu after seeing the news, but she couldn't find her. Later, she learned that she had left the country. Lu Nancheng's influence even scared my father. How could I cause you trouble? Besides, over the years, if it wasn't for the money you sent me, could we have survived? To be honest, if you weren't in this city, I would never have come back. Tang Yu handed Wen Yan a tissue. If you keep crying, we won't be able to eat. Wen Yan wiped away her tears, pinched the cheeks of the two little treasures, and said, I'm sorry, Auntie scared you, eat quickly. Tang Yu helped the children pick food, and then said to Wen Yan, LK is actually Lu Nancheng's. Wen Yan almost choked herself. Is this so unbelievable? Lu Nancheng hid it deep enough that none of us knew. He also gave me a 2,000 yuan pay rise. Tang Yu took a bite of her food, her voice a little despondent, as if she were talking to herself, or perhaps to Wen Yan. I know, he's just feeling sorry for me. Doudou and Tang ate in silence, but listened intently to their adoptive mother's conversation with their real mother. Tang was so excited that she heard her father's name several times. Doudou gave Sugar a quiet look, telling her to hold her emotions. Seeing that Sugar was about to ask her mother about her father, Doudou quickly pulled Sugar away and said, Mom, let's go to the bathroom. Brother, why didn't you let Sugar speak? Sugar couldn't understand. Doudou said, Sugar, I don't think that Mom doesn't want us to meet our father, but she doesn't know that our father is Lu Nancheng either. Ah. Then let's go tell Mommy. Tang said and wanted to go. Doudou held Tang back. Tang, let your brother think about it, and we'll make a decision. What a brat. What are you doing in the middle of the road? Get out of the way. A hand reached out for Tang. Tang. Doudou quickly pulled Tang to his side so that the hand didn't push Tang over. Doudou and Tang looked up and saw a beautiful but flirtatious woman giving them a hard stare before she walked away with a wiggle in her hips. Tang Yu and Wen Yan were about to go look for the two children when they returned. What took you so long? Have you washed your hands? Tang Yu sat Tang on a chair. Yes. As soon as Doudou finished speaking, a voice that sounded almost like a scream came from the direction of the children. Tang Yu and Wen Yan, as well as Tang and Doudou, looked up. Chapter 6, Lu Nancheng's Thoughts. After seeing Tang Yu tilted her head, pursed her lips, and let out a heavy breath through her nostrils. Wen Yan also coldly said, Tang Shan. What are you yelling about? Have you not taken your medicine or have you taken the wrong medicine? Tang Shan ignored Wen Yan and stood in front of Tang Yu, saying haughtily, When did you come back? Why did you come back? Without waiting for Tang Yu to speak, Wen Yan said angrily, This is your house? You bought this city. Why can't she come back? Tang Shan glared at Wen Yan. What are you trying to be so big about? I'm talking to my sister. This time Tang Yu spoke. I stopped being a Tang 4 years ago. Seeing the adults arguing, Tang was a little scared, and she hugged Tang Yu, Mommy. Tang Yu rubbed Tang's little head. Good girl, don't be afraid. Tang Shan looked at Tang and then Doudou. Aren't these the two brats from the hallway earlier? Tang Yu, you have children. You have both of them. You grew up eating seawater. Mind your own business. When Yen pushed Tang Shan away and told her to stay away, her saliva had splashed onto the table. Tang Shan didn't dare to provoke Wen Yen. The Wen family was still quite influential. She could only leave angrily. Wen Yen also gave Tang Shan's back a fierce glare. I get angry when I see her. Tang Yu lowered her head, sighed, and then said to Wen Yen, Yen, in fact, back then, I suspected that Tang Shan drugged me. Wen Yen opened her eyes wide and looked at Tang Yu. That day, Tang Shan said that Lu Nancheng had drunk too much and asked me to go to the hotel to find Lu Nancheng. She gave me the room card key, but when I arrived at the hotel, I felt sleepy. I suspected at the time that there was something wrong with the water Tang Shan gave me. But then I fell asleep. But I heard someone calling me to get up and go. I opened my eyes dazedly and saw a man. Tang Yu said, wiping away tears. When Yen angrily pounded the table, it must be that bitch Tang Shan. I've long felt that she coveted Lu Nancheng. It must be her and her shameless mother who set you up. Tang Yu agreed, but at the time she was so scared that she didn't think about any of this. After all these years abroad, she calmed down and tried to piece together what happened that day. She just didn't know who the man was. When Yen said, you shouldn't have left in the first place. You should have gone to the police, but now that so many years have passed, it's even harder to find out what happened. Tang Yu looked at the two little meat buns and said, what's there to find out? Let that man compete with me for my children? I'm not going to find out. Yes, no more investigation. Forget the past. Let's start over. We have these two little bundles of joy, and our lives are so good. Wen Yen said, hugging Tang and Doudou and kissing them. Tang Shan returned home, angry, and threw her bag on the sofa. Mom, Tang Yu that bitch is back. And she has 2 kids. Ling immediately raised her eyebrows. Tang Yu got married? I don't know. Tang Shan sat down on the sofa with a thud, picked up a cushion and sulked. She had been scolded for nothing by Wen Yen and Tang Yu today. Who is her man? Ling sat down next to Tang Shan. I didn't see it, but Tang Yu was with that bitch Wen Yen. Tang Shan said, her eyes sparkling, she was full of spirit. But I saw that she was dressed very plainly, so I guess she's not doing well. Ling let out a sigh of relief. What are you angry about? Silly girl. Oh yes, don't tell your father that Tang Yu is back, so that he doesn't feel sorry for her and secretly give her money. Tang Shan nodded. And, that bitch is back, so keep your mouth shut. No one must know about what happened 4 years ago. Got it. Tang Shan answered impatiently. At that moment, Tang Jiaqiang returned. Ling hurried over to greet him and served him tea. Jiaqiang, it's been 4 years. Shan is not young anymore. Can't you go back to the Lu family and ask them to let Shan marry into the Lu family instead of you? I've said this many times. What can I do if Lu Nancheng refuses? I also want Shan to marry Lu Nancheng. I also want Lu Nancheng to be my son-in-law. Tang Jiaqiang put down his teacup and went upstairs. Over the years, no one in this family has dared to mention Tang Yu's name. Tang Yu seems to have become a taboo in this family. Because every time Tang Yu's name is mentioned, Tang Jiaqiang will get very annoyed. The next day, Lin Xiao picked up Lu Nancheng for work. Lu Nancheng said, let's go to Xinhua Street. Lin Xiao said without thinking, you have an important meeting at 8:30. Xinhua Street Duo Kindergarten is the exact time when parents send their children to kindergarten, and the roads are very congested. Lu Nancheng felt a breath of anger rise up in his chest, but he couldn't find a reason to scold Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had been following Lu Nancheng for many years, and he saw Lu Nancheng's cold expression in the rearview mirror before he realized that he had made a mistake. He quickly turned the steering wheel and drove in the direction of Xinhua Street. Lu Nancheng pursed his lips and gave Lin Xiao a cold look from behind his head. When they reached the area of Duo Kindergarten, Lu Nancheng kept looking out the window at the road. Lin Xiao took advantage of the heavy traffic on the road and slowed down. However, the car still quickly passed the Duo Kindergarten section of Xinhua Street. Lin Xiao felt the air pressure in the car was very low, and he didn't dare to breathe, for fear that the sound of his breathing would disturb Lu Nancheng's thoughts. Chapter 7, Not Just Anyone Will Do. Lu Group. Meeting room. The speakers speak freely. Lu Nancheng listens silently, and finally expresses his own opinion. After the meeting, his mother calls. Nancheng, you're coming back to the old house for dinner tonight. Your grandfather misses you. I know. I'm in a meeting right now, so I have to hang up. Lu Nancheng hung up the phone. He knew that his mother was calling him back because of his marriage again. He took out the earring from the drawer and looked at it. He had never found the girl back then. He also checked the earring, which was just an ordinary earring, and there were many sold in the mall and online. Lu Nancheng put the earring in the drawer. Since the girl couldn't find it, she could marry anyone. That night, when Lu Nancheng returned to the old house, he realized that there was a guest in the house. Nancheng, your second aunt Jiang Nan took Lu Nancheng's hand. This is your second aunt's nephew Wanwan, you have met her before. Wanwan is a doctor. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful and amazing? Lu Nancheng looked at his second aunt and said, you have wrinkles around the eyes, don't smile so much, mind your own business, and do more beauty treatments. Rotten boy. Jiang Yan gave Lu Nancheng a slap, but she also rubbed her eyes with her hands. Indeed, her wrinkles had become quite obvious recently. Zou Wan extended her hand generously, saying, hello, Nancheng brother. Lu Nancheng did not shake her hand. Seeing Zou Wan at this moment, he once again felt that he could not marry just anyone. At least, he had no feelings for this Zou Wan. And she was annoying. He looked at Zou Wan and then at his second aunt, and he remembered the night before his engagement banquet with Tang 4 years ago. That day, his family, his second aunt's family, and his second aunt, who had brought Zou Wan, had dinner at a hotel. During the meal, he suddenly felt something was wrong with him. He hurriedly got up and left, knowing that he might have been drugged, and that he definitely could not go to his room. So, he went into someone else's room. He had originally wanted to call Lin Xiao to take him to the hospital, but there was a girl sleeping in the bed. The girl exuded a faint fragrance. He reached out and pushed the girl a little to get her to leave, but he found that the girl's body was so soft. It felt so good. Later, fueled by the effects of the drug, not only did he not call Lin Xiao, but he asked the girl instead. The girl woke up and cried, begging him to let her go. But he was on the verge of climax, and his consciousness was controlled by the effects of the drug. He promised to take responsibility for the girl, but now, 4 years have passed, and he still hasn't found the girl. Now, Lu Nancheng looked at his second aunt and Zou Wan, and he still suspected that it was Zou Wan or his second aunt who had drugged him, just as he had 4 years ago. I'll go upstairs first. Lu Nancheng turned and went upstairs. His mother chased after him upstairs. Nancheng, you're 30 years old. If you're not in a hurry, your parents are. Do you want to cut off the Lu family line? Mom, this hat is a bit big. I'm not saying I won't get married, but at least not to that Zou Wan. I don't like her. Then what kind of person do you like? Mom will find one for you. Lu Nancheng didn't know why Tang Yu's face appeared in his mind. He said, Mom, I want to wait a bit longer. What are you waiting for? It's been 4 years, that girl might have already gotten married and had kids. Tang Yu's face appeared again in Lu Nancheng's mind. He thought about when he met Tang Yu at the airport and asked her, are you married? Although Tang Yu didn't answer him, it was obvious that his question was nonsense. How could there be children if you're not married? His mother Jiang Min added, are you still thinking about Tang Yu? When it comes to Tang Yu, his mother's voice becomes angry. It's all Tang Yu's stupid fault. If she hadn't cheated on you with another man and made such a big deal about it. You married her and now you have a child together. Mom. It's not just Tang Yu's fault. I also made a mistake. He was telling the truth, so when his mother scolded Tang Yu, he really wanted to defend her. Please go out. I want to be alone for a while. As soon as his mother had left, the door was pushed open again. Lu Nancheng thought it was his mother again, and just as he was about to speak, a pair of slender arms embraced him from behind. Brother Nancheng. Lu Nancheng broke away from Zou Jing's grasp. Jing, stop it. Brother, you don't like Zou Wan, and I don't like her either. Zou Jing said bashfully, smiling and lowering her head, cooing, then how about I marry you? Lu Nancheng's face instantly turned black. I'm tired, just go. Brother, I know what you care about. Jia Baodu and Lin Daiyu were cousins, and were even farther away than cousins. Zou Jing. Don't make me beat you up. Lu Nancheng interrupted Zou Jing's words, picked up the jacket he had just taken off, and walked away angrily. Chapter 8. The cute baby goes out to find his father. Morning. Lin Xiao held the steering wheel and asked Lu Nancheng, "Mr. Lu, are you still going to Xinhua Street today?" Lu Nancheng looked out the window with his deep, dark eyes and said, "No." Tang Yu stopped the car one stop away from the kindergarten. "Mom, why did you stop so far away?" Tang asked Tang Yu. Tang Yu naturally couldn't tell the children the real reason, and said, "There are too many cars in front of the kindergarten, and it's easy to get stuck in traffic." Tang nodded, but then wanted to be lazy again. "Mom, Tang can't walk, I want a hug." Tang Yu wore high heels today, and she said, "It's not far, Tang can walk by herself." Tang didn't insist on being hugged by her mother. When they reached the kindergarten, Doudou said, "Mom, you must be tired after walking in heels. I'll go in with Tang Yu, and you go to work." "No, I'm not tired. I'll walk you in." "Mom, you'll be tired if you walk back." Doudou and Tang Yu persuaded Tang Yu to go, and told her, "Mom, change into flat shoes and drive." "Okay, thanks for reminding me. Listen to the teacher, and I'll come pick you up after school." Doudou and Tang hid behind the railing and watched Tang Yu walk away. The two of them gave each other a high five. Doudou shook his phone in his hand and said, Tang, you be careful on the way, and stay in touch with your brother at all times." "Okay. I know." Tang agreed, but she was still a little afraid. She took Doudou's hand and said, "Brother, let's go together." "No, if we go, the kindergarten teacher will call your mom." Doudou thought for a moment, and then said, "You stay in kindergarten and lie to the teacher, and I'll go find your dad." Tang hesitated. She wanted to see her father first. Tang, don't be afraid. There are no bad people on the road. Don't you want to see your father?" Doudou's words filled Tang's heart and eyes with longing. She nodded vigorously. But when she turned to leave, the determination in her eyes disappeared. Instead, she told Doudou, "Brother, you must keep your phone on." "Okay." Doudou hailed a taxi for Tang. "Driver, take my sister to the Lushur group." After seeing off Tang, Doudou returned to the kindergarten and told the teacher, "Teacher, my sister is sick today, and my mother asked me to ask for a leave of absence for her." The teacher believed Doudou's words, and said, "Then sit down in your seat, and we'll play games in a little while." Doudou obediently sat in his seat, and the other children all tilted their little heads and looked at him. A little girl walked up to Doudou and said, "Doudou, you're so handsome, I like you so much, will you marry me?" Doudou firmly said, "No." The little girl, who had been hit, pouted, and asked Doudou, "Why?" "I don't like a flower girl." Doudou turned his head and no longer looked at the little girl. The little girl cried in distress and ran to the teacher, wiping her tears. When Tang arrived at the Lushur group, the receptionist saw that Tang was very cute with her powdered face and jade-like features, and she crouched down and asked Tang, "Little friend, who are you looking for? Why are you alone?" "I'm looking for my dad," Tang replied. "Who is your father?" The receptionist was already thinking about whose daughter this was, she looked so pretty. "My father is Lu Nancheng." Tang answered obediently. The receptionist didn't say the word Chang and pretended to be angry, saying, "Children shouldn't lie. Lu Nancheng is my father." Tang said firmly. Chapter 9. Lu Nancheng's little princess left behind in the folk. Seeing that Tang said so firmly, the receptionist lady scratched Tang's small nose and said, "Lying will make your nose grow long." "Humph." Tang raised her little face and said even more firmly, "Lu Nancheng is my father." Seeing that Tang was so firm, the receptionist lady actually saw that Tang and Lu Nancheng looked particularly similar. The security guard heard their conversation and said, "This child is obviously lying. Mr. Lu is notorious for not being interested in women. Where would he get a daughter from? It must be some woman trying to trick Mr. Lu. You get her out of here now." After the security guard said this, the receptionist suddenly felt that Tang didn't look like Lu Nancheng. She stood up and said coldly to Tang, "I don't like children who lie. You'd better go, or we'll call the police to arrest you." Tang pouted in distress, "I want to find my father." Seeing that Tang was a smart and clever child, and that the look on her face when she raised it did resemble Lu Nancheng a little. Could it be that Mr. Lu really had a princess left behind in the common people? The receptionist did not dare to be negligent. In case this really was Mr. Lu's daughter, if she drove Mr. Lu's daughter away, she would really be in trouble. The receptionist crouched down again and asked Tang, "What's your mother's name?" Tang said, Tang you. Tang you? The receptionist and the security guard, both locals, suddenly remembered Tang Yu, who had been a sensation in the city back in the day. See, I said it was a woman with ulterior motives trying to seduce Mr. Lu. The security guard sneered. The receptionist also had a bad feeling about this cute little girl. She stood up and looked down at Tang condescendingly. Do you know who your mother is? She was the one who was kicked out of the country by Mr. Lu. She's a pariah. Everyone wants to beat her up. Although Tang is only 3 years old, she can understand what the receptionist is saying. The receptionist is saying bad things about her mother. You're all bad guys. Tang pointed at the receptionist and the security guard and said, I'm going to tell Daddy. I'm going to fire you all. The security guard picked Tang up and was about to throw her out. Tang cried and was scared. Put me down. Put me down. Brother, save me. Daddy, save me. Lin Xiao walked out of the elevator and heard the cries of a child in the lobby, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Frowning, Lin Xiao questioned the security guard as he walked out, wondering why there was a child crying. Yes. The security guard walked out with Tang, head bowed. Tang cried out, Lu Nancheng is my father. I want to find my father. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Tang. She really is Tang Yu's daughter. He walked over, reached out to take Tang, and angrily told the security guard to let go. The security guard saw Lin Xiao's extreme anger and quickly let go, explaining, this child said that Mr. Lu was her father. Lin Xiao hugged Tang and looked again. It really was Tang Yu's daughter. He had seen this child at the airport. This child had hugged Lu Nancheng's leg and called him dad. Lu Nancheng had not been angry at all. And yesterday, Lu Nancheng told him to drive down Xinhua Street. He must have wanted to see this child. Lin Xiao glared at the security guard, hugged Tang and left, saying, I'll take you to your father. Thank you, uncle. Tang wiped away a tear and snot, and then wrapped her small hands around Lin Xiao's neck. Several security guards and the receptionist saw with their own eyes that the tears and snot on Tang's hands had rubbed onto Lin Xiao's clothes. Lin Xiao is notorious for being a germaphobe. No one in the entire Lu group, except for Lu Nancheng, can get close to Lin Xiao. They watched with horror as Lin Xiao carried Tang into Lu Nancheng's exclusive elevator. The security guard and the receptionist were both petrified. It's over. Could this child really be General Manager Lu's? We're finished. Chapter 10, Daddy, are you the king of hell? Lin Xiao placed Tang in Lu Nancheng's office and then went to the meeting room to call Lu Nancheng. The secretary stopped Lin Xiao and said in surprise, Assistant Lin? Mr. Lu is in a meeting. Of course I know. Lin Xiao said, I need to speak to Mr. Lu about something important. Naturally, the secretary didn't dare to stop Lin Xiao again. Lin Xiao pushed open the door and walked in. At that moment, everyone sitting in the meeting room was a billionaire boss. How dare a little assistant interrupt their meeting? Everyone looked at Lin Xiao. Even Lu Nancheng was a little surprised. But he knew that Lin Xiao was a person with a sense of propriety, and he must have something important to interrupt his meeting. Lin Xiao walked straight up to Lu Nancheng, bent down and whispered in his ear, Mr. Lu, Miss Tang's daughter is here to see you, I brought her into your office. Lu Nancheng looked at Lin Xiao with disbelief in his eyes, but he still stood up and walked out. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Lu Nancheng left a sentence and walked out of the meeting room. Did Tang Yu bring her here? Lu Nancheng asked in the hallway. Lin Xiao answered, she's alone. Lu Nancheng stood down and looked at Lin Xiao, such a little brat. Just learning to walk. How could she come alone? Lu Nancheng lifted his foot and accelerated. He pushed open the door and looked around his office. Dad. Tang jumped off the sofa and ran towards Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng quickly caught the little one, looking at the little one's face with dried tears and tears shining in his eyes. Lu Nancheng's heart inexplicably pounded, and he felt pain for the child. Raising his hand, Lu Nancheng wiped the tears from Tang's face. I miss Daddy. I want to find Daddy. Tang stretched out her small hand and wrapped it around Lu Nancheng's neck. At that moment, Lu Nancheng's heart stopped again, and his heart felt soft, as if it had been scratched by a cat. Daddy, why don't you want us anymore? Tang said, burying her face in Lu Nancheng's shoulder and crying, Daddy, please don't abandon us, okay? Lu Nancheng gently patted Tang's back and stroked her small back. Tang looked up at him with a pout. Tang's tearful eyes almost burned him, so he took her into the bathroom and washed her face. This was the first time he had washed someone else's face, and it was a child at that. Don't cry, you won't be pretty if you cry, Lu Nancheng soothed Tang, because he really couldn't bear to see her cry. Whenever the little one cried, his heart would break. After washing her face, Lu Nancheng carried Tang out of the bathroom and put her on the sofa. He wanted to find something for the child to eat, but found that there were no snacks in the office. He had to pour a glass of water for the child. The water was a little hot, so Lu Nancheng blew on it for Tang. Tang took Lu Nancheng's glass and thanked her father. Lu Nancheng said, "You're welcome." Tang put down the glass, stood up, and crawled into Lu Nancheng's arms. She wrapped her little hands around his neck and said, "Daddy, can I kiss you?" Lu Nancheng's body stiffened, because Tang had already kissed his face. Lowering his eyes, Lu Nancheng saw that Tang was standing on his lap in her shoes. His pants cost 6 figures. But he didn't care at all about his pants. "Can you tell me how you got here? Who brought you here? Where's your mom?" Tang rolled her big, dark eyes, thinking about her brother's warning, "Don't tell the truth, or Dad will call Mom." "Dad, can I keep quiet?" Tang asked Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng laughed to himself and gave Tang's little face a gentle squeeze. Even if she didn't say anything, he already knew. This kid. She must have snuck out. "So, can you tell me how you found your way here?" Lu Nancheng asked Tang again. Tang blinked her big eyes again, tilted her little head and said to Lu Nancheng, "Can Daddy answer Tang a question first?" Lu Nancheng nodded, "Okay." "Daddy, are you the king of hell?" Lu Nancheng froze, "Who told you this?" Although Lu Nancheng had asked, he thought Tang Yu had told the children. However, Tang said, "Godmother said that Lord Lu Yanwang went out of the palace and blocked the road, and when my mother heard Lord Lu Yanwang, she trembled with fear." Lu Nancheng's tongue swept across his teeth, and he raised his hand and rubbed it against the tip of his nose. In order not to scare the child, he asked Tang softly who Godmother was. Chapter 11. Tell Tang Yu to come to the Lu residence and find me. Wen Yan. Tang not only answered the question, but also added, "Godmother Wen Yan loves us very much and even gave us a luxury car, but my mother didn't want it." Lu Nancheng had no idea who Wen Yan was. Back then, his marriage to Tang Yu was a union of convenience, and it had only been a month since they had set a wedding date before the accident had separated them. Moreover, during that month, he and Tang Yu had only met a couple of times. He had agreed to marry Tang Yu because his parents had pressed him to do so, and because he had not disliked Tang Yu when they first met. Therefore, he did not know any of Tang Yu's friends. "Tang, how old are you?" 3. Tang held up 4 fingers. Lu Nancheng laughed and held down one of Tang's fingers, saying that was 3. Tang licked her lips and laughed. Lu Nancheng thought that Tang looked especially beautiful when she smiled, even more so than Tang Yu. It was just that Tang Yu had been so careless as to let such a cute child run out on her own. How dangerous. A Tang Yu like this made Lu Nancheng feel a little bit of hatred towards her. "Tang, do you have an older brother?" Lu Nancheng remembered seeing Tang Yu bring the 2 children into the kindergarten that day. "Yes, my brother misses his father too. He's very clever, just like his father." When Tang talks about her brother, her eyes shine. "Daddy, do you love your brother?" Lu Nancheng gave Tang's little nose a little tap. Tang smiled happily. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang and asked, "Tang, has your mother got married yet?" But he was worried that the child wouldn't understand, so he asked Tang again, "Who is your father?" Tang looked at Lu Nancheng with a puzzled face. "Our father is you." Lu Nancheng still felt that it was difficult to communicate with a 3-year-old child. He hugged Tang and stood up. "Shall I send you back, or let Uncle Lin do it?" "I'm not going back." Tang interrupted Lu Nancheng's words, his eyes red again, and he hugged Lu Nancheng's neck tightly. "Daddy, don't you leave us, okay?" Lu Nancheng's heart was so soft it was about to melt. In order not to make the child cry, he quickly said, "Okay, I won't go back. I'll stay with you, Daddy." After that, Lu Nancheng looked at the time and said, "Let Uncle Lin buy you something delicious. You wait here for Daddy. Daddy will be right back after work, okay?" Tang grabbed Lu Nancheng's clothes with her small hands and whispered, "Will you leave Tang behind?" Lu Nancheng shook his head and said firmly, "No." Although Tang let go of his hand, his reluctant eyes made Lu Nancheng unable to move. So, Lu Nancheng called his secretary, connected to the conference room video, and started the video conference. Lu Nancheng put Tang on the sofa and pointed to the desk, saying, "Daddy will work there, and you sit here." Tang nodded, so obedient that it made people feel sad. Lu Nancheng sat in his office chair, conducting a video conference. He glanced at his daughter on the sofa and suddenly realized a major problem. He had just called his daughter Dad. Half an hour had passed, and Lu Nancheng saw that his daughter had been looking at him, as if she was afraid he would leave. Lu Nancheng ended the conference and asked his daughter, "Don't you want to go back yet? You want to eat with Dad at noon?" His daughter nodded. Lu Nancheng still had a lot of work to do, so he asked Lin Xiao to prepare a sumptuous lunch and bring it to the office, and he and Tang had lunch together. As soon as Lu Nancheng entered the bathroom, he heard Tang's voice, "Brother, I had lunch with Dad. Dad loves Tang very much. I even asked for you, and Dad said he loves you too." Lu Nancheng looked through the door crack and saw that Tang was secretly talking on her watch phone. At noon, Lu Nancheng was working, and Tang was sitting on the sofa watching him, but slowly began to doze off. Lu Nancheng got up, hugged Tang, and entered the restroom. He had never put a child to sleep before, and he really didn't know how. Tang slowly fell asleep in Lu Nancheng's arms. After Tang fell asleep, Lu Nancheng called Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao came quickly, "Mr. Lu." Lu Nancheng took out a card and handed it to Lin Xiao to buy a new suit. Lin Xiao immediately understood that Lu Nancheng must have seen Tang use snot and tears on his clothes. This was to compensate him for his clothes. "Mr. Lu, you don't need to. Take it." Lu Nancheng's voice was not to be refused. "Yes." Lin Xiao caught the bank card with both hands. After Lin Xiao left, Lu Nancheng called LK again. As soon as the manager heard Lu Nancheng's call, he perked up 100 times. "Mr. Lu, what can I do for you? Did Tang Yu go to work today?" "Yes." "Tell her to come to Lu's and find me." "Huh? Oh, okay." The manager quickly ran to find Tang Yu. "Miss Tang, Mr. Lu wants you to come to Lu's and find him." Chapter 12, How could such a stupid woman raise 2 children? Tang Yu was puzzled. Which Mr. Lu? Lu Nancheng? Of course. The manager said, "Hurry up and go." Tang Yu stood still. Why did he want to see me? Oh dear, Miss Tang, how dare we ask? He and I are not close, and we don't have much interaction. Why did he ask me? Tang Yu muttered, still standing still, obviously not wanting to go. We don't know, since Mr. Lu asked you to go over there, you should go quickly. Facing the manager's urging, Tang Yu still stood still. She said, "Please give me Mr. Lu's phone number, I'll ask him what it is about." The manager was stunned. You don't know Mr. Lu's phone number? He thought Mr. Lu and Tang Yu had a deep relationship. After getting Lu Nancheng's phone number, Tang Yu walked out into the hallway and called Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng answered the phone, "Hello. Mr. Lu? This is Tang Yu. The manager said you were looking for me?" Lu Nancheng said, "Well, come over now. I'm in the office." "What's up?" Although they were on the phone, Lu Nancheng could still hear Tang Yu's caution. He said in displeasure, "I could eat you up." Tang Yu also heard Lu Nancheng's displeasure. She said, "Just tell me what's up over the phone. You're not afraid of offending the boss at all." Lu Nancheng didn't know why he said such a thing. He could only hear Tang Yu's righteous voice, "I earn my living through my abilities. I do legitimate work." Lu Nancheng was so angry that he was breathing heavily. He looked back at the lounge. The little version of Tang Yu was so sweet and cute, but this Tang Yu really knows how to annoy people. 4 years ago, she annoyed him. And now she's annoying him over the phone. But if he thought about it, even if Tang Yu hadn't been fooling around with a man in a hotel, he wasn't going to get engaged to her. Because, not only did Tang Yu make a mistake, but he also made a mistake. Moreover, he had already promised that girl that he would be responsible for her. And then, when he thought about how cute Tang was, he decided to give Tang Yu face. Lu Nancheng let out most of his anger and said to Tang Yu, "Do you still want your daughter back?" Tang Yu immediately bristled with anger. "Lu Nancheng, what are you doing?" Lu Nancheng opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. "Your daughter came to me, and she is now in my office." Tang Yu didn't believe it, it was impossible. "I personally dropped them off at kindergarten this morning." Lu Nancheng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What a stupid woman. How did she raise 2 children? Okay, I'm not going to hurt her anyway, just tell me your address and I'll bring her back to you tonight. Lu Nancheng. Tang you, it's you who didn't want to come and pick her up. Lu Nancheng was breathing heavily with anger. Do you really have Tang? Tang Yu's voice sounded like she was asking herself, and also like she was asking Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng said, do you think I'm stupid enough to play with you on the phone? Tang Yu hung up the phone and rushed to the Lu group. Lin Xiao was already waiting for Tang Yu at the door. As soon as Tang Yu got out of the car, Lin Xiao came up to her and said, Miss Tang, Mr. Lu is upstairs. I'll take you up. Tang Yu knew Lin Xiao. Back then, she almost became Lu Nancheng's fiancée. Lin Xiao had delivered messages and gifts for her on several occasions at Lu Nancheng's orders. For example, the dress they got engaged in was delivered to the Tang family by Lin Xiao. Is my daughter really in Lu Nancheng's office? Tang Yu asked Lin Xiao as she ran. Yes, Miss Tang. Lin Xiao didn't say much. After pressing Lu Nancheng's exclusive elevator for Tang Yu, he took a step back and said, You go up. The elevator will automatically stop when it reaches the 18th floor. The 18th floor? Hell. Tang Yu looked inside the elevator. It was covered in marble and didn't have a single advertisement. The elevator quickly reached the 18th floor. Anxious, Tang Yu ran out of the elevator, looking left and right. A secretary came up to her and said, Miss Tang? President Lu's office is this way. Tang Yu followed the secretary's quick footsteps. She had never met Lu Nancheng's secretary before, and this was her first time at the Lu group. Although they had been married, she and Lu Nancheng were practically strangers. The secretary knocked twice lightly on the door, but before anyone inside could say anything, Tang Yu pushed open the door and barged in. The secretary was so scared that she hurriedly tried to explain, Mr. Lu. Tang Yu directly started searching Lu Nancheng's office. Lu Nancheng got up and pulled Tang Yu, very angry, but lowered his voice and said, Keep it down. The baby is asleep. The secretary was so scared that she quickly backed out and closed the door. Lu Nancheng took Tang Yu to the lounge and said, I already fed her lunch. Chapter 13, Who is the father of the children? Tang Yu walked over to the bed to hug Tang and leave. Lu Nancheng stopped Tang Yu and said, She just fell asleep not long ago, let her sleep for a while. Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng. Don't worry, when she wakes up and wants to stay, I won't let her. After Lu Nancheng said this, he found that his heart felt like it had been stabbed by a needle. Could it be that he doesn't want the child to leave? How could that be? But how could he explain the pain in his chest? In order to hide his emotions from Tang Yu, Lu Nancheng turned around, walked out of the restroom, and closed the door. Sitting in his office chair, Lu Nancheng glanced back at the door and let out a quiet, long sigh of relief. He still didn't want to admit that the reason his chest hurt was because Tang Yu was taking the baby away. Because that baby had nothing to do with him. Lu Nancheng tried to numb himself with work. But when he bent over his work, he found that his chest was still so stuffy. Tang Yu looked at the sleeping Tang, then looked back at the door that Lu Nancheng had closed. She thought about what he had just said, Don't worry, when she wakes up, she won't want me to stay even if I want to. Tang Yu suddenly felt very sorry for the children. They didn't have a father, and now they were being disliked by Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng worked quietly, so as not to disturb the mother and daughter sleeping inside. Tang Yu had fallen asleep next to Tang without realizing it. Tang woke up and woke her up. Mom, although Tang woke up, she was still a little drowsy. She hugged Tang Yu and put her hand into Tang Yu's clothes to feel her cow. Tang Yu did not stop her. The children were still young and were still feeling her cow. Tang, why did you come here? Who told you to come? How did you come here? Tang Yu's words came tumbling out, and Tang immediately came to her senses. She sat up with a gurgle, looked around, and asked, Where's Daddy? Where's Daddy? Oh, no, Daddy's not going to want Tang anymore. Tang was crying and screaming, but her hands were still feeling up Tang Yu's breasts. Don't cry, Tang Yu said, also trying to calm her child, without realizing that her child was still feeling up her breasts. At that moment, Lu Nancheng heard the child's cries and pushed open the door. Lu Nancheng strode over and saw the child touching Tang Yu's breasts. And such a large, white, tender expanse of Tang Yu's breasts was exposed. Daddy! Tang saw Lu Nancheng and reached her small hand out of Tang Yu's clothes, opening her arms wide for a hug. Lu Nancheng hugged Tang, Don't cry, Daddy is here. Tang Yu's eyes widened, and she stood up and looked at Lu Nancheng. How can you call her daddy? How can I refuse her? He has been calling me daddy. Lu Nancheng spoke with righteous indignation, but when he lowered his eyes, he saw the view of Tang Yu's chest. He looked away. Tang Yu did not notice the view of her exposed chest, and she was still arguing with Lu Nancheng. The child doesn't know any better. You put your clothes back on first. Lu Nancheng interrupted Tang Yu. Tang Yu suddenly looked down, and only then did she see the view of her breasts. She quickly turned around, buttoned up her shirt, straightened her clothes, and turned back to explain apologetically to Lu Nancheng that just now Tang had opened it. Lu Nancheng also knew, because when he came in, the child was touching Nyo. The child actually stopped crying in Lu Nancheng's arms. Who is the father of the children? Lu Nancheng asked. Baozi, let's add a bookshelf. Love you. Chapter 14, Quite the Playgirl. Tang Yu froze when she faced Lu Nancheng's question, and she turned her head away. Mr. Lu, there's no need to know. Lu Nancheng looked at her expression, and then at the age of the child, and guessed that it might be from the night she fooled around. Perhaps Tang Yu herself didn't know who the father of the child really was. Because that night, it was said that Tang Yu played with two men, a threesome. Tang Yu wanted to take away Tang. But Tang wouldn't let go of Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu was angry and embarrassed. She asked Tang, why did you come here? Lu Nancheng patted Tang's thin back and said to Tang Yu, keep your voice down, don't scare her. Tang hugged Lu Nancheng tightly and said to Tang Yu, I wanted to come myself, it's not my brother's fault. Tang Yu knew it was Doudou's idea. Although Doudou and Tang were twins, Doudou's IQ was significantly higher than that of children of the same age. Do you want to leave your mother and brother behind? Tang Yu glared at Tang, and she was really impressed. Tang Yu still managed to persuade Tang. As she was leaving with Tang in her arms, Lu Nancheng said, keep a close eye on her in the future, don't let her run off by herself, it's too dangerous. Tang Yu felt a little embarrassed, because what Lu Nancheng said was so reasonable. On the way, Tang Yu angrily asked Tang, why did you go to Lu Nancheng? Who told you that he is your father? He is not your father. You are not allowed to go to see him again. Otherwise, mommy will be sad. Do you hear me? Tang Yu's series of words scared Tang's pouting lips, and she said, I know. In the evening, when Yen sent over a few boxes of seafood. One of the employees at our company's family makes seafood products, and I specially brought it for the two little ones. Thank you. After thanking Wen Yen, Tang Yu told him about Tang going to see Lu Nancheng today. Really? So fantastical? Oh dear, these two babies know how to recognize their father, and once they do, they recognize the richest one. Ha ha ha. Don't laugh, I was so angry with them today. Tang Yu thought about what happened in Lu Nancheng's office, and her heart ached. She showed most of her breasts for Lu Nancheng to remind her to wear clothes. Her own daughter, whom she raised with her own hands, wouldn't let her hug her and asked Lu Nancheng to hug her instead. Tang Yu pressed her hands on her chest, she was about to suffocate. Heaven and earth bar. Lu Nancheng and his friend Tang Xiangnan were drinking. Lu Nancheng finished a glass of wine, and told Tang Xiangnan what happened today. You suspect that Tang Yu instructed the child to do that? Tang Xiangnan asked Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng sneered, that child is only 3 years old, if she didn't teach him, how would the child go to me? Tang Xiangnan did not understand Tang Yu. He shook his head and said, this Tang Yu is quite crafty. If I had been nicer to her back then, maybe she wouldn't have fooled around with other men. And maybe I wouldn't have been drugged and had what happened that night. Lu Nancheng said bitterly, it's just that now, poor the child, following that woman Tang Yu with her evil intentions. You two are really like Zhang Fei meeting Li Kuei black against black, half a caddy for 8 liang neither one suffers. Each plays his own way, and they play quite a lot. Lu Nancheng gave Tang Xiangnan a look. Tang Xiangnan smiled and said, don't be angry, there's a film festival next week, let's go and have some fun. No. Lu Nancheng decisively refused, he wasn't interested in that. It's all young and beautiful actresses going, maybe you can look at one. Lu Nancheng sneered, I don't like actresses. Tang Xiangnan shook his head helplessly. Do you still want to find that girl? Maybe she's already married with children. Otherwise, it's been 4 years, why hasn't she come looking for you? With your status, any woman would love you. Maybe she doesn't know who I am. Lu Nancheng said, I'll wait a bit longer, I promised her that I would be responsible for her. Tang Xiangnan looked at Lu Nancheng carefully. How come after all these years I still didn't realize that you're still a hopeless romantic? Chapter 15, I want daddy to abduct me. When she got home, Tang Yu seriously scolded the two little ones. You can't go to see Lu Nancheng anymore. He's not your father. If you don't listen to me, mommy will be angry. Tang blinked her big eyes and didn't dare to speak. She was afraid that mommy would be angry. Doudou took the initiative to apologize. Mommy, we'll listen. Don't be angry. Tang Yu heard Doudou's words, which were clearly taking advantage of a loophole in the language. She put on a stern face and said to Doudou again, Are you still going to find Lu Nancheng? Doudou shook his head and said he wasn't going. Tang Yu said sternly, And you're not to let your sister go either. Okay, I won't let my sister go, Doudou said. Tang Yu let the two little ones off the hook only after she got a positive answer from her son. After Tang Yu left, Tang pouted and said, Brother, mommy's angry. Doudou strokes Tonton's little head with his small hand. Mum is worried that we will be abducted by bad people. Why doesn't Dad abduct me? Tang looks out of the window with her hands folded in longing, wishing that Dad would abduct her. Do you want Dad to be a bad person? Tang shakes her head repeatedly. I don't want Dad to be a bad person. Actually, I also want to stay with Mum and brother. I want even more than that for Mum and Dad to be with us. Doudou shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Dad to call Mum. It's all your fault for being so greedy. I told you to be back in a bit, and you fell asleep at Dad's. Tang pouted, aggrieved. I was sleepy after eating. Then why did you eat there? If you'd come back earlier, Dad wouldn't have called Mum. Tang burst into tears at his brother's rebuke. It's because Dad is so nice that I don't want to leave him. Don't cry. Doudou quickly covered Tang's mouth. Don't be sad, Tang. I promise you that I will find a way for you to see your father again next time. Tang really stopped crying. But Tang said, Brother, today, my father and mother fought because of me. It's okay. It's better to fight than not to see each other. Tang didn't quite understand what brother meant, but she thought he must be right. Tang Yu had just finished washing the children's clothes and saw an unanswered call. She thought it was a wrong number and didn't call back. When Yen called at that time, Yu, why didn't you answer Xiaxia's call? Tang Yu suddenly realized, was that unanswered call Xiaxia's? I didn't hear it because I was washing clothes just now. After finishing the laundry, I saw an unanswered call. I thought it was a wrong number and didn't call back. Oops, Xiaxia was so anxious to find you that she said in a gentle tone, Do you know that Xiaxia is now a popular star? Tang Yu laughed and said, Of course I know, it's hard not to know about such a big star. There's a film festival next week, and Xiaxia won an award. She invited us to go. We must go. Tang Yu said excitedly. After hanging up the phone with Wen Yan, Tang Yu couldn't wait to call Jiang Nan Xia. On the phone, the two best friends excitedly chatted away, and a smile was always on her face. She had forgotten her own suffering. Jiang Nan, however, said sadly, Yeah, you have suffered for so many years. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Tang Yu shook her head. I'm fine. You've finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Congratulations. Yeah, will you come to the film festival next week? Of course. Tang Yu said, I miss you so much. Me too. Jiang Nan said, I really miss the days when we were together and had no worries. Tang Yu misses them too. The two of them chatted for a long time before reluctantly hanging up. Chapter 16, Now she doesn't want to be a pushover anymore. The week passed quickly. Tang Yu worked very hard, and she hoped to get a chance to take a leave of absence the next day. When the manager heard that Tang Yu wanted to take a leave of absence, how dare he not approve it? Lu Nancheng even personally called to ask for the leave, so of course he didn't dare to be rude. Tang Yu was surprised to receive a phone call from Tang Shan. Tang Shan said, Sis, there's a film festival tomorrow. I want to go. You and Jiang Nan are best friends, so can you get me an entry ticket? Tang Yu's happy face suddenly fell when she heard Tang Shan's words. Every word from Tang Shan carried an air of command. Why should she? There was nothing she could do. Tang Yu said just 4 words and then hung up the phone. Then the phone rang again. Tang Yu didn't answer. But the ringtone kept ringing. Tang Yu picked up the phone reluctantly. But before she could say anything, she heard Chen Ling's voice, Yeah, your younger sister wants to enter the entertainment industry. If she goes to the film festival tomorrow, she might be able to meet a big director. Although Chen Ling's voice was very gentle, Tang Yu still refused to help. Because Chen Ling's face was worthless to her. Because she could never forget how Chen Ling had bullied her. She was only 3 years old at the time, and her mother had passed away just 2 months earlier. Her father then married Chen Ling. What's more, Chen Ling was already 7 months pregnant when she came into the family. From then on, she lived with a stepmother. She was beaten, kicked, and verbally abused. It can be said that she grew up in fear. Chen Ling not only became a stepmother herself, she also encouraged her father to become a stepfather. It is said that when there is a stepmother, there is also a stepfather, and this saying is really true. Her father, Tang Jiaqiang, did whatever Chen Ling told him to do, and Chen Ling was like a goddess to him, even when she farted. Tang Yu still felt bitter when she thought about the past. Now she no longer wanted to be a pushover. Yes, the pain caused by Chen Ling would never be forgotten in her life. I've already told Tang Shan that there's nothing I can do. Tang Yu hung up the phone directly. The next day, Tang Yu deliberately picked out a relatively new outfit. Because she had raised 2 children over the years, Tang Yu had been very frugal with herself, and she hadn't bought any new clothes for 4 years. After dropping off Tang and Doudou at kindergarten, she went to the film festival. She, Wen Yan, and Jiang Naxia were college classmates and best friends. It was just that Wen Yan and Jiang Naxia were orphans. Although she was not an orphan, she was even more of an orphan. Wen Yan was later adopted by the Wen family, who treated her very well, so Wen Yan had always been very happy. Jiang Nan, however, was not so lucky. She was sold by her foster parents to the mountains. She was strong-willed and jumped off a cliff thousands of meters high. Fortunately, she was caught by a tree branch and saved her life. She was later rescued by the police. But her foster parents never let her go, and she has had a hard time over the years. Tang Yu had just arrived at the entrance of the venue when she was stopped by Chen Ling and Tang Shan. Tang Shan was wearing a one-shoulder dress, wearing expensive jewelry, and dressed very exquisitely. I knew you would come. Chen Ling gave Tang Yu a hard stare and said, "You must get us in today." Tang Yu sneered, "How much do you think I'm capable of?" Chen Ling softened her tone and said, "Then call Jiang Nan and tell her to come out and meet us." Tang Yu knew what Chen Ling was up to. Chen Ling just wanted everyone to see Jiang Nan come out and greet them, so that she could use Jiang Nanxia's popularity to find connections. When Jiang Nanxia was suffering, not only did you not help her, you even stopped me from hanging out with her. Now that she's become famous, how can you even think about getting close to her? Tang Yu sneered, and I felt my face flush with shame. How dare you? Chen Ling was scolded by Tang Yu, her face turning red and then white, and she was so angry that she rolled her eyes. I've grown up now. I won't let you bully me anymore. After saying this, Tang Yu lifted her foot and left. Chen Ling grabbed Tang Yu by the arm and said, "Look at you, dressed like a bumpkin. If you promise to take us in, I'll buy you a dress." Tang Yu looked down at her clothes and agreed that they were a bit low rent. She wasn't worried about being laughed at, but she was afraid of people laughing at Jiang Nanxia. Just as Tang Yu was daydreaming, 2 girls came over and said, "Tang Shan? You're here for the film festival too?" Tang Yu looked over and saw that the 2 girls were Tang Shan's best friends. Tang Shan immediately wore a smug, even boastful smile and gave Tang Yu a look. "Tang Shan, is this your sister Tang Yu?" The 2 girls saw Tang Yu and widened their eyes in surprise. They even said hurtful things without mercy. She suddenly disappeared after that incident 4 years ago, so why is she back? Facing the 2 best friends' relentless taunts, Tang Shan gave Tang Yu a mocking look and then said to the 2 best friends, flattering them, "She thinks that everyone in the city has amnesia." He. The 2 best friends laughed and covered their mouths. "In my opinion, my true face is better than your fake faces." Tang Yu raised her hand and gave her nose a little flick, pushing the 2 girls away. "Get away from me. Your breath stinks. It's killing me." Tang Yu lifted her foot and left. "Tang Yu. What did you say?" The 2 girls held Tang Yu back. Tang Yu was not afraid of the glaring eyes of the 2 girls. "Are you going to argue or fight?" At this time, there were too many people passing by, so it was impossible for the 2 girls to argue with Tang Yu, let alone fight. Because they came here to hook up with rich men. They had to maintain an elegant and ladylike image. Tang Yu was sure that they would not dare to quarrel. In fact, she was afraid to quarrel too. She was not worried about herself, but she was afraid of embarrassing Jiang Nanxia. Tang Yu ignored them and walked away. Chen Ling smiled and said to the two girls, Xiaoman and Xiaoya, don't be angry. Don't pay any attention to that deadbeat Tang Yu. Let's go in. Who's going with you? Stay away from us. Xiaoman and Xiaoya took out their anger at Tang Yu on Tang Shan and Chen Ling. Xiaoman and Xiaoya, you take us in. Chen Ling said quickly. You don't have an entrance ticket? The two girls' eyes widened in surprise. Then Xiaoman and Xiaoya looked at Tang Yu, who had already walked to the door. They caught up with her and said, Tang Yu, stop. Xiaoman pointed at Tang Yu and said to the security guard, this woman doesn't have an admission ticket. Don't let her in. The security guard was very responsible. He said to Tang Yu, Miss, you can't go in without an admission ticket. Humph. You want to sneak in without an admission ticket? Everyone be careful. This woman doesn't have an admission ticket. Xiaoman's words made everyone not only look at Tang Yu with strange looks, but also avoid her. Some even pointed at Tang Yu. Xiaoman and Xiaoya took out their own tickets and were about to go in triumphantly. However, Tang Yu took out an invitation from her bag. Xiaoman and Xiaoya's eyes went wide. Tang Yu was holding an invitation. Only the best guests at this film festival could get an invitation. And invitations were not something you could buy with money. The tickets they had were bought from scalpers at a high price through an intermediary. Can I go in? Tang Yu asked the security guard. The security guard immediately took a step back when he saw the golden invitation, bowed and said, this way, miss. Xiaoman and Xiaoya came back to their senses and immediately stopped Tang Yu. Xiaoman said to the security guard, she can't possibly have an invitation. Look at how shabby she is dressed. This invitation must be fake. You'd better check. You'd better check properly. If she stole this invitation, you should be fired from your security guard job. Xiaoya said. The security guard looked at Tang Yu. Tang Yu didn't make things difficult for the security guard and handed him her invitation. The security guard looked at the invitation, returned it directly to Tang Yu, and respectfully said, Miss Tang, please come in. What's going on? Xiaoman was furious. How dare you let her in? The security guard said, this gold-lettered invitation is for Miss Tang. Gold-lettered invitation. Xiaoya and Xiaoman suddenly remembered that there were two types of invitations for this film festival. One was a normal invitation, which was for ordinary directors and third-tier or lower starlets. The golden-lettered invitations, on the other hand, are for heavyweights. For example, popular stars. For example, famous directors. For example, billionaires. Humph. How do you know this invitation is hers? Xiaoya questioned the security guard. The security guard said, just now I heard you call her Tang Yu, and the name on the invitation is Tang Yu. Tang Yu did not become conceited after winning, but went straight in. Xiaoya and Xiaoman almost crushed their teeth, and even their retouched faces twisted. Seeing everyone go in, Chen Ling and Tang Shan were so angry that their lips were trembling, but there was nothing they could do. Chapter 17, Here for Tang Yu. Seeing Tang Yu go in, Tang Shan became anxious. Mom, what should we do? At that moment, a not-so-well-known director came over, and Chen Ling quickly pulled Tang Shan over to him. Hello, Director Lu. Director Lu looked at Chen Ling and Tang Shan in front of him and asked, who are you? We are relatives of Jiang Nan Xia. Xia often talks about you, saying that you are very talented. She also said that she would like to work with you if she had the chance. Chen Ling let out a burst of flattery, and Director Lu immediately laughed. Nowadays, Jiang Nan Xia is a hot celebrity, but he has not yet worked with him. Why aren't you going in? Director Lu asked Chen Ling and Tang Shan. We're waiting for Xia Xia. Chen Ling said, Xia Xia said she'd take us in with her, but she's busy, so we can't go in, hee. Oh dear, this Xia Xia is so careless, why didn't she get you 2 tickets? Let's go, I'll take you in. Director Lu was successfully fooled by Chen Ling. Chen Ling pushed Tang Shan next to Director Lu. This is my daughter, her name is Tang Shan, she also wants to enter the entertainment industry. Director Lu, if you get the chance, please give her a role. Director Lu looked at Tang Shan winking at him, and his lust as a man was suddenly aroused. He stared at Tang Shan's breasts and looked blatantly lustful. Miss Tang, let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll be the first to notify you of any good resources in the future. Chen Ling and Tang Shan were overjoyed. Tang Shan hesitated for only half a second, and Chen Ling gave her a nudge. Tang Shan took out her phone and added Director Lu on WeChat. Director Lu then touched Tang Shan's hand for a minute in front of Chen Ling. Tang Shan even wiggled happily, but her body leaned straight towards Director Lu. Once they entered the venue, Chen Ling hoped that Director Lu would introduce Tang Shan to more big shots. But Director Lu said, "You two eat something first." Director Lu left, obviously not wanting Chen Ling and her daughter to follow him. Zou Jing and Zou Wangang just walked in and saw Tang Yu. Tang Yu. Zou Jing felt like someone had stepped on her tail when she saw Tang Yu. How dare you come to an occasion like this? And how did you even get in? Zou Wan loved to see Zou Jing bully Tang Yu. The worse the bullying, the happier she was. To add fuel to the fire, Zou Wan said, "Tang Yu, what kind of person are you to come here and rub shoulders with the celebrities?" Zou Jing felt her heart sink when she heard that Tang Yu was going to rub shoulders with the celebrities. She wanted to rub shoulders with the celebrities too. But even if she is the eldest daughter of the Zou family, she can't just walk the red carpet. "Tang Yu, do you have any shame? On what basis do you walk the red carpet?" Tang Yu looked at Zou Jing and saw that she was red in the face and her neck was turning red, and she was so angry that she had completely lost the dignity of a lady. She couldn't understand why Zou Jing hated her so much. Tang Yu was about to speak to Zou Jing when Chen Ling came over at some point and pushed Tang Yu away, smirking and saying to Zou Jing, "Hello, Miss Zou." Zou Jing glanced at Chen Ling and said in a bad mood, "Who are you?" "I am Tang Yu's mother." "Miss Zou, you are a forgetful person. We have met before." "Ha ha." Chen Ling laughed as if she had used up all her strength and said, "How could Tang Yu be able to walk the red carpet? Do you see her dress like she's walking the red carpet?" Zou Jing immediately felt relieved when she heard Chen Ling's words. As long as Tang Yu was not good, she would be particularly happy. Turning her head, Zou Jing's words were full of mockery as she said to Tang Yu, "Tang Yu, why didn't you bring all your relatives from the mountain valley?" When Chen Ling heard Zou Jing's words, a wry smile crossed her face, but she quickly said to Zou Jing in a flattering manner, "Miss Zou, our Tang family is at least somewhat famous in the city of 49, so it's not good for you to say that, is it?" "Famous? Humph." Zou Jing glanced at Tang Yu and sneered, "Yes, it is famous. 4 years ago, didn't Tang Yu and the Tang family become famous?" "Ha ha ha." Zou Wan followed suit, covering her mouth and laughing unrestrainedly, "Ha ha ha. If I were you, I would hide at home and not come out. It's really embarrassing. You'd better get out of here, there are a lot of people here, and everyone will recognize you in a moment." Zou Jing said this, raising her head high, and her heart was also filled with a sense of superiority. You. Zou Jing and Zou Wan, Chen Ling and Tang Shan all looked back and saw the big star Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan has always been the idol of Zou Jing and Zou Wan. Especially after Jiang Nan became popular, Zou Jing and Zou Wan admired him even more. The two of them were so dumbfounded that they didn't even dare to blink, for fear that if they blinked, Jiang Nan would disappear. Jiang Nan walked directly over to Tang Yu, not only hugging her intimately, but also happily saying, "I thought you were going to snub me and not come." Zou Jing and Zou Wan looked at each other, unable to believe their own eyes and ears. The much-anticipated superstar Jiang Nan had actually passionately hugged Tang Yu. And she even said something that made them feel 100,000 times more jealous. "You two know each other?" Zou Jing couldn't help but ask. As for Chen Ling and Tang Shan, Jiang Nan, as Tang Yu's best friend, naturally ignored them. Jiang Nan heard what Zou Jing had just said and saw the discriminating expressions on Zou Jing and Zou Wan's faces towards Tang Yu. Without even glancing at Zou Wan and Zou Jing, she said to Tang Yu, "There's so much delicious food over there, and you're not even looking at it, and you're not even looking for me. Why are you hanging out with a bunch of trash?" Zou Jing and Zou Wan couldn't help but widen their eyes. But they didn't dare to get angry when Jiang Nan called them trash. Zou Jing smiled and said to Jiang Nan, "Miss Jiang, my name is Zou Jing, I'm you. I'll take you over there. I'm allergic to disgusting people." Jiang Nan interrupted Zou Jing's words directly and dragged Tang Yu away. Watching Tang Yu being taken away enthusiastically by Jiang Nan, Zou Jing and Zou Wan were in a complete mess. Especially Zou Wan, she hadn't even had a chance to say a word to Jiang Nan, and Jiang Nan just left without even scolding her. The opportunity to be so close to her idol was quickly passing. "Miss Zou, we know Director Lu, I'll introduce you to him in a moment, he. Chen Ling quickly tried to ingratiate herself with Zou Jing again. However, Chen Ling was just saying that she would never introduce someone to someone with such good connections as Director Lu. However, Zou Jing gave Chen Ling a look, "Director Lu, You're showing off that rubbish director. Zou Wan had a high level of education and normally would not say insulting things so casually, but at this time she was sulking because she had not been able to speak to her idol, so she glanced at the pretty Tang Shan and mockingly said to Qianling, "You can keep that rubbish director for your daughter." As they watched Zou Jing and Zou Wan leave, Qianling and Tang Shan blamed Tang Yu for the insults that Zou Wan and Zou Jing had directed at them. Zou Jing didn't look like a rich girl at all. She spoke like she was spewing shit. Qianling pouted and gave Zou Jing a hard stare in the direction she had left. "It's all Tang Yu's fault. Nothing ever goes well when she's around," Tang Shan said with grievance. "Don't be sad, you have to keep smiling and be graceful," Qianling said to Tang Shan. Tang Shan immediately looked dignified, with a shallow smile on the corner of her mouth. Jiang Nancheng embraced Tang Yu and wouldn't let go. Tang Yu, with hindsight, let go of Jiang Nancheng. "Xia, don't hug anymore, your tuxedo should be very expensive, right? Don't leave early, let's go out and have a get-together after I've awarded the prize." "Oh yes, where is Yin Yan?" "She just called to say that she'll be a little late because of something at work." Jiang Nancheng nodded. "Among the three of us, Yin Yan is the happiest, I'm really happy for her." Tang Yu took Jiang Nancheng's hand. "We will all get better and better." Jiang Nancheng nodded. "I'll go get ready first, there's food over there, go and eat something." "Go ahead, don't worry about me." Qianling and Tang Shan saw Tang Yu and Jiang Nancheng hugging and hurried over to say hello to Jiang Nancheng, but before they could get there, Jiang Nancheng had already left. Tang Shan stamped her foot in anger. "Mom." Qianling comforted Tang Shan, "Don't worry, they're such good friends, Jiang Nancheng will definitely come out again in a while, we'll have plenty of chances." Tang Shan still pouted. "Tang Yu is such a bitch. What a life. I never thought that Jiang Nancheng, who survived a major disaster, would become a big star." Qianling looked around, patted Tang Shan's hand, and said, "You see, Tang Yu that bitch came here alone, which means she's not married yet. If you work hard, and if you can find a rich second generation, or marry a director, won't you be better off than her?" Tang Shan then smiled, her face full of shyness. "Let's walk around and see if we can meet someone." Qianling led Tang Shan to walk among the wealthy men. Tang Xiangnan saw Tang Yu as soon as he entered the venue, but he wasn't sure if it was really her, so he secretly took a photo and sent it to Lu Nancheng. "Nancheng, do you think this woman is Tang Yu?" Lu Nancheng was working when he opened the photo and saw Tang Yu eating. He asked Tang Xiangnan where she was. "Film festival." Tang Xiangnan turned around and didn't expect to see Lu Nancheng come just 10 minutes later. "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" Tang Xiangnan said, looking over to Tang Yu, who was eating over there, and then turning back with a surprised expression, asking Lu Nancheng, "You came for Tang Yu?" Lu Nancheng ignored Tang Xiangnan and walked straight up to Tang Yu. "Still eating? It's been almost 20 minutes. So hungry. Can't afford to eat." Tang Yu turned around and saw that it was actually Lu Nancheng. She said, "Have you eaten something from your family?" After that, Tang Yu straightened her back and said, "This can't be something you organized, can it? If Lu Nancheng organized it, then she really did eat off Lu Nancheng." Chapter 18. "I'll take it out for you." "No," Lu Nancheng said. Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Since it wasn't Lu Nancheng's, she ate it without hesitation. So, Tang Yu picked up another piece of cake and shoved it in her mouth. It's delicious." Lu Nancheng never eats cake, but when he saw Tang Yu eating it so happily, he took a piece and ate it too. "It's so sweet. It's so greasy. But it's quite sweet." Lu Nancheng not only ate the piece of cake in his hand, but also the only remaining piece on the plate. Tang Yu looked down at the empty plate. What she cared about was that Lu Nancheng had finished eating her favorite cake. The point is that she didn't even dare to eat the two remaining pieces on the plate, as she was saving them for Xia. Because she knew that Xia also loved this cake. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu's gaze and realized belatedly, "What? You only like to eat this?" Tang Yu swallowed and didn't say anything. Lu Nancheng knew from her expression that he had guessed correctly. He had actually fought with a woman over food and taken away the woman's favorite food. At this time, the waiter happened to walk over. Lu Nancheng said to the waiter, "Serve 2 more portions of the cake on this plate." "Yes, Mr. Lu." The waiter turned around before leaving, and Lu Nancheng said to the waiter again, "Pack 2 portions and I'll take them away." Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng in surprise. The waiter nodded again and left. Lu Nancheng said, "I'll give the 2 packed portions to your son and daughter to take back later." Tang Yu was stunned and looked at Lu Nancheng blankly. At this moment, she was moved, but also a little bit confused. Why was Lu Nancheng so considerate? Why did he think of her children? Wipe your mouth. Lu Nancheng whispered. Tang Yu swallowed again. She turned her face away, feeling that her face was particularly hot. Had she blushed? She said, such a kind person, I'm embarrassed to pack it up. Lu Nancheng said, I'll take it out for you. Tang Yu was once again moved, but she didn't dare to look at Lu Nancheng, for she was afraid that if she looked at him again, she would once again be mesmerized. As soon as Tang Shan turned around, she saw Lu Nancheng standing with Tang Yu. She was so anxious that she grabbed Chen Ling's arm and stamped her foot. Mom! 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 What's wrong? Chen Ling looked in the direction Tang Shan was looking, and her neck suddenly stretched out. Her eyes also went straight. President Lu! It's President Lu! Tang Shan said excitedly. Chen Ling patted Tang Shan's hand and said, let's go over there. She exclaimed. Chen Ling and Tang Shan walked over to Lu Nancheng, interrupting his conversation with a friend. Hello, Mr. Lu, they said. Lu Nancheng turned his head and saw it was Chen Ling and Tang Shan. His face immediately turned dark. Lu Nancheng's friend asked him, do you know them? No. Lu Nancheng said coldly. The smiles on Chen Ling and Tang Shan's faces immediately disappeared. Lu Nancheng turned his head and saw Chen Ling and Tang Shan, and his face immediately turned dark. Lu Nancheng's friend asked Lu Nancheng, do you know each other? No. Lu Nancheng said coldly. The smiles on Chen Ling and Tang Shan's faces immediately froze in place. Lu Nancheng and a few friends moved on to continue their conversation. Chen Ling and Tang Shan were publicly slapped in the face, and for a moment, they couldn't save face. They didn't dare to provoke Lu Nancheng, so they went to Tang Yu's trouble. Tang Yu. You didn't think we could get in without you, did you? Ha, there are plenty of people who want to get us in. You're awesome. Tang Yu gave Chen Ling and Tang Shan a thumbs up and turned away indifferently. However, Chen Ling and Tang Shan chased after them. Tang Shan, who had always looked down on Tang Yu, pointed at her and said, what are you so arrogant about? Lu still ignores you. Tang Shan and Chen Ling thought that Lu Nancheng was treating Tang Yu the same way as they did. Because just now Lu Nancheng was standing by Tang Yu's side, and now Lu Nancheng was no longer by Tang Yu's side. Tang Yu said, Lu Nancheng is a treasure in your eyes, but in my opinion, he is no different from the scavengers on the street. Lu Nancheng had just finished talking to his friend and was walking towards Tang Yu when he heard what Tang Yu said. He immediately felt a breath catch in his chest. He stopped in his tracks. Tang Shan was still arrogant and condescending. Tang Yu, don't pretend. Humph. You wouldn't like a man like Mr. Lu. Is it true that 4 years ago you begged Mr. Lu and he kicked you out? Tang Yu's hands, which were hanging down her thighs, clenched into fists, and her body trembled slightly. Yes, Tang Shan had successfully rubbed salt into her wounds. She thought her wounds had healed, but they were still bleeding. Chapter 19 Lu Nancheng is the seed of disaster. A large hand wrapped around her waist. Tang Yu suddenly turned her head, and she met Lu Nancheng's deep, deep eyes like a deep pool of water. Subconsciously, Tang Yu wanted to hide. But Lu Nancheng tightly embraced her waist. President Lu, Tang Shan was suddenly overjoyed, walked over to Lu Nancheng, and reached out to take Lu Nancheng's arm. Sister, she. Get lost. Lu Nancheng not only interrupted Tang Shan's words, but also flung her away. Tang Shan almost lost her balance and fell, but she was not discouraged. In the 4 years since Tang Yu left, she had never had the chance to see Lu Nancheng. Today, she finally saw him, so how could she let go of this opportunity? Mr. Lu, my sister just called you a junk collector. At this time, a crowd had gathered, and everyone heard Tang Shan's words. Tang Yu bit her lip, not knowing how Lu Nan City would deal with her. Lu Nan City was notorious as the living hell. Tang Yu regretted it to death. In order to show off in front of Chen Ling and her daughter, she had insulted Lu Nan City. However, Lu Nan City glanced at Tang Yu with downcast eyes, and there was no anger in her eyes. She just said in a very indifferent voice, what's wrong with scavengers? They are all workers. Tang Yu looked at her and met Lu Nan City's narrow eyes. She felt like Lu Nancheng was talking to her. Tang Yu stuck out her tongue and pursed her lips. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu's red tongue lick the pink lips, which immediately became moist and even a little seductive. He didn't even notice that he had swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Security. Lu Nancheng called the security guard. How did these two people get in on such a big occasion? The security guard didn't understand what was going on at first, but when he saw Lu Nan's aura, he immediately concluded that Chen Ling and her daughter were there to cause trouble. Chen Ling and Tang Shan were being led away by the security guard. At this time, Tang Shan saw Director Lu standing in the crowd. She quickly called out, "Director Lu." However, Director Lu took a step back and hid behind the crowd. Lu Nan took Tang Yu's arm and walked away in full view of everyone. There was no one around. Lu Nancheng said, "I stood up for you, why are you still shaking?" Tang Yu came back to her senses, quickly shook off Lu Nancheng's hand, and angrily turned her back. "I helped you, and you still turn your face away from me? Isn't it all because of your existence? Who asked you to help me? I have survived so many years of being bullied in the Tang family." Tang Yu thought about the way Tang Shan looked at Lu Nancheng just now, and suddenly associated it with the incident 4 years ago when she was drugged. Tang Shan's motive for drugging her was to take Lu Nancheng away from her. Therefore, she feels that Lu Nancheng is the seed of great calamity. Lu Nancheng frowned, "And you, your stepmother and your younger sister gave you the gas, so why are you taking it out on me?" Tang Yu was seen through by Lu Nancheng, and she turned around and left. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu's back, and he suddenly understood a little why Tang Yu had put up all her defenses to protect herself. Tang Yu calmed down and returned to the venue. Xia Xia was going to receive an award in a while. Xia Xia had no relatives, and she and Wen Yan were the only family she had. But today, Wen Yan was unable to come because of something, and she couldn't miss the ceremony again. The host's voice came from the stage, "Please welcome this year's Best Actress Award winner, Jiang Nan Xia." The applause was thunderous. Everyone's eyes were on the stage, full of anticipation. Especially the men's. But only Lu Nancheng and Tang Xiangnan looked indifferent. However, Tang Xiangnan's gaze changed from indifference to surprise. Jiang Nanxia is even more beautiful than on TV. And Jiang Nanxia has a kind of energy about her. I can't put it into words, but it's the kind Tang Xiangnan really likes. Every inch of Jiang Nanxia, every minute is pleasing to the eye. At this point, Tang Xiangnan's gaze never left Jiang Nanxia. Lu Nancheng gave Tang Xiangnan a look of disgust, and then turned his head and saw Tang Yu wiping her tears. Lu Nancheng ignored the previous misunderstanding and walked over to Tang Yu. "You cried?" Tang Yu wiped her tears and didn't answer Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng looked back up at the stage again. "You're still chasing after stars?" Tang Yu wiped her tears and said she had no comment. Tang Xiangnan's gaze never left Jiang Nanxia's figure. And Lu Nancheng never left Tang Yu's side. After the awards were presented, Jiang Nanxia changed into a different outfit and walked out. Looking at Jiang Nanxia, Tang Xiangnan's admiring gaze became a little unfathomable. Jiang Nanxia recognized the famous director Gu Shengming as her godfather, and she has since gone from being an obscure supporting actress to a hot first-tier star. Tang Xiangnan leaned against the railing, "Miss Jiang." Jiang Nanxia suddenly became a little distracted. The man in front of her was suave and debonair, dancing like jade, and there was just a certain charm about him that stirred her heartstrings. Yes, Tang Xiangnan immediately crashed into her heart. Tang Xiangnan held out his hand. "Mr. Tang, I have long admired your name." Jiang Nanxia shook Tang Xiangnan's hand politely and then tried to pull his hand away. But Tang Xiangnan didn't let go of Jiang Nanxia's hand, but instead smiled and asked Jiang Nanxia, "I didn't see your godfather today, did I?" He was referring to your godfather, not Director Gu. The ill intent in Tang Xiangnan's voice was obvious, and Jiang Nanxia put on a smile. But for a man she had fallen in love with at first sight, Jiang Nanxia still maintained the courtesy she should have. She answered Tang Xiangnan's question generously and magnanimously, saying that he had gone overseas to film and had not returned in time. After Jiang Nanxia finished speaking, she once again tried to pull her hand out of Tang Xiangnan's. However, Tang Xiangnan not only did not let go, but instead pulled Jiang Nanxia close to him and leaned in close to her ear and said, "Is your godfather good in bed?" Chapter 20, Tang Xiangnan, who had risen to power through his godfather, said extremely insulting things that made Jiang Nanxia freeze. Her delicate little face became extremely embarrassed. It felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a sharp object. It hurt. She glanced sideways at Tang Xiangnan. She could only see Tang Xiangnan's dark and sarcastic smile. Jiang Nanxia quickly thought in her head. She couldn't remember having had any contact with Tang Xiangnan, let alone an argument. Today, it should be the first time they met, right? But Tang Xiangnan was provokingly raising an eyebrow, clearly still waiting for Jiang Nanxia's answer. There was no doubt about it. This was a blatant humiliation of her. You go ask him. Jiang Nanxia turned around and realized that her feet had become unsteady. Her heart was trembling, her eyes brimming with tears, and she wanted to cry. But when she saw Tang Yu walking towards her, Jiang Nanxia quickly hid her emotions. Tang Xiangnan looked at Jiang Nanxia's back, and the expression on her face just now when she suddenly changed color was in his mind. This was clearly the first time he had met Jiang Nanxia. Clearly, Jiang Nanxia had no quarrels with him at all. He didn't know why he hated Jiang Nanxia so much. He hated her so much that he gritted his teeth. Jiang Nanxia walked over to Tang Yu and said, Yu, let's go. Tang Yu felt Jiang Nanxia's body shaking, and she asked Jiang Nanxia with concern, what's wrong? Nothing. Jiang Nanxia felt that this answer obviously could not convince Tang Yu. In order to reassure Tang Yu, Jiang Nanxia smiled at Tang Yu, excitedly. Tang Yu also smiled, and she hugged Jiang Nanxia, saying, I saw you standing on the stage, shining like the sun. I'm so excited too. However, once they got outside, Jiang Nanxia could hold back no longer. She could no longer pretend. She turned around, but suddenly she was in tears. Yeah, do you believe me? Gu and I are innocent. Tang Yu immediately understood that someone must have been talking about Jiang Nanxia's adoption of Gu Shangming as her godfather. Nanxia, I believe you. Tang Yu hugged Jiang Nanxia and said, don't be sad. Jiang Nanxia wiped away her tears. She had heard so many insulting things over the past 2 years that her ears had already formed calluses. She had already stopped caring. But why did it hurt so much when she heard Tang Xiangnan say that just now? Lu Nancheng came out of the bathroom and didn't see Tang Yu. He chased after her and saw her wiping Jiang Nanxia's tears. They actually knew each other. Just now, when Jiang Nanxia went on stage to receive the award, Tang Yu was not wiping her tears because she was a fan. She was moved. Tang Yu was moved for Jiang Nanxia. Lu Nancheng was a little disappointed. He would rather Tang Yu be a starstruck fan. He also doesn't want Tang Yu and Jiang Nanxia to be good friends. Because Jiang Nanxia rose to power thanks to her godfather, she has a bad reputation. Tang Yu and Jiang Nanxia drove off, and met Wen Yan at the hot pot restaurant. And Wen Yan picked up Tang and Doudou. Jiang Nanxia had already prepared gifts for Tang and Doudou. Wen Yan was very sorry, Xia, I'm really sorry, I wasn't there to congratulate you on such an important day. Jiang Nanxia stared into Wen Yan's eyes, and she was sure that Wen Yan had cried. She asked Wen Yan if it was true that your uncle. Xia. Wen Yan cut Jiang Nanxia off, saying, today we are here to congratulate you, so can we not talk about me? Wen Yan meant not talk about unhappy things, not mention me. Wen Yan added, my parents have been very good to me, and that's enough. Tang Yu and Jiang Nanxia nodded. The 3 adults and 2 children had a happy meal together. When Tang Yu returned with the 2 babies, she was surprised to see Lu Nancheng at the door. Lu Nancheng was carrying a takeaway box. Inside were cakes for Tang and Doudou. Dad. Tang immediately pounced on Lu Nancheng. Dad, you've come to see me and my brother? Lu Nancheng picked up Tang in one arm and looked down at the little boy standing next to Tang Yu. Both children looked exactly like Tang Yu, very pretty and delicate. Compared to the clingy Tang, the little boy has a little more aloofness about him. Tang, let me have a word with your mother, you go upstairs with your brother first. Lu Nancheng puts Tang down, hands her a packed lunchbox, and says, this is a cake, go upstairs and eat it with your brother. Tang obediently takes Doudou's hand and goes upstairs. Tang sees that Doudou is not talking and asks, brother, are you sad? Daddy didn't hug you. Doudou shook his head, pretending not to care, I'm a man. I'm not going to want a hug all the time like you girls. Tang listened absent-mindedly to her brother's words, her eyes fixed on the cake in her hands as she swallowed. Oh. Hey, brother, do you think this cake is delicious? Doudou took Tang's little hand and said, it should be very delicious. Tang became even more hungry, swallowing 2 mouthfuls in a row. Downstairs, Lu Nancheng cut to the chase and didn't say anything useless, but went straight to the topic of the day. He said, I don't care what your relationship with Jiang Nanxia is. Stay away from her. Isn't that going too far? I'm thinking of the 2 children. Don't let the children follow your bad example. Tang Yu angrily gasped a few times, saying, Lu Nancheng. Xia is not like that. I don't want you to learn from those boring people and talk about her behind her back too. Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu cut off Lu Nancheng's words and said angrily, "It's hard for a woman to work hard without support. Don't add fuel to the fire. She doesn't eat your rice or drink a drop of your water. Don't ruin her." Tang Yu turned around and walked into the hallway. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu's angry back, which seemed to be still burning with flames. He didn't expect Tang Yu to get so worked up over a friend. Just now, it looked like she was going to fight with him. It seems that his trip here was unnecessary. Precious children. Today, Lu Nancheng and Tang Yu officially signed a contract. Everyone, add a bookshelf and click to speed up the updates to help Guagua with the data. From now on, it will be updated on time. Love you all. Chapter 21. You can choose a woman without a sugar daddy. Heaven and Earth Bar. When Lu Nancheng entered, Jiang Nan was drinking with two beautiful women. No, I should say he was drinking with two princesses. The two princesses were dressed provocatively and their bodies were pressed tightly against Jiang Nan. They were even drinking from each other's glasses. Lu Nancheng frowned immediately, and a cold face like that of the Grim Reaper was instantly set in place. Jiang Nan saw that Lu Nancheng had arrived and waved at him. "Nancheng, you're here, sit here." Jiang Nan said, pushing one of the princesses next to him, "You go keep President Lu company." The princess was almost too beautiful to be true, and these two CEOs were notorious for their lack of interest in women. This was truly a blessing for them today. However, Lu Nancheng gave the princess a cold, blade-like glare, and she stood still. Lu Nancheng looked at Jiang Nan and said, "I'm leaving." "Hey, why are you leaving? Come on, have some fun." Lu Nancheng glanced back at Jiang Nan. He still didn't abandon Jiang Nan. He shouted at the two princesses, "Get out." In view of Lu Nancheng's deterrent power, the two princesses hurriedly got up and left. Lu Nancheng sat down disgusted. "What's wrong?" Jiang Nan poured a glass of wine for Lu Nancheng. He didn't answer Lu Nancheng's words, but asked Lu Nancheng in return, "I think you have a thing for Tang Yu, don't you?" Lu Nancheng lifted his glass and took a sip, but did not answer Jiang Nan's words. "How can you still fancy that woman when she is so uninhibited?" Jiang Nan was talking about the time 4 years ago when Tang Yu had a threesome with two men in a hotel. Lu Nancheng placed the glass heavily on the table, obviously not happy with what Jiang Nan had said. "You can't admit your mistakes?" Lu Nancheng said angrily, "You don't make mistakes?" Jiang Nan looked at Lu Nancheng, as if he was seeing a monster for the first time. "Are you going to accept her? You're not waiting for that girl?" Lu Nancheng suddenly saw Tang Yu's face in his mind at that moment. "Since when have you stopped being picky?" Jiang Nan still looked at Lu Nancheng as if he was looking at a monster. Lu Nancheng gave him a look. Although Lu Nancheng didn't say anything, Jiang Nan could already read Lu Nancheng's mind. He said, "You're right, you're not a virgin anymore, but you slept with one and she slept with two. But do you know if Tang Yu has had a man in all these years? If she has, you've lost out big time." Lu Nancheng really didn't like hearing what Jiang Nan said, even though Jiang Nan was telling the truth. "I can tell something's wrong with you today, what's wrong?" Lu Nancheng changed the subject and asked Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan tilted his head and finished the glass of wine in one go. He said, "I've kind of lost out." "What do you mean?" Lu Nancheng asked. Jiang Nan did not hide anything from Lu Nancheng. He said, "I quite like Jiang Nanxia, but my body is pure. However, Jiang Nanxia. Everyone in the world knows that Jiang Nanxia has recognized the great director Gu Shangming as his godfather. The role of a godfather is that of a goddaughter." Lu Nancheng glanced at Jiang Nan again. "If you mind, you can choose one without a godfather." "Nanchen, do you think if I find a few women to play around with, I can even things up with Jiang Naxia?" Lu Nanchen felt disgusted and almost vomited the wine that had just gone down his throat. However, Jiang Nan added, "I really don't understand. How can she face such an old man?" Lu Nanchen stood up and said to Jiang Nan, "Do whatever you want, just be happy. I'm leaving." After eating with Tang Yu and Wen Yan, Jiang Nanxia went home and locked herself in her room. Many friends called to ask her to go out and celebrate with them, and several big directors asked her to talk about the play, but she didn't go out. Ever since she recognized Gu Shangming as her godfather, there have been a lot of rumors, but she has faced them with her head held high and a calm demeanor. The words that stab her in the back have not defeated her. But today Tang Xiangnan's words sent her to hell. She suddenly realized that she was not that strong. She tried to hold back her tears. She wanted to warn herself to stay strong. But the tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. She couldn't figure it out, that man. Why did he insult her like that? She just met him. He could have ignored her if he didn't like her. Why? Jiang Nan could never figure out why Tang Xiangnan did what he did. She called Gu Shangming, "Godfather, I have something I want to ask you." "Nanxia, what's wrong?" Gu Shangming could hear Jiang Nanxia's nasal voice. She had a cold. Jiang Nanxia said, "Do you know Tang Xiangnan, the Tang family's eldest son?" Gu Shangming immediately laughed. "Why, do you like the Tang family's eldest son?" "Godfather doesn't know him, but if you like him, Godfather can ask someone to introduce you to." Jiang Nanxia hurriedly said, No, I was just asking." "Then take care of your health and take some cold medicine. I'm still busy here." After hanging up the phone with Gu Shangming, Jiang Nanxia frowned deeply. Tang Xiangnan was not a relative of Gu Shangming's, nor was he a relative of Gu Shangming's wife, so why did Tang Xiangnan hate her so much? Lu Nancheng had been in meetings all day, and when he came out of the meeting room, he felt a little tired. He pinched his eyebrows and returned to his office to sit at his desk and prepare to sign some documents. He suddenly realized that he hadn't seen the little girl called Tang for a few days. I wonder how they are doing recently. At this time, Lin Xiao came in to deliver some documents. Lu Nancheng picked up the documents Lin Xiao handed him and said, "Tell the security guard on the first floor that when Tang comes, don't stop her." "Yes." Lin Xiao answered, looking at Lu Nancheng and thinking to himself, "Boss, you miss Tang." However, Lu Nancheng let out a soft sigh. He thought, Tang Yu wouldn't be so stupid as to let her child run away again. Tang sneezed. Chapter 22. The Lu group was in an uproar again today. Their president actually did have a daughter. Tang sneezed again. Doudou put a jacket on Tang. Tang, be careful of catching a cold. "Brother, I miss Daddy." Tang pouted. Doudou blinked her big black bean-like eyes. "These past few days Mom has been very busy. She should be able to find an opportunity for Tang to go and see Daddy again." Wen's family. As soon as Wen Yan entered the door, when Dad asked Wen Yan, "Why didn't you go to work today, little Yan?" "Dad." Wen Yan said, "I don't want to work at the Wen group anymore. I want to find a new job outside." When Dad immediately rejected the idea, "Don't listen to your uncle. You are the daughter of Wen Jianxi and Feng Meiyun. Of course your mother and I want you to inherit the company. You are going to work at the company tomorrow. I dare anyone to stop you." Feng Meiyun came downstairs. "Little Yan, your father is right. No one can drive you out of the Wen family or the Wen group. If anyone dares to drive you away in the future, we will make them go away first." "Mom." Wen Yan's tears were flowing. "Dad. Thank you, but I don't want to make things difficult for you." Although Wen Yan signed a military order at the board meeting last time, Uncle Wen and the company's old guard still didn't buy it. Not only did they make things difficult for Wen Yan, they also put pressure on his father. In order not to make things difficult for his father, Wen Yan decided to give up. "Wen Yan, do you take your military orders seriously?" Wen Yan's father turned pale. "Silly boy." Feng Meiyun hugged Wen Yan tightly and said, "Don't ever think of leaving the Wen group again. And don't ever leave us." Wen Jianxi said, "You are Mom and Dad's only good daughter." Wen Yan's tears flowed like a burst dam, and she hugged her foster parents tightly. "No, not foster parents. They are her real mom and dad." The next day, Doudou used the same trick as last time, and after Tang Yu had driven them to the door, she said goodbye to Tang Yu. As Tang Yu turned to leave, Doudou told Tang not to be greedy this time, and to come back in an hour at the most. Tang raised her little hand and vowed, "I promise." Doudou sent Tang to the taxi, and he returned to the kindergarten and told the teacher, "Teacher, my younger sister has a cold today, and my mother took her to get a shot. Please excuse her for an hour." The teacher looked at Doudou. Tang Yu had explained to her that Tang Yu had to personally apply for leave for the two children in the future, as Tang Yu had been responsible for Tang Yu's sister sneaking off last time. The teacher told Doudou to go back to class first, and she called Tang Yu. No one answered Tang Yu's phone. However, the teacher soon received a text message from Tang Yu. "Hello, teacher. Tang Yu's sister has a cold today, so I'm taking her to get a shot. I'll be back in an hour." I'll send Tang Yu to school soon. The teacher believed the message from Tang Yu. Doudou quickly cancelled the call, forwarding on Tang Yu's phone from his watch phone, as his mother would find out if it was left on for too long. Lu Nancheng's head buzzed when he received the call from the security guard downstairs. His first reaction was that Tang Yu was so incompetent that she had let a 3-year-old child come to him alone again. But instead of scolding Tang Yu first, he quickly went downstairs to pick up Tang Yu as soon as possible. He was worried about Tang Yu. Tang anxiously waited for her father downstairs, and when she saw him, she ran over with her arms open. Everyone on the first floor was almost taken aback when they saw Lu Nancheng tenderly hug the little girl who had come to find her father. The Lu group was in an uproar again today. Their CEO actually did have a daughter. And Tang Yu gave birth to her. In Lu Nancheng's office, Tang wrapped her arms around his neck and said softly, "Daddy, can you not tell Mommy that I came here?" Could it be that Tang Yu really did teach the child to come to him? Lu Nancheng looked at the child and didn't think he was lying, but he hadn't dealt with children before, so he still didn't understand them. Lu Nancheng originally wanted to notify Tang Yu, but seeing the reluctance in Tang's eyes and her attachment to him, he nodded and said that he would not call his mother. Since Tang Yu had sent the child, Lu Nancheng was prepared to keep Tang for the day. He asked Lin Xiao to book a restaurant, and they booked the Jinjiang Hotel so that the chef could prepare early. Lu Nancheng said and asked Tang again, "Tang, do you like seafood?" Tang licked her lips and nodded vigorously. Lu Nancheng's face was beaming with a smile, and he continued to say to Lin Xiao, "Let's have a seafood banquet, and also order tickets for the amusement park, 2 tickets." After dinner, he wanted to take Tang to the amusement park. Children should like amusement parks. However, Tang said, "Dad, I want to go back." Lu Nancheng's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The child wanted to go, and there was nothing he could do to stop her. Tang was very eager to go to the seafood feast that Lu Nancheng had mentioned on the phone, but in order to come again next time, she had to make the hard decision to say goodbye. Lu Nancheng could see how reluctant his child was, but in fact, he was also a little reluctant. In order to spend more time with his child, Lu Nancheng postponed a 100 million investment meeting and personally took Tang to kindergarten. After seeing Tang enter the kindergarten, Lu Nancheng called Tang Yu. Tang Yu was a little puzzled when she saw it was Lu Nancheng calling, but she picked up the phone anyway. "Hello. I've dropped off Tang." Tang Yu stood up abruptly, her hair standing on end. "What did you say?" Lu Nancheng looked furious and disgusted. "What did you say I said?" "Tang Yu, Tang went to see you again?" "Lu Nancheng, didn't you know?" "Bowsy, please add a bookshelf and click to speed up the updates. Love you all." Chapter 23. Tang Yu refuses to add Lu Nancheng to WeChat. Lu Nancheng still thinks that Tang Yu is playing a trick on him. Although he doesn't have children, he knows that a kindergarten will not let a child just run away. This is the minimum management of a kindergarten. In the company, adults are not allowed to leave their posts casually, let alone kindergartens. And the Duo kindergarten where Tang is enrolled is a very famous and well-established kindergarten. The kindergarten is also surrounded by a high wall that no adult can climb over, so how could a child just run away? Tang Yu rushed to the kindergarten without stopping, and when she saw both children there, she let out a sigh of relief, but she was also very angry. Instead of scolding Tang, she pointed at Doudou and said, "Just you wait. I'll deal with you when we get home tonight." As she was leaving the kindergarten, Tang Yu saw Lu Nancheng standing at the entrance. Lu Nancheng walked over, took out his phone, added a WeChat account, and said, "If the kids come to me in the future, I'll let you know immediately." Lu Nancheng was a little convinced that Tang Yu wasn't behind this. Because Tang Yu's worried expression didn't seem like an act. And the kids were scared when they saw Tang Yu. He suddenly felt very sad for the kids, but he couldn't let them come out and look for him either, it really wasn't safe. However, Tang Yu said, "Just don't seduce them in the future, and I'll take care of them, I won't let them go looking for you again." After saying this, Tang Yu turned around and walked away. He left Lu Nancheng in the wind, disheveled. Lu Nancheng was disheveled in the wind for a while, and then he got into the car. Lin Xiao witnessed Lu Nancheng being rejected by Tang Yu for adding WeChat and abandoned. When Lu Nancheng got into the car, he didn't dare to say a word, and just silently started the car. Lu Nancheng was still sulking. He looked out of the window and saw Tang Yu walking over to the broken-down car. Lu Nancheng was a little puzzled. It seemed that Tang Yu always parked very far away from the kindergarten entrance. With a puzzled expression, Lu Nancheng asked Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, why does Tang Yu always park so far away?" Lin Xiao glanced back at Lu Nancheng, and he said, maybe she's afraid that the kindergarten teachers will see that her car is cheap. Lu Nancheng frowned slightly and said coldly, vanity. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Nancheng in the rearview mirror and said, Mr. Lu, it's also possible that Miss Tang is worried that the teachers will treat the children badly if they know she drives a cheap car, because many people judge people based on their appearance. Lu Nancheng's eyebrows spread, his eyes wide. He is in a high position, and he is surrounded by people from high society. Although he doesn't look down on people of lower status, it seems that he never interacts with them either. You go pick up a nicer car this afternoon to give to Tang Yu. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up from the rearview mirror. Although Lu Nancheng's voice was indifferent, this action was full of thought. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lin Xiao dared not be negligent, and said, I will go after I drop you off. Lin Xiao was very capable, and quickly picked out a BMW worth 1 million. He took a picture and sent it to Lu Nancheng. Mr. Lu, do you like this car? The chassis is high, so if Miss Tang wants to take the kids out to play, she can go off-road or something. And the car has a high safety factor, it's heavy and has a lot of capacity, so there's plenty of room for Miss Tang to bring the kids' stuff. Looking at the pictures and words Lin Xiao sent, Lu Nancheng was very satisfied and approved. You can deliver it to her. Yes, Mr. Lu. Tang Yu was dumbfounded after receiving the car keys from Lin Xiao. What's going on? Naturally, she refused to take anything. Miss Tang, I'm here on orders. If you don't take it, I can't explain. The car is parked downstairs. Lin Xiao put down the car keys and left. Tang Yu swallowed repeatedly, but her mouth kept secreting saliva in large quantities. She was already feeling uneasy and confused enough, and her colleagues, envious and curious, gathered around her. Tang Yu, was that just now Lin Xiao, the assistant to President Lu? Tang Yu didn't know whether to answer. Lu Nancheng's identity was too high. She couldn't handle it. She couldn't say it, because it might get her into trouble. In the beginning, because she was going to be engaged to Lu Nancheng, she was drugged and let to be defiled by another man. I don't know, he's got the wrong person. Tang Yu hid the car key in the palm of her hand. After Tang Yu left, several female colleagues gathered around and started talking. That person is definitely Lin Xiao. I've seen him on TV. He was standing next to President Lu when he attended an event. I also heard that the manager had approached Tang Yu some time ago, saying that General Manager Lu had called and asked Tang Yu to go to the Lu group. What is this Tang Yu's background? The women excitedly speculated one after the other. Chapter 24, Poking the Bear. In the afternoon, the kindergarten let out. Tang Yu went to pick up the children. Both babies were afraid that Tang Yu would scold them. But Tang Yu took a different approach this time. She would not speak to the two children. She wanted to have a cold war with the two babies. She wanted the two babies to know that she was really angry. No matter how the two little ones apologized, Tang Yu just wouldn't speak. She didn't even read the children their bedtime stories every night. Tang cried in distress, but Tang Yu still ignored him. In the end, Doudou soothed Tang to sleep. In Lu Nancheng's office, Zou came in. President Lu, Zou smiled, in fact, I should call you Brother Nancheng. How did you get in here? Lu Nancheng interrupted Zou's words. Already with a cold face, he pressed the phone in the secretary's office and said, Come here. Lu Nancheng just put down the phone, and the secretary ran in. Seeing Lu Nancheng's violent appearance, the secretary lowered her head and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lu? Who told you to let an irrelevant person in? Lu Nancheng's extremely cold words, coupled with his face full of man-eating rage, scared the secretary and she hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, it was Miss Zou. If you can't even look at the door, then get out. Lu Nancheng interrupted the secretary's words directly with insulting words. The secretary, Miss Sister, was so scared that she quickly pulled Zou away. Miss Zou, please leave. Brother Nancheng. Zou was pulled outside by the secretary and was abused by the secretary. Miss Zou, you don't know that you are not welcome here and you are even dragging us down. How thick-skinned are you? Zou was in a bad way. She has a master's degree. She is a high-achieving student. She is a shining presence wherever she goes. Today, she was humiliated like this by Lu Nancheng and Lu Nancheng's secretary. How can she face people in the future? Lu Nancheng in the office is still very angry. He has already determined that the person who drugged him 4 years ago was either Zou or second aunt. The reason why he has never resolved that matter is because, firstly, it is in the past, and secondly, he still cherishes a sense of kinship with second aunt. Even if he doesn't give second aunt face, he has to consider his mother's face. Because his mother and his aunt were very close. If he exposed his aunt, his mother would definitely come begging for mercy, and in the end, he would have to give his mother face. Rather than making a fuss and not being able to solve the substantive problem in the end, he would rather not bother. However, from then on, his aunt's family and Zou Wan would never get a kind word from him. However, Zou Wan had only been gone for a short while when Zou Jing arrived. Having just been taught a lesson by Zou Wan, the secretary did not dare to let Zou Jing in this time. Zou Jing's spoiled brat temper exploded all of a sudden. Pointing at the secretary, she scolded, "How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am?" How could the secretary not know who Zou Jing was? This was their President Lu's own cousin. Get out of the way. Zou Jing pushed the secretary aside and strode in. The secretary thought to herself, President Lu shouldn't be angry, should he? Zou Jing is his own cousin after all. Zou Jing pushed the door open. Lu Nancheng looked up and saw it was Zou Jing, and his anger suddenly flared up again. But Zou Jing refused to see Lu Nancheng's cold face, and walked over to him with a smile, saying, "Brother Nancheng." Lu Nancheng threw the pen in his hand, hugged his arms around his back, and said coldly, "Call me cousin." Zou Jing gave Lu Nancheng a coquettish look and said, "What do you like me to call you?" Zou Jing said as she walked towards Lu Nancheng. "Go out." Lu Nancheng pointed to the door and knocked on it again before entering. "Brother, I will either knock on the door myself and come back in, or I will call security to throw you out the window." Zou Jing stood there, her nostrils flaring with anger. Lu Nancheng picked up the phone and was about to call security. Zou Jing stamped her foot and turned to go out. Lu Nancheng got up and locked the door. Zou Jing knocked on the door from the outside. Lu Nancheng continued working. Ting-a-ling-a-ling, Zou Jing kept knocking and shouting, "Brother! Brother Nancheng! Open the door, cousin!" Until Zou Jing got tired of knocking, Lu Nancheng still didn't open the door. Zou Jing told the secretary to open the door for her. The secretary gave a wry smile and said, "Miss Zou, do you think we live too long? You'd better go. It's a good thing that Mr. Lu isn't coming out. If you really get him out, I'm afraid you and we will both be in trouble today." Zou Jing is Lu Nancheng's cousin, so she naturally knows his temper. She also knows that the secretary is telling the truth. Zou Jing grits her teeth, turns around, and leaves in shame. Tang Yu arrives at the Lu group and heads straight for the elevator. However, the receptionist on the first floor asks Tang Yu, "Who are you looking for?" "Mr. Lu." Tang Yu says this and continues walking towards the elevator. "Hey, wait. Everyone who goes to the Lu group has to register at the front desk." The receptionist called out to Tang Yu, "Which Lu are you looking for?" There are several Lus in the Lu group, and they are all general managers. Tang Yu replied, "Lu Nancheng." After that, Tang Yu lifted her foot and was about to leave again, but the receptionist not only grabbed her, but also sneered at Tang Yu fiercely. "What's wrong today? Has the heavens given you a unified set of nerves?" The other receptionist didn't even look at Tang Yu and said in a sarcastic tone, "A woman was just thrown out by Mr. Lu. She's even a relative of his." The receptionist didn't say much, but she directly called the security guard to get Tang Yu to leave. Tang Yu was angry, but she had no choice. She could only say, "I can call Lu Nancheng, right? If he agrees, I can go up, right?" When the receptionist and the security guard saw Tang Yu take out her phone and dial a number, they both felt a little apprehensive. They were both afraid that they had really offended someone they shouldn't have. Chapter 25. Those photos from back then were so explosive. However, Lu Nancheng's phone kept ringing, but no one answered. The receptionist and the security guard immediately let out a sigh of relief when they saw that Tang Yu hadn't made the call. The receptionist concluded that Tang Yu was pretending to make a call. "You're dialing the number of the universe?" "Humph." No one answered. "You're still using this trick to scare us. How shameless. How dare you curse?" Tang Yu glared fiercely at the receptionist. "Humph. Mr. Lu is upstairs. If you really called his number, why wouldn't he answer?" Tang Yu gritted her teeth in anger. "You call him. Tell him my name is Tang Yu." As soon as the receptionist heard Tang Yu's name, her eyes immediately widened like a pair of brass bells. Pointing at Tang Yu, she exclaimed in realization. I thought you looked familiar. It turned out that you are Tang Yu. 4 years ago, we all saw your photos online, but they were too shocking. Unfortunately, we can no longer see them. The insulting words stabbed Tang Yu's heart like a knife. Tang Yu's heart ached. Just as it did 4 years ago. The receptionist who spoke was pushed by another receptionist. The receptionist immediately dared not continue speaking. After all, it is not just a pretty face that can be the face of the Lu group. The little girl who came to see her father the other day said that her mother was Tang Yu. And that little girl is very loved by President Lu. And the second time she came, it was President Lu himself who came down to hug the child. They also heard the child call President Lu, Daddy. Just as the receptionists and security guards were wondering, Zou Jing came out of the elevator. Zou Jing had met Tang Yu before, after all, back then Tang Yu had almost become her sister-in-law. As soon as Zou Jing saw Tang Yu, she walked over to her, saying, Tang Yu, what are you doing here? Tang Yu didn't like Zou Jing at all. When she and Lu Nan had set their wedding date, she had only met him twice in a month, but she had met his cousin 40 times. Zou Jing went to trouble her almost every day, sometimes going to scold her twice a day. 4 years ago you weren't even worthy of being my cousin. Now you're notorious and you still have the nerve to come looking for your cousin. Tang Yu also said angrily, Zou Jing, I'm looking for Lu Nancheng, not you. Mind your own business. I'll take care of my cousin's affairs. Especially you bitch. As long as I'm around, you'll never get anywhere near your cousin. After Zou Jing's insults to Tang Yu, the receptionists and security guards automatically formed a line. Because Zou Jing was Lu Nancheng's cousin. Zou Jing dared to scold Tang Yu, which meant that Lu Nancheng didn't care about Tang Yu at all. If he cared, Lu Nancheng wouldn't have driven Tang Yu away back then. The receptionists and security guards thought about this, and immediately Tang Yu had a 360-degree U-turn. Zou Jing. Tang Yu clenched her fists in anger. Zou Jing sneered, What, you still want to hit me? I dare you to try. Don't you even think about touching me. One of the receptionists walked up to Zou Jing and whispered in her ear, Miss Zou, just now Tang Yu called Mr. Lu. Zou Jing heard this and looked at the phone in Tang Yu's hand. Jealousy instantly flared up within her. She reached over and snatched the phone from Tang Yu. You still have your cousin's phone number. Who gave you the nerve? Give it to me. Tang Yu went up to grab her own phone. Zou Jing slammed Tang Yu's phone onto the floor. I told you to call your cousin. You bitch. Tang Yu's phone didn't break. Just then, Tang Yu's phone rang. Because Tang Yu's phone was on the floor, with the screen facing upwards, everyone could see that the words on the screen were Lu Nancheng. Everyone was terrified, as if they had seen a demon. Zou Jing panicked for a second, and immediately said, This definitely wasn't a call from my cousin. Tang Yu, you bitch, you deliberately saved your cousin's name as the contact number to scare people. Everyone looked at each other, but their expressions remained scared. Because there were only the 3 words Lu Nancheng on the screen, and no number was displayed. Tang Yu picked up the phone on the ground and was about to answer it when Zou Jing came up and snatched it from her. This time, Tang Yu was quick and raised her hand high to avoid Zou Jing's hand. She quickly answered the phone, which was ringing, and put it on speakerphone. Before Tang Yu could say anything, the phone connected, and Lu Nancheng's voice came from the other end. What are you doing? Don't answer the phone. That was Lu Nancheng's voice. Everyone heard it. Lu Nancheng's voice was unique, deep, and displeased. Tang Yu looked at Zou Jing, about to speak to Lu Nancheng, but Lu Nancheng said, What were you doing just now on the phone? I was in the bathroom, and I didn't bring my phone. Chapter 26 Tang Yu's evidence of seducing Lu Nancheng is conclusive. Everyone was stunned again. The aloof man had actually said something like going to the bathroom to Tang Yu. Tang Yu didn't expect Lu Nancheng to say such intimate things. She said, I'm downstairs. I need to see you about something. Your cousin, the receptionist, and the security guard won't let me go up. Lu Nancheng stood up abruptly, angry that he thought Zou Jing and the receptionist were making things difficult for Tang Yu. But Lu Nancheng quickly restrained his anger, because he thought that Tang Yu must have come to him to return the car. I was just about to go out, so you go back first. I'll come find you tomorrow. Whether or not others were shocked, Tang Yu was shocked. She said, What do you want from me? I have something to ask you now. If you let me go up, it will only take a minute of your time. For a minute, Lu Nancheng was even more certain that Tang Yu had come to return the car, and immediately said, You go back first. Lu Nancheng hung up the phone. Tang Yu discovered that she had been hung up on. She looked at the screen before she tried to call back. Zou Jing snatched Tang Yu's phone away from her. You still want to seduce your cousin? He doesn't even care about you anymore and you still want to seduce him. Tang Yu, you're shameless. Zou Jing. Don't even try to argue. We heard everything just now. You're the one pestering your cousin. Zou Jing said, raising her hand and slapping Tang Yu across the face. You bitch. Tang Yu is no longer the soft potato that let people push her around 4 years ago. Over the years, she has long since put on her armor to protect her children. Tang Yu grabbed Zou Jing's hand and said, How dare you hit me? Even if I seduce Lu Nancheng, the one who should teach me a lesson is Lu Nancheng. What are you? Tang Yu. How dare you? I dare everything. Tang Yu cut off Zou Jing's words directly. This made Zou Jing so angry that she almost vomited blood. She was born a lady with a golden key, and from childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered the slightest bit of humiliation. Today, Tang Yu actually dared to speak to her like that. At this moment, Lin Xiao walked over, and Zou Jing hurriedly pushed Tang Yu away and complained to Lin Xiao, you help me beat her up. Tang Yu, you bitch. Miss Zou. Lin Xiao coldly interrupted Zou Jing's words, you'd better pay attention. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's words made it clear that he was protecting Tang Yu. Lin Xiao didn't even look at Zou Jing, but walked straight up to Tang Yu and said respectfully, Miss Tang, Mr. Lu said to ask you to go home today, and that he will come find you tomorrow. Zou Jing's eyes widened in anger, and she said, Lin Xiao, why are you being so polite to her? She's been pestering my cousin. Miss Zou. Lin Xiao interrupted Zou Jing, and his tone and expression were angry. Instead, when he spoke to Tang Yu, he was very respectful. Lin Xiao looked at the receptionists and security guards again and said, the new receptionists and security guards will be here soon. You can all go back and prepare for the handover. You are all fired. Then, to everyone's surprised expression, Lin Xiao said to Zou Jing again, Miss Zou, President Lu said that you have been banned from the Lu family. You are not allowed to appear in this building in the future. Lin Xiao, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? Miss Zou. Lin Xiao's voice was still very heavy as he said, do you want to leave on your own or do I have to invite you? Several receptionists and security guards began to beg Lin Xiao, Assistant Lin, it's our fault for not seeing talent. This is what Mr. Lu wants, so you don't need to say anything else. Go prepare for the handover. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he politely made a gesture of invitation to Tang Yu, Miss Tang, please go back. I'm not leaving. Tang Yu said, if you take me up there, I'll just hold him up for a minute, no, half a minute. After saying this, Tang Yu ignored Lin Xiao's attempts to stop her and walked straight towards the elevator. Lin Xiao didn't dare to throw Tang Yu out, so he hurriedly chased after her. Tang Yu had already pressed the elevator button. Lin Xiao hurriedly said, Miss Tang, that elevator doesn't go to President Lu's office. Lin Xiao saw that he could not stop Tang Yu, so he opened the exclusive elevator for Lu Nancheng for Tang Yu. You were here last time, and the elevator will automatically stop on the 18th floor. Everyone saw Lin Xiao respectfully escorting Tang Yu into Lu Nancheng's exclusive elevator, and they wanted to go back a little while ago when Lin Xiao also respectfully escorted a woman into Lu Nancheng's elevator. Except that time, that woman walked in with Lin Xiao. Everyone then realized that the woman Lin Xiao brought in that time might have been Tang Yu. Chapter 27 Lu Nancheng chases Tang Yu. As soon as Tang Yu entered the elevator, Lin Xiao called Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng had already told the secretary's office. The several beautiful sisters in the secretary's office stood neatly and greeted Tang Yu with spirit. Tang Yu's first words when she saw Lu Nancheng were, don't blame Lin Xiao, he stopped me, but he couldn't stop me. Lu Nancheng didn't blame Lin Xiao at all. He sat on the sofa and said, please sit down. Tang Yu did not sit down. She placed the car keys on the coffee table and said, I don't know what you mean by giving me a car. Don't get me wrong, I'm just thinking about the children. Lu Nancheng said indifferently. Tang Yu bowed to Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng looked up at Tang Yu and said, you sit down and talk. No need. I'll give you back the car keys. We've made ourselves clear. I'm leaving. Tang Yu turned around and really left. Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng stood up. He was a little angry. Don't you feel hypocritical for taking the kids a short distance every day to avoid the teacher? Tang Yu stared at Lu Nancheng for several seconds, not understanding what he meant, or how he knew that she sent the kids to school far away every day for that reason. Just consider it my compensation for breaking off our engagement back then. Lu Nancheng said, picking up the car keys and handing them to Tang Yu. Tang Yu's face did not show any signs of anger, but it was clear that she was very sad. Lu Nancheng's deep eyes locked on every change in Tang Yu's facial expression. He didn't think Tang Yu was pretending. He took Tang Yu's hand and placed the car key in it, but before he could say anything else, Tang Yu pulled her hand back. She said, Mr. Lu, your help now is like a summer stove to me. I don't need it anymore. Please donate the money to children in the mountains. I can support my own child. After saying this, Tang Yu turned around and walked away. Lu Nancheng grabbed him and shouted Tang Yu's name angrily, Tang Yu. Mr. Lu. Tang Yu retorted, what do you want? 4 years ago I begged you so much. Please help me. I even knelt down for you, but you abandoned me like everyone else. Now, I've survived. I've survived, and you're playing the good guy again. Tang Yu emphasized the word you in her words. Lu Nancheng was stunned by Tang Yu's shouting. Tang Yu turned her head away, so Lu Nancheng couldn't see the tears in her eyes. She added, Lu Nancheng, I will definitely control my daughter this time. She will definitely not bother you again. After saying this, Tang Yu left decisively. Lu Nancheng froze in place. He thought back to 4 years ago. That day, Tang Yu went to see him. Tang Yu seemed to say, please help me find out who that man is. Tang Yu also said that only he could help her. But at that time, he didn't really listen to what Tang Yu said. He was also distracted because he had been drugged. At that time, he just wanted to dissolve his marriage with Tang Yu and draw a line, of course not because he heard that Tang Yu was having a threesome with a man, but also because he had had an affair with another woman. Lu Nancheng raised his feet and took big strides to chase after her, but Tang Yu's figure was no longer in the corridor. Where was Tang Yu? Lu Nancheng angrily asked the secretary. The secretary was startled and quickly pointed to the elevator, saying that Miss Tang had gone down. Lu Nancheng raised his feet and walked towards the elevator. The secretary stood still, watching Lu Nancheng hurry off. He asked the other secretary beside him, did Mr. Lu go after Miss Tang? The other secretary nodded slowly, I think so. The secretaries felt like they were having a nightmare. Their cold and ruthless boss, who was notorious for his womanizing, had actually gone after a woman. This had never happened before. Tang Yu walked down the stairs and just reached the center of the hall when everyone's attention was focused on her like a searchlight. Everyone was wondering why Tang Yu had come down so quickly. She had just been escorted up by Lin Xiao himself. And Lin Xiao had called Lu Nancheng the moment the elevator door closed. They had heard Lin Xiao say, Mr. Lu, I couldn't stop Miss Tang, she's already gone up. Since Lin Xiao had opened the elevator, that meant Lu Nancheng had allowed Tang Yu to go up with him. But why would Tang Yu spend time with the CEO for even a short while? Tang Yu also felt those hot and burning gazes, so she could only walk quickly with her head down. Suddenly, Lu Nancheng's figure appeared in people's line of sight. Lu Nancheng chased after her and called out, Tang Yu. This shout of Tang Yu startled everyone. Lu Nancheng had run down to chase after Tang Yu. This was too surreal. Chapter 28, do you want me to describe to you in detail how I had sex with another man? Lu Nancheng directly put his arm around Tang Yu's waist and led her away. Lu Nancheng, let go of me. Where are you taking me? Everyone in the hall was about to be tortured to death. They didn't know whether their boss Lu liked Tang Yu or hated her. If he liked her, why did it seem like they were about to fight? If he didn't like her, why was their boss Lu hugging Tang Yu? You have to know that Lu Nancheng is notorious for not being interested in women. Not to mention Lu Nancheng hugging a woman. It's impossible for a woman to even try to get close to Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng kept taking Tang Yu to his car. When Tang Yu wanted to get out, Lu Nancheng held her back. Tang Yu. I don't mean anything by this. Lu Nancheng. What do you want? Tang Yu interrupted Lu Nancheng's words and tearfully complained. Lu Nancheng handed Tang Yu a tissue and passed it over. Tang Yu angrily took the tissue and wiped her tears. Lu Nancheng lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of scaring Tang Yu, and asked her, 4 years ago, that thing, you were also. Lu Nancheng. As she listened to Lu Nancheng's stammering and hesitant words, all the blood in Tang Yu's body rushed to her face. Her face turned red, and she said to Lu Nancheng, What do you want? Do you want me to describe to you in detail how I had sex with another man? Lu Nancheng. I was very happy that night. So happy that I gave birth to twins for that man. So, they are fatherless children. In the future, don't you fucking come over all sympathetic and pity me. Tang Yu finished speaking in one sentence with great effort, then pulled open the car door and got out. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu with his own eyes hail a taxi and go resolutely. Tang Yu went home and cried her heart out. She thought that after 4 years her wounds had healed. She thought that after 4 years had passed, people had already forgotten her. But she never expected that there were still so many self-righteous people who thought they were God coming to condemn her. Lu Nancheng in particular. Does he really think he is God? Tang Yu wiped away her tears after crying for a while, because life still had to go on. She sent a text message to her manager and asked for half a day off. When school let out, she washed her face and went to pick up the children from kindergarten. These past few days she still hadn't spoken to the children. In fact, she couldn't hold back any longer, but in order to make the children completely give up the idea of going to see Lu Nancheng, she still couldn't speak to them. Mommy, you've been crying? Tang Yu's eyes were red when Tang Yu saw them. Tang Yu, who had returned home after being insulted by Lu Nancheng, felt even more sorry for her children. But in order to prevent her children from going to Lu Nancheng again, Tang Yu still pretended to be very angry in front of them. The two babies thought their mother was still angry with them. Tang tried to hug her mother. Tang Yu still didn't say a word, and directly pushed Tang's little hands away to go cook. Doudou said to Tang, "It seems that for the time being, we can't go to see Dad anymore. Mom is really angry." Tang's mouth pouted even more. "Why didn't Dad come looking for us? I miss Dad so much." "Because Dad doesn't know that we are his children." Tang was even more confused. "But I already told him that he is our dad. Why doesn't he believe me?" Facing Tang's question, Doudou let out a long sigh like a big boy. "He doesn't disbelieve you, he just doesn't believe what you say. We are too young to convince him. Let's go and talk to Dad and sort it out." Tang, look, your mommy is crying because she's angry, and you want to go and see Dad? Be a good girl, and don't mention Dad to your mommy for a while. Tang looked back at Tang Yu, who was cooking in the kitchen, and pouted with her lips pursed in grievance. At dinner, Tang asked Tang Yu pitifully, "Mommy, when are you going to talk to Tang?" Tang Yu looked at Tang and felt that the time was right. She said, "When do you stop going to see Lu Nancheng, and I will forgive you." Doudou quickly went up and hugged Tang Yu. "Mom, I'm sorry, I promise I will never help Tang go find Dad." "Oh no, Lu Nancheng again." Tang heard her brother's promise, and although she didn't want to part with Lu Nancheng as her father, she quickly raised her little hand and said, "Mom, I promise too." After the children made their promises, Tang Yu ended the Cold War with her children. Chapter 29, This is True Love. Lu Nancheng called Tang Xiangnan to go out for a drink. Tang Xiangnan said he had something to do and couldn't go. Lu Nancheng was about to drink alone when Tang Xiangnan arrived. As soon as Tang Xiangnan sat down, he poured himself a glass and gulped it down. Lu Nancheng surveyed Tang Xiangnan and felt that Tang Xiangnan was even more sad than he was. "Is it because you're being pressured to get married again?" Lu Nan asked. Tang Xiangnan took a heavy breath, drank the entire glass of wine, and poured himself another glass. "Do you want to drink or talk?" Lu Nan stood up and was about to leave. "If you want to drink, drink slowly, I'm leaving." "Didn't you tell me to come drink?" Tang Xiangnan looked up at Lu Nan. "I did ask you to keep me company." Lu Nancheng sat down and said, "Go ahead, what's wrong?" Tang Xiangnan put down his wine glass and said, "That woman. I let go of my grudges and asked her out, but she rejected me." "Which woman?" Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Xiangnan and had never heard of Tang Xiangnan asking a woman out on his own. This was true love. Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan? Lu Nancheng didn't know why Tang Yu popped into his head. But he didn't want Tang Yu to associate with Jiang Nan. "Are you sure you want to find a celebrity?" Lu Nancheng asked again. "I just really like Jiang Nan. You've only met her once." Tang Xiangnan looked at Lu Nancheng and said, "You don't like her?" "Ha!" Lu Nancheng sneered, "I definitely don't like her." "Then you like Tang Yu?" Tang Xiangnan said it in the affirmative, because he was sure that Lu Nancheng went to the film festival for Tang Yu. Without waiting for Lu Nancheng to say anything, Tang Xiangnan added, "You don't mind Tang Yu anymore, do you?" Back then, she Tang Xiangnan. Lu Nancheng suddenly interrupted Tang Xiangnan's words in a stern voice. Can you stop gossiping behind other people's backs like a woman? Tang Xiangnan stretched his neck and looked at Lu Nancheng, so angry, he really fell in love with Tang Yu. Tang Xiangnan said this in the affirmative. Lu Nancheng stood up angrily without saying a word and walked away with his foot raised. But as soon as he reached the door, he turned back, sat down again, and said, 4 years ago, Tang Yu didn't seem to do it willingly. She might have been framed, just like me. Tang Xiangnan stared at Lu Nancheng with his straight eyes for several seconds. Are you serious? You're not waiting for that girl? Lu Nancheng squinted his eyes and stared straight ahead, speaking in a helpless tone. Tang Yu is having a hard time with 2 children. If I don't help her, who will? Tang Xiangnan stood up straight from his seat. You want to be the stepfather of Tang Yu's children? Lu Nancheng gave Tang Xiangnan a glance. Although he didn't like what Tang Xiangnan said, in fact, he seemed to have already decided to do it. Wen's group. When Jianqi walked into the meeting room with Wen Yan. Wen's second uncle stood up abruptly and pointed at Wen Yan and said, Big brother. How could you bring her in here? Today is a high-level meeting. When Jianqi sat in the chairman's seat and asked Wen Yan to sit next to him. He said to everyone, from today on, my daughter, Wen Yan, officially joins the board of directors. When Jianqi's second uncle's face stretched as long as a donkey's face, his eyes like bronze bells. He said angrily, Big brother, is she your real daughter? She's just someone you picked up. When Jianhua, shut up. When Jianqi slammed the table and shouted, Wen Yan is my daughter. Whoever dares to say anything unpleasant to me in the future, I will kick them out of the board of directors. Because of Wen Jianqi's authority, everyone was unconvinced in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say another word. Wen Yan stood up and bowed to the shareholders. She said, Shareholders, uncles and aunts, I am not sitting here today to take anyone's share, so please don't be nervous. I hope you can give me a chance to contribute to the Wen group. If you give me the opportunity, I will repay you with practical actions. If I cannot bring more benefits to the Wen group and to all shareholders within 1 year, I will resign from the board of directors. As soon as Wen Yan finished speaking, someone immediately started complaining. The young lady is frivolous. Anyone can say sweet nothings. That's right. Don't cry and say we bullied you if you can't do it and refuse to go. You're right. We won't fall for that little girl's tricks. With a bang, when Jianqi slammed his hand on the table. You all said she was just a child. Who among you dares to tell me firmly that you will do your best for the company? The shareholders said again, look at that. I knew you two were just trying to sell us a dream. Wen Yan did not flinch in the face of these scornful denials. She said, I can sign a military order. If I cannot create value and profits for the company, I will never join Wen's. Wen Yan. When Jianqi wanted to say something else, but Wen Yan called out, Dad. Then Wen Yan added, I won't lose. In fact, Wen Yan wasn't sure, and she was just trying to reassure her father. Her father wanted her to join the company, but her uncle was eyeing it, and the other shareholders were not convinced. She had to produce some results to convince everyone. If she couldn't produce results, even if she joined the board of directors, she would delay the Wen group. Uncle Wen came to Wen Yan with a written order for her to sign. Before signing the order, he made it clear, within 1 year, the profit you personally create for the company must be 10% of Wen's annual income. Second brother, do you know what 10% is? For a child, you are being too harsh. Wen Jianqi was very angry. However, Uncle Wen said, Big brother, since she is a child, let her go home. This is a company, not a kindergarten. Fine, Wen Yan took the pen and signed. I promise. Seeing Wen Yan sign, his uncle couldn't hide his smugness. He was certain that Wen Yan would never be able to do it. Because that was no small sum of money. He just waited for the 1-year deadline to pass and then kicked the wild girl out of the Wen family. One shareholder said, Young lady, you. Shut up. When Jianqi angrily said. My daughter has already signed it, what more do you want? Meeting. Anyone who says anything unrelated to the meeting is fired. Chapter 30, Scandal. Jiang Nan walked out of the film crew, when suddenly a sports car stopped next to her as fast as an arrow. Jiang Nan was so scared that she took several steps back. Tang Xiangnan got out of the car and walked over to Jiang Nan, holding a large bouquet of red roses. This is for you. I'm sorry about the other day. Tang Shangnan just said sorry, and Jiang Nanxia's heart suddenly felt as if it had been turned upside down by the Monkey King's rampage at the bottom of the sea. Tang Shangnan brushed his hair, making a cool and handsome gesture. What, you don't recognize me? After the words, Tang Shangnan straightened up and gave a bow to Jiang Nanxia, just like a good student to his teacher. Then let me formally introduce myself, Tang Shangnan, your fan. Jiang Nanxia blinked her eyes, and she felt inexplicably lost for some reason. She didn't know what she was missing. Seeing that Jiang Nanxia was not speaking, Tang Shangnan placed the bouquet directly in Jiang Nanxia's hands. May I invite Miss Jiang to have lunch? Jiang Nanxia was still stunned. But a strong fragrance of roses had already intruded her heart. Tang Shangnan directly took her away. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. Jiang Nanxia only reacted then, and hurriedly refused. Mr. Tang. Let go of me. Please. Tang Shangnan said. I'm at least 1.8 meters tall, and this is the first time I've asked a woman out, so it's a bit embarrassing to be rejected. Jiang Nanxia was at a loss for words at Tang Shangnan's words. What? Do you want me to beg you? Oh no. Jiang Nanxia hurriedly waved her hands. Let's just go then. Tang Shangnan opened the door of the sports car and pushed Jiang Nanxia into his car. He closed the door and a wicked smile came to the corner of his mouth. Then he waved an OK sign in the direction behind him. At this moment, Jiang Nanxia, who was sitting in the car, did not see Tang Shangnan's eyes or movements at all. She just had a pounding heart. Tang Shangnan got in the car and pulled Jiang Nanxia directly to the Western restaurant. The atmosphere in the Western restaurant was simply romantic. Combined with Tang Shangnan's flirtatious actions, it made Jiang Nanxia's heart rise and fall. She almost forgot the merciless insult this man had given her a few days ago. A romantic piece of light music from a violin sounded behind them. Jiang Nanxia looked back and saw the violin playing for her. What do you think? Do you like it? Jiang Nanxia looked back again and saw Tang Shangnan's handsome face. She was suddenly a little infatuated again. Just like the day of the film festival, she fell in love with him at first sight. I've cleared the place for you, today there's just you and me here, you can eat whatever you want, no one will take your picture. As Tang Shangnan finished speaking, a waiter pushed a cart out. The cart was full of red roses. A cart full of red roses came into view. It's for you, do you like it? Tang Shangnan's rich and magnetic voice was especially gentle, and he looked at Jiang Nanxia with tender eyes. Jiang Nanxia's heart immediately fluttered. Tang Shangnan raised the wine, his eyes flirtatious, xia xia. Jiang Nanxia was startled by Tang Shangnan's xia xia, and her heart trembled. She was captured. She raised her glass, shyly clinked it with Tang Shangnan, and then said, thank you. Thank you? Tang Shangnan didn't know why Jiang Nanxia said thank you, he just said, congratulations on our wonderful start. Jiang Nanxia's heartstrings were once again stirred. Her heart was beating fast. Tang Shangnan drank the wine and took out a beautiful gift box and handed it to Jiang Nanxia. What? Jiang Nanxia didn't know what was in the gift box, but she was very touched. Tang Shangnan opened the box, and a sparkling diamond necklace immediately caught her eye. Jiang Nanxia was no stranger to expensive items. She was certain that this was an extremely valuable necklace. She quickly waved her hands, saying that it was too valuable and that she couldn't accept it. Jiang Nanxia spoke very firmly. Although she really liked this man, she really didn't intend to accept this gift. However, Tang Shangnan directly got up and put the diamond necklace around Jiang Nanxia's neck. No! Jiang Nanxia hurriedly stopped him. Don't move! Tang Shangnan said sternly, determined to put the necklace around Jiang Nanxia's neck. Jiang Nanxia's heart blossomed, and her face had already turned red beyond words. She bit her lip and couldn't say a word. Tang Shangnan slowly leaned over, resting his chin on Jiang Nanxia's shoulder. Jiang Nanxia stiffened and tried to turn around to push him away. However, Tang Shangnan wrapped Jiang Nanxia tightly in his arms. His lips had moved to Jiang Nanxia's ear. He kissed her ear gently. Jiang Nanxia shivered and tried to escape from his embrace. However, Tang Shangnan held her even tighter, and then he gave her neck a hard peck. Jiang Nanxia's delicate skin felt a little painful. But this feeling made her tremble. Tang Shangnan didn't expect Jiang Nanxia to be so sensitive. In fact, he was also very excited the moment he touched her, and his body had a physical response. But this woman is dirty. He really dislikes her. He let go of Jiang Nan, and Tang Nan looked at her rosy little face, and he was even more angry in his heart. He felt that this shyness of Jiang Nan's was something that an innocent little girl should have. He even had a mental image of Jiang Nan pleasuring the old man Gu Shangming. His hand, which was hanging down his thigh, clenched into a fist. But his face was a cheeky and handsome smile. It was this kind of man, who was both cool and affectionate, that made Jiang Nan intoxicated. After dinner, Tang Shangnan took Jiang Nan out of the restaurant and drove directly to the hotel. Jiang Nan looked at the hotel and innocently asked Tang Shangnan, "Why did you bring me here?" "We've eaten, it's time to do something else." Tang Shangnan's voice was a little flirty. Jiang Nan was a little stunned. Tang Shangnan leaned close to Jiang Nan's ear and, "I told you, I'm your fan. You should try the taste of a fan. It's softer and chewier than an old man. You can eat it in one bite." A hot breath from Tang Shangnan's mouth spread through Jiang Nan's neck. Jiang Nan glanced sideways at Tang Shangnan. She could only see Tang Shangnan's evil grin. Jiang Nan bit her lip and once again could not say a word. She pushed Tang Shangnan away, turned around and quickly ran out. Jiang Nan's phone was blowing up. Her news instantly became a hot search. After Jiang Nan became famous, she kicked her godfather, Director Gu, and successfully hooked up with Tang's son. They flirted on the street, then went out for Western food, and then checked into a hotel. The explosive news was accompanied by pictures that illustrated the facts. There were several pictures, including one of Jiang Nan getting into Tang Shangnan's sports car on the street. There is a photo of Tang Shangnan personally putting a diamond necklace on Jiang Nan's neck in a Western restaurant. There is also a photo of the two of them walking into a hotel. There is even a clear picture of a kiss mark on her neck. The fact that Jiang Nan and Tang Shangnan, the young master of the Tang family, had a hotel room together was flying all over the place like a fact hammered into a board. Jiang Nan didn't shed a tear, but her heart was broken into pieces. Chapter 31, Here Comes the Love Rival. Lu Nancheng came to see Tang Yu and saw her rushing out. Lu Nancheng guessed that Tang Yu was going to see Jiang Nan, so he quickened his pace and went to meet her. However, a man suddenly appeared in Lu Nancheng's line of sight. Tang Yu was surprised to see Gao Yun. "Yun Ge? Why are you here? When did you come back to the country?" Gao Yun saw Tang Yu's panicked expression and hurried manner. Tang Yu was still thinking about Jiang Nan and quickly lifted her foot and ran. "Brother Yun, I have something urgent to do, I have to go." "Hey, you. Gao Yun held Tang Yu back and said, "Where are you going? I'll give you a lift." Tang Yu thought about her little broken car that couldn't go fast, so she agreed to let Gao Yun give her a lift. She said, "Thank you." Gao Yun quickly opened the car door for Tang Yu. When Tang Yu got into the car, Gao Yun also put his hand on Tang Yu's back to help her. Lu Nancheng's face immediately turned black. Then he watched with his own eyes as the Cayenne took Tang Yu and left. Lu Nancheng went straight to the LK building. He went into his office, and the manager quickly ran over when he heard the sound. "President Lu, you're here. Is there something wrong?" Lu Nancheng glanced at the manager and said, "Call Tang Yu over here." "Tang Yu?" The manager hurriedly said. Tang Yu just said she had an emergency and took off in a hurry. Lu Nancheng of course knew that Tang Yu was not at the company. He just wanted to call Tang Yu back. The manager saw that Lu Nancheng's face was as dark as thunder and hail about to fall, so he hurriedly said again, "She seemed to really have an emergency, so I gave her leave." Lu Nancheng originally wanted to say for the manager to call Tang Yu back, but he ultimately did not say those words. Instead, he got up and left. The manager hurried after him. "Mr. Lu, when Tang Yu comes back, I'll let her know you came to see him." Lu didn't say anything, but he was very angry and left. Bar. By the time Lu arrived, Tang had already gotten himself drunk. "Look at you, half dead. If you like it, don't mind it." Lu was also angry with himself, and seeing Tang in this state made him feel even worse. Lu Nancheng poured himself a glass of wine, but just as he lifted the glass, Tang Shangnan knocked it over with a drunken fist. The wine spilled on Lu Nancheng's expensive shirt. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Tang Shangnan said, picking up the bottle, "I'll pour you another glass, and I'll buy you a new shirt." "No, 10 new shirts." "What are you doing?" Lu Nancheng gave Tang Shangnan a disgusted look, got up and walked out. He had just reached the bathroom and was about to deal with the wine stains on his clothes when he heard a few people discussing. "Hey, I really didn't expect that Jiang Nan is such a woman. How could someone like Tang like her? Jiang Nan is also quite good, she is so popular now. But she is Gu Shengming's goddaughter, and Tang Xiao is clean and pure, so how can she be worthy of him? Lu Nancheng then took out his phone and opened the web page, and saw that the screen was full of news about Jiang Nan and Tang Xiangnan. Without bothering to wipe the wine stains on his clothes, Lu Nancheng returned to the private room, grabbed Tang Xiangnan, who was lying on the sofa, and said, "Did you do it?" Tang Xiangnan spoke incoherently, "I'm here. Let's have a drink." "Did you do it?" Although it was a question, Lu Nancheng had already determined the answer. He threw Tang Xiangnan onto the sofa and said fiercely, "Do you look like a man? Do you still have any dignity? If you don't like her, why did you have to ruin her?" At this moment, Lu Nancheng's mind was filled with the words Tang Yu had said to him. It's hard for a woman to work hard without support. Don't add fuel to the fire. She doesn't eat your rice or drink your water. Don't ruin her. Perhaps it was because of what Tang Yu had said that Lu Nancheng was so angry at the moment. Lu Nancheng suddenly thought, could it be that Tang Yu took the day off and ran out because she learned about Jiang Nan's affair? Or maybe Tang Yu couldn't find anyone to help her, so she just called a man to help. So that man wasn't Tang Yu's boyfriend, but someone Tang Yu called to help. Lu Nancheng called Tang Xiangnan's bodyguard to come pick up Tang Xiangnan, and he quickly left. After leaving the bar, Lu Nancheng called Tang Yu. The phone rang several times before it was answered. Tang Yu's voice came over the phone, very quietly, "Hello. Tang Yu, where are you?" "Lu, what's up?" "I asked where you are." Tang Yu glanced back at Jiang Nanxia, who was crying over there, and said to Lu Nancheng, "Mr. Lu, I have an urgent matter here, I have to go." Lu Nancheng was about to speak when Tang Yu hung up the phone without any further ado. "Tang Yu." Lu Nancheng clenched his fists in anger. No one had ever hung up on him before. Tang Yu was the first. Chapter 32. There was no other reason, just that he wanted to play with her. Gu Shengming comforted Jiang Nanxiao on the phone. "Xia, don't be sad, I'll solve this for you. I'll make that kid apologize to you publicly." Gu Shengming immediately wanted to take the hot search down, but the response he got was, "Sorry, Director Gu, we can't do that. We can't stop the traffic from the entire country." Gu Shengming was furious when he heard this. "Do you think I'm stupid?" The other party then told Gu Shengming the truth. "Sorry, Gu Shengming, someone from above has ordered us not to remove it. There's nothing we can do." Gu Shengming naturally knew that it was Tang Xiangnan who was behind the prank. When he found Tang Xiangnan, he clenched his fists in anger and said, "Tang, what's your problem with Xia?" Tang Xiangnan saw that Gu Shengming wanted to chop the old man up. "What? Cutting into your heart's desire, are you unhappy?" Tang Xiangnan's body reeked of alcohol, which made Gu Shengming frown. But for Jiang Nan, Gu Shengming, a well-known director, compromised and said, "Even if Xia has offended you, I will apologize to you on her behalf. A girl's reputation is very important, so please let her go." "Reputation?" Tang Xiangnan looked at Gu Shengming askance. "Her reputation and yours have spread all over the world." He said, "Xia and I are not what the internet says we are. This is what you are." Tang Xiangnan interrupted Gu Shengming. He didn't want to hear a man say nice things about Jiang Nan in front of him. Gu Shengming clenched his fists and asked Tang Xiangnan, "What do you want?" "Nothing, I just want to play with her." Tang Xiangnan's words surprised and angered Gu Shengming. He didn't expect Tang Xiangnan to speak so rudely. He said, "The legendary Tang Dashou is not this shameless." "Why? You can play with her, why can't I? I have money." Tang Xiangnan directly threw a black gold card on the table. Pop. Gu Shengming fiercely punched Tang Xiangnan in the face and angrily left. Gu Shengming returned to Jiang Nanxia's residence, and there was still a large group of reporters outside waiting. As soon as Gu Shengming entered the door, Tang Yu and Wen Yan hurried over. "Director Gu, how is it?" Gu Shengming shook his head, and Jiang Nanxia covered her face and cried. "Xia, how did you offend Tang Xiangnan?" Gu Shengming asked. Jiang Nanxia shook her head and cried, "I don't know." Wen Yan and Tang Yu followed Jiang Nanxia's lead and also shed tears. Gao Yun said, "I'll give him a call." The several people looked at Gao Yun expectantly. Then, after making a few phone calls, Gao Yun said that no one dared to offend Tang Xiangnan. Jiang Naxia covered her face and cried again. Gu Shengming said, "Don't worry, I know that Tang Xiangnan and Lu Nancheng are very close. Maybe Lu Nancheng can convince Tang Xiangnan. I'll find someone to see if I can get in touch with Lu Nancheng." Tang Yu's eyes widened. Gu Shengming had already made a phone call and said, flattering, "President Wang, can you speak to Lu Nancheng of the Lu Group? Introduce me." The phone hung up, and everyone could already tell from Gu Shengming's defeated expression what the result of his call had been. Tang Yu said, "I'll try to think of something." After that, Tang Yu grabbed Jiang Nan's hand and said, "Xia, it'll definitely be fine. Trust me." Tang Yu didn't know why she was so confident. She even thought that if Lu Nancheng refused, she would kneel down. If that didn't work, she would bring up Tang and ask her to make Lu Nancheng cry again. Anyway, she demanded that Lu Nancheng help Jiang Nan, even if she had to kneel and beg. Even if she had to throw a tantrum and roll around. No one took Tang Yu's words seriously, thinking that Tang Yu was just trying to comfort Jiang Nan. After all, Tang Yu was in such a pitiful state 4 years ago, and Lu Nancheng didn't even help her. Now he definitely wouldn't help Jiang Nan. Once again, she arrived at the Lu Group. Standing under the Lu building, Tang Yu looked up at the skyscraper. The sunlight made it hard to open her eyes. Tang Yu dialed Lu Nancheng's phone number. "Mr. Lu, are you at the company? I'm downstairs." Lu Nancheng just said 3 words, "Come up." Tang Yu once again entered the Lu's, and no one stopped her. When she arrived at Lu Nancheng's office, Tang Yu, who was thinking about Jiang Nan, directly said, "Mr. Lu, I have something to ask you." Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu and said, "What is it?" "I heard that you know Tang Xiangnan, can you help?" Lu Nancheng didn't ask Tang Yu what help he could do, and he just said, "Yes, I'll make the call right now." Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng in surprise. She hadn't even said anything. She watched as Lu Nancheng dialed the phone. "This is Lu Nancheng. Take down all the photos and news of Tang Xiangnan and that actress on the internet." Chapter 33, How Do You Thank Me? After Lu Nancheng hung up the phone, he said to Tang Yu, "In 1 minute, you won't be able to see those photos and news online anymore." Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng with wide eyes, as if she didn't believe him. Lu Nancheng poured a glass of wine for Tang Yu to calm her down. Tang Yu didn't take the wine that Lu Nancheng handed her. She was still in a daze, but Lu Nancheng had just solved such a difficult problem so easily. "So, would you like tea, coffee, or just water?" Tang Yu spoke up. "Are you serious?" Tang Yu said, and took out her phone to open the page, as if waiting for a minute to pass. "It's almost impossible to search for it anymore." "Take a look," Lu Nancheng said. Tang Yu glanced at Lu Nancheng again. Why did she not believe him? But she still opened the web page. However, it really can't be found anymore. It's really gone. Tang Yu refreshed the page and tried searching again. It's really gone. The news that used to pop up automatically when you opened your phone can't even be found when you search for it now. Tang Yu let out a huge sigh of relief, looked at Lu Nancheng with gratitude, and for a moment, she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. None of the 108 strategies she had thought of when she came here had been used. Looking at Tang Yu, who was too excited to speak, Lu Nancheng narrowed his eyes and gave her a look. He had removed her news story from the trending list 4 years ago, and she had never looked so moved. Oh, of course, she might have been in a foreign country at the time. Therefore, Tang Yu probably didn't even know that he had removed her news story from the trending list 4 years ago. "Thank you." Tang Yu gave Lu Nancheng a 90-degree bow and turned to leave, as she wanted to go back and report the good news to Xia. "Tang Yu." Lu Nancheng called out to her, "Is this how you thank me?" Tang Yu swallowed, "So, what do you want?" Tang Yu's mind was already thinking about what gift to buy Lu Nancheng. Good tea or good cigarettes? But she glanced at Lu Nancheng's wine cabinet, which was full of red wine. Doesn't Lu Nancheng drink tea? And I've never seen him smoke. Tang Yu thought again, I wonder how expensive the red wine Lu Nancheng drinks is? I wonder if I can afford it. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu's dark, twinkling eyes and her face full of bitterness. He seemed to be able to guess what Tang Yu was thinking. He said, "Come to me when you encounter difficulties in the future. Don't just go to other men. You didn't learn your lesson when you fell for it back then." Tang Yu's eyes twitched, and she was a little confused by his words. "How is Tang doing recently?" Tang Yu hesitated for a moment and quickly said, "Pretty good. Thanks." "Okay, go back." Lu Nancheng let it be known, and Tang Yu, as if relieved, turned around and left. However, after she relaxed, she thought of one thing. She stood down and turned back, asking Lu Nancheng, "What did you want to see me about today?" Lu Nancheng would never admit that he called her just to offer to help Jiang Nan. He just said, "Go home first, I'll tell you on WeChat later." Tang Yu blinked. Naturally, she remembered that she and Lu Nancheng had not yet added each other on WeChat. She took out her phone and opened WeChat to show Lu Nancheng the QR code business card. Lu Nancheng was finally happy, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he opened WeChat and scanned Tang Yu's QR code business card. The two added each other on WeChat. Tang Yu waited all day, but did not wait for Lu Nancheng to send a WeChat message. The next day, there was still no message. On the third day, Tang Yu couldn't help sending Lu Nancheng a WeChat message. "Are you there?" Lu Nancheng was in a meeting. When he saw Tang Yu's WeChat message, he couldn't help smiling at the corner of his mouth and replied with a single word, "HM." Everyone in the meeting room saw the smile on the corner of Lu Nancheng's mouth. But no one dared to speak. Tang Yu hunched over in her chair as she read the word HM sent by Lu Nancheng. After thinking for a while, she sent a message back to ask Lu Nancheng, "Mr. Lu, what did you want to talk to me about the day before yesterday?" Lu Nancheng picked up his phone again when he was addressing the shareholders. He sent a message back to Tang Yu, saying that he was in a meeting and would talk to her after the meeting. Tang Yu quickly sent a message back, saying that she would not disturb him if he was busy. Lu Nancheng sent a message back, saying that he could see everyone in the meeting room looking at him. He said, "Go on. What are you looking at me for? Is there something written on my face?" The bigwigs in the meeting room looked at each other, then at Lu Nancheng. Usually, Lu Nancheng is as stingy with words as gold, so why would he say so much that wasn't work-related? And Lu Nancheng looked in a good mood. Someone immediately said, "Mr. Lu, have you struck it rich?" "Mr. Lu, this look means you have a woman." When these words were uttered, everyone thought Lu Nancheng would fly into a rage. However, Lu Nancheng said, "I'm almost 30, it's not too much to have a woman." Suddenly, the originally serious meeting turned into a scene of people eating melons with big mouths. And the melons. They were simply delicious. The meeting continued until noon, when Lu Nancheng said, "That's it, the meeting is adjourned." Back in the office, Lu Nancheng sent a WeChat message to Tang Yu, just after the meeting. Tang Yu was about to get up to go to lunch, when she said, "Oh." Tang Yu sat down and waited for Lu Nancheng to send another WeChat message, to see what he wanted with her. However, Lu Nancheng sent a message saying, "Have you eaten lunch yet?" "What does that mean?" Tang Yu muttered to herself and then truthfully replied, "No. I haven't eaten either. Let's have lunch together." Tang Yu's back straightened up in shock at Lu Nancheng's message. Lu Nancheng didn't wait for Tang Yu's message and directly sent an address. The restaurant was not far from the company. Tang Yu looked at the address and quickly sent another message, "Mr. Lu, I don't have much time at lunch, so just tell me what it is you want. I'm waiting for you. Hurry up and get here." Tang Yu looked at the text message from Lu Nancheng and opened her eyes wide. She muttered to herself, "Didn't we just finish the meeting? Why are we at the restaurant already? Did the meeting take place at that restaurant?" She didn't dare to speculate, and she didn't dare to keep Lu Nancheng waiting. Tang Yu grabbed her bag and hurried to the restaurant. Chapter 34, Be More Dedicated in Your Relationships. Lu Nancheng had just sat down when Tang Yu arrived in a hurry. But he didn't let Tang Yu see that he had just entered the door, instead he raised his wrist to check the time. Lu Nancheng's action of checking the time made Tang Yu think that she had kept him waiting. She felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, for keeping you waiting." Tang Yu said politely that she had been running all the way here. "Sit down." Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu, who was panting heavily and had fine beads of sweat on her forehead. He handed her a paper towel on the table. Tang Yu said thank you, and the waiter started serving the food. Lu Nancheng said, "I've already ordered." "Okay, I'm not picky." Tang Yu felt a little humble, because Lu Nancheng had helped Jiang Nan, and she felt that she would always be in Lu Nancheng's debt. Moreover, she didn't know what Lu Nancheng wanted with her. Lu Nancheng made it so mysterious, and she was a little worried. "What do you want to see me about, Mr. Lu?" Tang Yu asked bluntly. "Eat, and we'll talk after." Lu Nancheng had already picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Tang Yu was even more uneasy. What did Lu Nancheng want to see her about? Tang Yu had just picked up her chopsticks when her phone rang. She took out her phone, glanced at it, got up, and said, "Mr. Lu, I have to take this call." Just take the call. Tang Yu had already stood up, but obediently sat down again. She answered the call, speaking in a low voice, Yun Gu. Lu Nancheng instantly raised an eyebrow and looked at Tang Yu. The man who had picked her up at the entrance of LK appeared in his mind. I'm already having lunch. No need. The kids have a lot of toys, really no need. Then I thank you for the kids. Tang Yu hung up the phone without intending to explain to Lu Nancheng. She picked up the chopsticks again. Just as she took a bite, Lu Nancheng asked her whose phone call it was. Tang Yu looked up at Lu Nancheng. You can't tell me? Oh no. Tang Yu shook her head, she just didn't feel the need to tell Lu Nancheng whose call it was. She said, a friend. Friend? Lu Nancheng said, boyfriend? Tang Yu pursed her lips. Instead of answering, she asked Lu Nancheng back, Mr. Lu, what do you want with me? You tell me what it is. Tang Yu was confused. How was she supposed to know what he wanted with her? And she had no idea why Lu Nancheng was angry again. Men are so hard to understand. He just wanted Lu Nancheng to give her a quickie. This was the first time she had dinner with Lu Nancheng alone, and Tang Yu was very nervous. She stole a glance at Lu Nancheng eating, and he really was elegant. This man was handsome, and he looked so good eating. It was really a feast for the eyes. Lu Nancheng raised his eyebrows and caught Tang Yu's nearly naked gaze. Tang Yu quickly lowered her head. Lu Nancheng felt a sense of superiority well up in his heart at that moment. He had always been admired by others, but he had never felt as superior as he did now. However, he thought of that man. He said, I hope you can be more loyal in your relationships. Don't be like Jiang Nan. Tang Yu subconsciously felt angry and wanted to retort, but her words were stuck in her throat. She gritted her teeth, swallowed, and instead explained, Mr. Lu, I believe that Jiang Nan and Gu Shangming are innocent. And her, she is now living alone with 2 children, where is the emotional exclusivity? She doesn't even have one, okay? Perhaps satisfied with Tang Yu's attitude, Lu Nancheng didn't say anything else. After a few bites, Tang Yu asked Lu Nancheng again, Mr. Lu, what did you want to see me about? Lu Nancheng gave her a glance and said, don't talk with your mouth full. Tang Yu pursed her lips, lowered her head and ate in silence. Just when Tang Yu had almost forgotten how nervous she was, Lu Nancheng's voice rang out, how's work? Is it going well? Are you adjusting to the environment? Tang Yu looked up at Lu Nancheng. I asked you a question. What are you looking at me for? Lu Nancheng spoke in a tone and manner that was like scolding a child. Tang Yu swallowed and retorted in her heart, didn't you say that you didn't want to talk during dinner? How can you talk now? It's fine. Tang Yu still answered Lu Nancheng's words respectfully. After finishing the meal, Tang Yu didn't know what Lu Nancheng wanted with her. However, Lu Nancheng asked Tang Yu to accompany her to the shopping mall across the street. Tang Yu looked at the time. Lu Nancheng then said, I've given you leave, so you can go back a little later. It seemed that Lu Nancheng really did have something to discuss with her, otherwise why would he take leave for her? However, as the CEO himself had given her leave, Tang Yu was a little worried that people at LK would gossip about her. Although Tang Yu didn't know what they were going to do, she still followed. Chapter 35 Single Mother. In the mall, Lu Nancheng walked directly to the toy section. He asked Tang Yu, what kind of toys do children like? Tang Yu just thought that Lu Nancheng was asking her for advice, so she asked Lu Nancheng, how old are the children? Boys or girls? Lu Nancheng looked disgusted, who are you asking about your children? Tang Yu was confused by Lu Nancheng, and she blurted out, my children? What do you want? Lu Nancheng looked even more disgusted. What do you mean? I want to buy some toys for the kids. Tang Yu bit her lip. She was really shocked by Lu Nancheng. But the action of biting her lip made Lu Nancheng's heart itch. He moved her lips away, but the image of Tang Yu's moist and glossy lips lingered in his mind for a long time. Tang Yu quickly dismissed her thoughts. She didn't believe that Lu Nancheng would fancy her. She thought that Lu Nancheng must be feeling sorry for Tang Yu because she was an orphan child. She said, Mr. Lu, really, there's no need. The children have plenty of toys, I bought them a lot. Lu Nancheng didn't listen to her nonsense, and directly, with a sweeping motion of his hand, he told the shop assistant, I'll take all of these. Tang Yu almost choked on her own saliva. Mr. Lu. Lu Nancheng directly scanned the QR code to pay the bill, and told the shop assistant, ask her for her address. No returns allowed. After saying this, Lu Nancheng ignored Tang Yu and walked away. Mr. Lu. Tang Yu called out to Lu Nancheng. But before she could say anything, Lu Nancheng lied, I called you to give the kids some gifts. But aren't you going to thank me? Lu Nancheng interrupted Tang Yu, saying, if you want to thank me, just take these toys. Lu Nancheng quickly walked away after saying this, afraid that this stupid woman would refuse. Tang Yu was dazed as she watched Lu Nancheng's departing back, as if she were in outer space. The world was so surreal. Miss, please give me your address, and I'll deliver it to you. The shop assistant held a pen, waiting for Tang Yu to give him her address. The shop assistant's words brought Tang Yu back to reality. Tang Yu insisted on not taking the gifts, and told the shop assistant, you can return the money the same way you got it. You heard what the boss just said, he said the gifts cannot be returned. The clerk looked at Tang Yu and said admiringly, Miss, that gentleman is so handsome. He likes you, can't you tell? I'm a single mother too, and if a man like that were to court me, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. Tang Yu almost choked on her own saliva again. Tang Yu? Tang Yu turned around and saw the person coming, and swallowed the saliva that almost choked her. Tang Yu, what are you doing here? Zou Jing's pace was so fast that she had walked up to Tang Yu in 2 steps, and her voice was also quite loud. Tang Yu's ears were ringing from Zou Jing's voice, and she gave her a cold glare. Why am I here? There's no need to tell you. Zou Wan caught up with graceful steps, stood next to Zou Jing, looked at Tang Yu, and asked her in a gentle and kind manner. Tang Yu, it seems you just saw Brother Nancheng. Were you with him just now? Zou Jing flew into a rage at the sound of Zou Wan's words. Tang Yu, you're flirting with your cousin again. The shop assistant's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden appearance of the 2 women. Zou Jing, watch what you say. Tang Yu was about to die of anger at Zou Jing. She just didn't understand it. Every time Zou Jing saw her, it was as if she saw a rival in love. Zou Wan looked around the children's toy store and said, Tang Yu, you have a child? You asked Brother Nancheng to buy a gift for your child? Zou Jing was once again enraged by Zou Wan's words. She immediately pointed at Tang Yu and asked, you have a child? Tang Yu pushed away Zou Jing's hand in disgust and said, no comment. After that, Tang Yu lifted her foot and was about to leave. However, Zou Jing unexpectedly grabbed Tang Yu by the hand. You have a child and you're still seducing your cousin. Do you have any shame? Whether I have shame or not has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are? Tang Yu could no longer hold back. 4 years ago, she had an engagement with Lu Nancheng, and Zou Jing scolded her. Now she has nothing to do with Lu Nancheng at all, and Zou Jing is still scolding her. Tang Yu's eyes darkened, and before Zou Jing's slap could land, she slapped Zou Jing's face back. Tang Yu, you dared to hit me. Tang Yu sneered, you started it. 4 years ago, Tang Yu was always the soft target that Zou Jing was used to bullying. Now she has actually been hit by Tang Yu, how can Zou Jing swallow this insult? She pounced on Tang Yu like a madwoman, reaching for Tang Yu's face and pulling Tang Yu's hair. However, Tang Yu dodged, and Zou Jing missed. Zou Jing turned around and tried to hit Tang Yu again. Tang Yu grabbed Zou Jing's hand and landed a heavy palm strike on her Shenmen acupoint on her arm. Ah! Zou Jing screamed and immediately fainted and fell to the ground. Zou Wan saw that Zou Jing was motionless on the ground and pointed at Tang Yu and said, Tang Yu, you killed someone? This scared the clerk so much that she didn't know what to do. Tang Yu said to Zou Wan, don't worry, she won't die. I just want to make her quiet for a while. Call 120 and have her go to the hospital to find a doctor to prescribe some tranquilizing medicine. After saying this, Tang Yu walked away without looking back. Lu Nancheng had just returned to the office when he received a call from his mother, saying that Tang Yu had beaten Zou Jing into the hospital. Lu Nancheng signed a document before coming to the hospital at a leisurely pace. At the entrance to the ward, Lu Nancheng heard Zou Wan's voice coming from the ward. Auntie, it seems that Tang Yu has a child. Nancheng bought a lot of toys for her child, and Xiaojing couldn't stand it either, but after saying a few words to Tang Yu, she was beaten by Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng pushed open the door, and Zou Wan immediately shut up with a displeased expression. Zou Wan tried to explain, Brother Nancheng. Mom, Auntie. Lu Nancheng interrupted Zou Wan's words directly, and walked past her without even looking at her. Zou Wan felt her face cramp with embarrassment. Lu Nancheng had never even looked at her properly. Nancheng, look at that Tang Yu, she's beaten up your sister. Second Aunt Jiang Nan wiped her tears while complaining. Second Aunt, I've already consulted the doctor. She just happened to hit the Shinmen acupoint, which is good for calming the nerves. Zou Jing will be fine after a nap. Who told her to scold people on the street so casually? Second Aunt Jiang Nan gritted her teeth and had to ask her sister for help. Sister, look at what Nancheng is saying. Nancheng. Mother Jiang Min said sternly. Nancheng. Your father and I have made our position very clear. We will never agree to your marrying Tang Yu. At the time, she was a pure young girl, and we agreed to an alliance with the Tang family. Now she is bringing along 2 children of unknown fathers, and... Don't you care about what happened to her 4 years ago? Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Nancheng knew that his mother and his second aunt had investigated Tang Yu. He became even more unhappy. Zou Wan looked at Lu Nancheng. Although he didn't say anything, she knew that Tang Yu must be in his heart. Her hanging hand curled slightly into a fist, and she admonished herself mentally, Zou Wan, your rival is back. Tang Yu was working when the manager walked in and announced. I have some great news for you all. Mr. Lu just issued an announcement that LK is going to hold a design competition, and the winners will be rewarded with a house and a car. After the manager's words, the cubicles suddenly came to life. Someone asked, how many places are there? How many prizes are there? There is only 1 prize, and there are 10 places. The manager said, LK's designers. They must be the best. There is no room for discussion. So everyone, work hard. Tang Yu silently looked at her colleagues. Some were extremely excited, feeling sure that they would win, while others looked a little lost. There was also one person with a determined look in her eyes. But she guessed that Lu Nancheng was thinking of giving her a house and a car. Tang Yu was shocked when this thought popped into her head. She then immediately dismissed her stupid and bold idea. She also laughed at herself for having such a thought. The manager then said, the design requirements and entry requirements will be sent to the company group later. This competition is not open to the public, but only for our LK designers. This is also a benefit that Mr. Lu is giving everyone. You all have to work hard, and I wish everyone can win the grand prize. The applause was as loud as the Qiantang River at high tide. Later, Tang Yu saw the entry requirements in the company group. The entry was to design an accessory for children. Chapter 36, this sentence is evidence. Lu Nancheng is hitting on her. When they saw the requirements for the design competition in the company group, everyone immediately started discussing why it was a children's accessory. Could it be that President Lu has children? No way, President Lu is notoriously uninterested in women. I'm sure he just wants to give a gift to a relative's child. Or maybe President Lu wants to open up the children's jewelry market. As she listened to everyone's discussion, Tang Yu became more and more uneasy. She worried that Lu Nancheng was going to give Tang Yu a piece of jewelry. While everyone was still discussing the matter, she took advantage of the situation and snuck into the bathroom to send Lu Nancheng a WeChat message. Lu Nancheng saw the message and replied, should I be here? Tang Yu was so shocked that her period came early. Was this really the reply from Lu Nancheng? It didn't sound like his style. She seriously suspected that Lu Nancheng had a crush on her. This sentence was the evidence. Lu Nancheng was flirting with her. However, when she saw Lu Nancheng, she sent another message, you're buying? Tang Yu was still sure that Lu Nancheng was flirting with her. She felt that she needed to have a clear conversation with Lu Nancheng. Mr. Lu, I'm buying dinner. You choose the place. This time, Lu Nancheng didn't send a text, but directly sent a paragraph of text. I don't know how much money you have in your pocket, and what level of food you can afford, so you can set it and send it to me. I'm like you, I'm not picky. Listening to Lu Nancheng's words, Tang Yu's first reaction was that she thought Lu Nancheng's voice was really nice. It was magnetic. It was also deep. It was like the sound of a mountain stream colliding with a stone cliff. It was also like the bass of a piano. Some people's speech is quite nice on weekdays, but their words are not as good as their voice. Lu Nancheng's speech, however, is as pleasant as his voice. Given Lu Nancheng's status, Tang Yu decided to book a mid-range private kitchen. Her abilities are limited, and she feels that there is no need for her to put on a false front. First, Lu Nancheng does not lack for this meal, and second, she has to support her children with her money, so she cannot spend it recklessly. However, she also didn't want to treat Lu Nancheng too shabbily. Firstly, he had helped her, and secondly, his status as a big shot was too important to be treated shabbily. They arrived at the private dining room. Tang Yu poured a cup of tea for Lu Nancheng, and then sat opposite him. By the way, for the design competition, do you want to give Tang that present? Thank you for your kindness, but this gift is too valuable, we absolutely cannot accept it. Tang Yu didn't finish her sentence, but she felt that her question had been completely expressed. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu without saying anything. Tang Yu was a little intimidated by Lu Nancheng's gaze, and she lowered her head and said, I thank you for your kindness on behalf of Tang. The gift must not be accepted. Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked up at Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng put down his chopsticks, sat up straight, and looked at Tang Yu, saying, Now that you mention it, it makes me feel that you are ashamed of the fact that I gave Tang a pile of worthless broken toys. After saying this, Lu Nancheng added, with Tang Yu's dumbfounded expression, well, it is a bit shabby. Tang Yu let out a sharp intake of breath, and kept shaking her head, saying, No, Mr. Lu, that's not what I meant. I didn't. Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng interrupted her and said sternly, The company has competitions every year. Tang Yu was once again a little flustered. Indeed, what Lu Nancheng said was the truth. The company did have competitions every year, and the prizes for the competitions were very high-end. Lu Nancheng added, The children's jewelry market is currently a gap in the market, and I want to develop this area, so don't associate it with anything else. Chapter 37, Why do I feel like you're setting me up? As she listened to Lu Nancheng, Tang Yu felt her face ache. Lu Nancheng looked at the food on the table and asked Tang Yu, Is it ready to eat? Yes, it's ready. Tang Yu bit her lip. Lu Nancheng happened to see Tang Yu biting her lip. Her pink lips turned white for a moment after biting, and then instantly became more rosy and lustrous. Lu Nancheng took a bite of the tender salmon. The meat was delicate and delicious. Delicious. But while he was enjoying the delicious taste, Lu Nancheng felt Tang Yu's gaze. He looked up and caught Tang Yu's gaze. Tang Yu lowered her eyes in some embarrassment. But when Lu Nancheng picked up a piece of salmon and put it in his mouth, he saw Tang Yu looking up at him again. And she looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't. Lu Nancheng simply put down his chopsticks and stopped eating. I feel like you're setting a trap for me. No, I don't. You eat. Tang Yu said quickly. Just tell me what's wrong. It'll make me feel better if you tell me what's wrong. Tang Yu bit her lip again. If you don't tell me, I'm not going to eat. Lu Nancheng simply folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. It's fine, really, you eat. It's a waste to not eat all this food. Tang Yu said, pushing the plate towards Lu Nancheng's hand. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu, really, it's fine? Tang Yu shook her head, her face sincere, really, it's fine. Ha! Lu Nancheng let out a laugh, still not moving his chopsticks, but sarcastically saying, So you're reluctant to invite me to eat, and you're worried about this meal. You want to make me angry and leave, and then take the dishes home to pack up. No, Tang Yu said with a bitter smile, but Lu Nancheng's words scared Tang Yu into saying what she wanted to say. She said, Well, you didn't hold the design competition to give Tong a present, so are you trying to apologize for Zou Jing on my behalf? After saying this, Tang Yu didn't dare to look at Lu Nancheng, and she lowered her head completely. Tang Yu, do you really think that the design competition was held for you? After you said that, even if you designed the best, I wouldn't dare let you win first. Tang Yu straightened her back, her eyes full of a strong rebuttal. Lu Nancheng admired the firmness in her eyes, and his anger immediately subsided. He said, Besides, although Zou Jing was in the wrong last time, you beat her into the hospital, so I think you two are even. Besides, what do you two have to do with me? Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng and didn't know what to say for a while. She didn't expect Lu Nancheng to have such an attitude towards the matter between her and Zou Jing. She thought that Lu Nancheng would lecture her for what she had done to Zou Jing. Tang Yu, can I still eat this meal? Lu Nancheng pointed at the food on the table. Tang Yu quickly nodded and said, Please eat. Lu Nancheng gave her a critical look before picking up his chopsticks. But before he started eating, he looked at Tang Yu seriously and asked again, Are you sure there are no more questions? Tang Yu quickly shook her head. Lu Nancheng then picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Tang Yu watched Lu Nancheng eat with relish, and she felt quite accomplished. It seemed that she had chosen the right place today, and the dishes ordered also suited Lu Nancheng's appetite. Little did she know that Lu Nancheng was only feeling good because Tang Yu was sitting opposite him, and that was why he found the food delicious. After the meal, Lu Nancheng asked Tang Yu how she got here and if he could give her a ride. I drove here myself. Following Tang Yu's finger, Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu's car, which cost tens of thousands of yuan. Without saying anything, he got into his car and left. Chapter 38, No Help in a Critical Moment. After school, Tang Yu picked up the children and was about to enter the residential area when suddenly someone dashed out from the roadside. Tang Yu quickly slammed on the brakes, but the person still fell. "What's wrong, Mom? Did she hit someone?" Doudou and Tang asked at the same time. "Stay seated, I'll go and have a look." Tang Yue unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. She saw a young man with dyed blonde hair lying in front of her car. "I didn't hit you, did I?" Tang Yue walked over to him and said. "How could you be so young and play the victim?" The young man stood up, dusted himself off and said, "Playing the victim?" Suddenly, several young punks with colorful hair appeared. Tan in the car quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and wanted to get out, but Doudou held her back. "Brother?" Tan looked back at Doudou in confusion. "Aren't we going to help?" Doudou pointed to Tan's smartphone and told her to call her father for help. "Oh." Tan suddenly understood, her eyes wide open, her mouth round, her sparkling eyes shining. She quickly dialed Lu Nancheng's phone number. Lu Nancheng quickly answered the phone when he saw it was Tang's number. He heard Tang anxiously say, "Dad, you have to come quickly, we've met some bad guys. The bad guys are beating up Mommy." He could hear Tang adding two sad crying sounds. Doudou gave Tang a thumbs up. Tang Yu saw several young punks. She took a step back and said, "Aren't you the ones who hit people for money?" The punks grinned at Tang Yu and said, "You're pretty smart." Tang Yu looked around, and only then did she realize that there weren't many people on this path, which was almost at the residential area. These people were premeditated. "How much do you want?" Tang Yu thought about the two babies in the car, and she wanted to solve this matter with money. The one in charge wore a short-sleeved shirt, and a tiger was tattooed on his left arm. He said, "Do you think we look like people who are short of money?" Tang Yu looked at the few punks, and they really didn't look like rich people. "If you don't lack money, why are you wearing street stall goods? If you don't lack money, why don't you each have a big gold chain? Isn't a big gold chain the standard for people like you?" Tang Yu had hit the nail on the head, and the punk's eyes widened with anger. "I'll tell you the truth. Someone else is paying for you. You just need to make sure that we're all comfortable." As soon as the tattooed man finished speaking, the punks laughed lewdly. "Ha ha. Who is it?" Tang Yu quickly thought about who wanted to harm her. "We'll tell you. You just need to be obedient," the tattooed man said as he walked towards Tang Yu, unbuttoning his shirt. "Drag her to the car." The thugs then pounced on Tang Yu. Tang Yu's eyes darkened, and as one of the thugs approached her, she grabbed the thug's arm and yanked hard, while her other hand fiercely struck the thug's left side of the neck. Ah! The little thug fell to the ground. The other thugs looked at their fallen comrade, who did not move, and couldn't help but look at Tang Yu. They couldn't believe that Tang Yu had such great strength. She had actually knocked someone unconscious with a single palm strike. "Attack!" The tattooed man gave the order, and the thugs once again pounced on Tang Yu. Every time Tang Yu landed a palm strike, she hit the thugs' acupressure points with pinpoint accuracy. And the thugs, whose acupressure points had been hit, fell to the ground and couldn't get up. "Boss! This little bitch knows martial arts!" A small thug shouted in horror. The tattooed man saw a wooden stick standing in the corner, so he went over and picked it up and hit Tang Yu with it. Tang in the car was so scared that she cried, "Brother, why hasn't Dad come yet?" Sigh. You can't count on him in a critical moment. Doudou shook his head helplessly, opened the car door and got out. Tang, don't come down. I'm going to help Mom, you call the police. Chapter 39, Not shielding her from danger, but taking credit for it. Doudou opened the car door and ran down, picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the tattooed man's eyes. Just as the tattooed man's club was about to swing at Tang Yu, the tattooed man covered his eyes and screamed before falling to the ground. Boss! A yellow-haired man saw the tattooed man rolling on the ground with his hands covering his eyes. The tattooed man's eyes were bleeding, and the blood had spread all over his face. The yellow-haired man picked up the wooden stick on the ground and swung it at Tang Yu again. Doudou hurriedly ran over to his mother, Mom. At this time, Tang also ran down from the car and ran towards Tang Yu, Mom. Tang Yu saw the two babies running towards her, their pupils scared and dilated. Don't come over here. Get in the car quickly. Tang Yu shouted at the babies. Mommy, be careful. Tang Yu turned around and saw that the wooden stick was already falling towards her head. In a panic, Tang Yu shrank her neck and closed her eyes in fear. However, the imagined pain did not fall. She just felt like she was pulled hard by a hand, and she fell into a strong embrace. Then she heard the little thug scream, "Ah!" Tang Yu opened her eyes and saw Lu Nancheng's handsome face close at hand. It was Lu Nancheng who had saved her. And she was in Lu Nancheng's arms. Lu Nancheng lowered his eyes and met Tang Yu's terrified eyes. His heart trembled fiercely, his eyebrows knitted, but his eyes focused even more intently on Tang Yu's eyes. Tang and Doudou looked at each other and saw their father hugging their mother. Tang covered her mouth and laughed, but tears were still dripping down her face. The siren of the police car sounded, and Tang came back to her senses from her shock. At that moment, Tang stopped smiling and ran towards Lu Nancheng while crying, "Daddy." Lu Nancheng let go of Tang and quickly crouched down with his arms open to hug Tang, who was running towards him. Tang was picked up by Lu Nancheng, and her small hands tightly wrapped around his neck. She cried out again, "Daddy." Tang's voice was soft and a little shaky, and it made Lu Nancheng's heart tighten. He felt a real pang of heartache. Lu Nancheng didn't know why he answered so loudly, "Hey, it's okay, don't be afraid." Tang hugged Lu Nancheng even tighter and pressed her little face against his, saying, "We can't wait for Daddy, so we called the police." Lu Nancheng's heart trembled again when he heard Tang's words, and once again, a real, sharp feeling of heartache shot through him. Police station. The little policeman didn't know Lu Nancheng. After learning the situation, the policeman asked Lu Nancheng, "Did you hit the person?" Naturally, Lu Nancheng wanted to take the blame for everything, so he said, "Yes, I did." Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng, but didn't say anything. The two children also looked at Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng saw the mother and son all looking at him, and he said sincerely to the mother and son, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The police officer asked Lu Nancheng again, "Do you practice martial arts?" Lu Nancheng thought that the police officer was saying that the other people had been badly beaten. He didn't think that Tang Yu could beat someone up, but he said without hesitation, "Yes, I have." Tang and Doudou looked at Lu Nancheng in admiration. Tang Yu, on the other hand, looked at him with a normal expression, without any emotion. When will those people wake up? Lu Nancheng looked at the policeman in surprise. He didn't understand what the policeman was asking. The policeman looked at Lu Nancheng with a scrutinizing gaze. "Did you hit those people?" The policeman said this and looked at Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng followed the policeman's gaze and turned his head to look at Tang Yu. Then, the policeman said to Tang Yu in a very certain tone, "You knocked those people unconscious." Tang Yu didn't hide anything and nodded. Lu Nancheng. The policeman actually laughed and asked Tang Yu, "You also study martial arts?" Tang Yu shook her head. The policeman looked surprised. "Then how did you manage to knock someone unconscious so precisely?" The doctor said it was all about the pressure points, but none of them were fatal. Tang Yu answered truthfully, "When the kids were little, they were always sick. They suffered so much when they went to the hospital for infusions, so I learned pediatric massage therapy and became familiar with the pressure points on the human body." Lu Nancheng looked at the two little ones and felt pity for the three of them. But at the same time, he suddenly realized that when he told the police that he had beaten the person up, he was not trying to take the blame for Tang Yu. He was trying to take the credit. Chapter 40, It's your cousin, right? She's the only one who hates me. Your son has practiced martial arts? The policeman looked at Doudou, who was not yet as tall as the table, and one of the suspects said that this child had blinded him. No way. Tang Yu immediately protected Doudou behind her back. The child was afraid that I would be beaten, so he threw a small stone and hit the man in the eye. It was a complete coincidence. Lu Nancheng looked over and saw that Tang Yu, who had always been calm and composed, was obviously a little agitated. The policeman stood up and said to Tang Yu, "Every mother is a genius. You're very brave." The policeman's words were full of admiration for Tang Yu. Tang Yu was a little embarrassed by the policeman's praise. But what was even more embarrassing was Lu Nancheng. The policeman said to Lu Nancheng, "Your wife is very good. Look how well she takes care of you and the children. They are well dressed and clean. Go home and cook a nice meal for your wife to calm her and the children down." Tang Yu hurriedly tried to explain to the police that she and Lu Nancheng were not family. But Lu Nancheng preempted her by saying, "Thank you," to the police. The police officer said, "You can go home first. After all the suspects have woken up, we will investigate further." The suspect, who was not in a coma, said that someone had instructed them to abuse and assault your wife, but they had not seen the person who gave the instructions. Lu Nancheng asked the police officer in a deep voice, "Can I see that phone number?" Of course. The policeman gave the number to Lu Nancheng and Tang Yu. Tang Yu didn't recognize the number. Lu Nancheng didn't show any emotion, but Tang Yu saw his eyebrows twitch. The policeman asked Lu Nancheng if he knew the owner of the number. Lu Nancheng hesitated for half a second and said to the policeman, "I'm not sure either. I'll go back and check the number." Okay. The policeman nodded. "We can't get through to this number right now, but we're checking it out and we'll let you know if we find anything." After leaving the police station, Lu Nancheng put Tang Yu's daughter in the car. Tang Yu quickly tried to take her down. "We can go back on our own. You don't need to see us off. I'll take you to my place," Lu Nancheng said, and then went back to hug his daughter. Doudou stood next to Tang Yu, looking up at Lu Nancheng with his head tilted. Lu Nancheng paused slightly. There was something about this little guy's eyes that made him speechless. "Come home with Daddy, and Daddy will cook you something delicious." Lu Nancheng said this and picked up Doudou. Doudou looked at Lu Nancheng without taking his eyes off him, and his little hands did not wrap around Lu Nancheng's neck like Tang Yu's did. Lu Nancheng also looked at Doudou. This was the first time he had held this little guy. There was a sense of awkwardness. Tang Yu definitely would not go to Lu Nancheng's house. Mr. Lu listened to the police and said, "I'll cook something delicious for you when I get home." Lu Nancheng interrupted Tang Yu directly. He had already put Doudou in the back seat, and he opened the passenger door and said to Tang Yu, "Get in." Tang Yu's face became serious. "Mr. Lu, are you afraid that I'll abduct you or the children?" Lu Nancheng interrupted Tang Yu again. Tang Yu was about to speak when Tang stretched her neck and said happily, "Mom, get in the car quickly, I want to eat something delicious." "Little glutton. Get down here." Tang Yu had finally managed to keep the children from going to see Lu Nancheng some time ago, so how could she let Lu Nancheng take the children away again? She wanted to hug Tang down, but Lu Nancheng told her to get in the car. "Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu. You're driving me crazy." Lu Nancheng interrupted Tang Yu's words imperiously, and placed a large hand directly on her lower back to push her into the car. Tang Yu immediately straightened her back in shock, but was pushed by Lu Nancheng onto the passenger seat. Lu Nancheng closed the car door, and Tang Yu saw Lu Nancheng go around the body to the driver's seat, but the back of his body still retained the scorching heat of Lu Nancheng. This made her feel very nervous. Lu Nancheng started the car, turned back and smiled at the children, made a turn, and the black Bentley drove out of the police station. "You hit Zou Jing and she was unconscious for 2 whole days. I thought you hit her acupuncture points by coincidence." Lu Nancheng glanced at Tang Yu with admiration in his eyes. Tang Yu changed the subject and asked Lu Nancheng, "It was your cousin, right?" Lu Nancheng glanced back at Tang Yu. Tang Yu said again, "The number you saw was your cousin's, right? She's the one who found those punks. At the moment, she is the only one who hates me so much." Tang Yu's every sentence was a positive statement. "Tang Yu, just leave it to the police." "Humph," Tang Yu sneered. Lu Nancheng glanced back at her again. He said, "Don't worry, if the police are not impartial, I will definitely help you." Tang Yu turned her head and looked out the window, as if talking to herself, and as if she was talking to Lu Nancheng. "I just wonder why she hates me so much." Chapter 41, To a Stubborn Person, Explaining is like hitting a wall. "Tang Yu, I will definitely help you with this matter," Lu Nancheng said. "I will never let you and the child suffer for nothing." "Help me?" Tang Yu snorted lightly, "As long as you don't cover it up." "Tang Yu, why don't you believe me? Then why didn't you tell the police that the number was your cousin's?" Tang Yu's words made Lu Nancheng look at Tang Yu with a look of a fool. He said, "Nowadays, all phone numbers are real name registered, so if I knew that number belonged to Zou Jing, the police would know too." Tang Yu is not that gullible. She then questioned Lu Nancheng, "Then why did you flinch when you saw that number?" "Flinch?" Lu Nancheng said. "A phone number is not enough to make me flinch, and you are the one who thinks I flinched." Tang Yu still didn't believe what Lu Nancheng said. She was convinced that she saw Lu Nancheng lying. Lu Nancheng did not explain further. Because he saw Tang Yu's stubbornness. Explaining to a stubborn person is like hitting your head against a wall. The car soon pulled up to Lu Nancheng's villa. Tang looked at the huge villa and couldn't help but exclaim, "Dad, is this your house? It's so big." Lu Nancheng didn't say anything, but he pinched Tang's little face lovingly. Tang found everything strange and wanted to touch everything with her little hands. Tang followed behind Tang, afraid that she would break something. Everything in Lu Nancheng's home was worth a fortune. She couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Lu Nancheng rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen, telling Tang, "Don't worry about them, let them play freely. You two be careful. Don't break anything." Tang followed Lu Nancheng into the kitchen to help. When she saw the kitchen, which was even bigger than her own, she stopped in her tracks. She asked Lu Nancheng, "Where's your cook?" "A kitchen this big should have a dozen cooks as standard," Tang said, and then turned around to look at the magnificent living room behind her. "You don't have any servants?" "Yes, they're all off today," Lu Nancheng said, turning on the tap to wash the vegetables. Tang remembered that Lu Nancheng had sent a WeChat message in the car. She had thought at the time that the message must have been sent to Zou Jing, which was why she had been so rude to Lu Nancheng in the car. Now that she thinks about it, that WeChat message might have been sent to the family butler. He wanted the children and her to feel at ease in his home, so he gave the servants the day off. Lu Nancheng glanced back at Tang and said, "You go out and play with the children." Tang walked into the kitchen and said, "I'll help you." Lu Nancheng nodded and said, "Okay, there are vegetables in the refrigerator. Pick out the ones the children like and wash them. I'll start stewing the ribs first." Tang really didn't know that Lu Nancheng could cook. 4 years ago, Lu Nancheng agreed to marry into the Tang family. She only met Lu Nancheng twice before she left the city. And both times were in a coffee shop. In the coffee shop, she didn't even have coffee with Lu Nancheng. It was just a place they chose to meet nearby after Lu Nancheng happened to finish a meeting. And after they finished talking, he left, without even having time to stay for a cup of coffee. Those 2 times, she watched Lu Nancheng leave, and she sat alone in the coffee shop until she finished her coffee. She had never set foot in this villa, not even once. The kitchen soon filled with the aroma of food. The children ran over, smelling the aroma. In particular, the little glutton Tang ran ahead, and as soon as he entered the kitchen, he hugged Lu Nancheng's leg. "Daddy, it smells so good." Lu Nancheng lowered his gaze, looking at Tang with love and affection. "It'll be ready in a little while, go out and play with your brother." Tang obediently ran out. Tang couldn't help but freeze in place. This little brat, Tang. When she came in, she ran past her and straight to Lu Nancheng's side, hugging his leg. When she ran out, she passed her again, and she didn't even look at her. "Tang, help me." Lu Nancheng's voice pulled Tang's jealous thoughts back. She walked over, but perhaps because her mind was elsewhere, when she reached out, she didn't help Lu Nancheng, but instead scalded herself. Lu Nancheng hurriedly said, "Be careful." His Tang let out a cry of pain. Lu Nancheng quickly grabbed Tang's hand and put it under the tap to rinse it with cold water. He lifted his foot and walked out, saying, "Rinse it with water, I'll find you medicine." Tang was about to say that it was unnecessary, but Lu Nancheng had already walked out of the huge kitchen. Soon, Lu Nancheng came in with a small first aid kit. Tang wanted to say that it wasn't serious. But Lu Nancheng had already opened the medicine chest. "What were you thinking about? Look at you, this is the first time you've come to my house and I'm asking you to do something, and you're asking me for money." Lu Nancheng said, and already disinfected it with iodophor, applied ointment, and wrapped it with a band-aid. "This burn medicine is very good, it shouldn't blister." Lu Nancheng said, "Go out and tell the kids to wash their hands and get ready for dinner." Tang could hear Lu Nancheng breathing, as they were standing close together. She could also feel the warmth of his body. Tang felt a little uncomfortable, so she turned around and walked out. However, she tripped over her own feet and fell towards one side. Lu Nancheng quickly caught her. The two of them locked eyes. Lu Nancheng looked down and saw her frightened eyes. He remembered the day Tang applied for the job at LK. Tang also suddenly fell on the flat ground like this. And she fell right into his arms. Tang quickly withdrew from Lu Nancheng's embrace, apologizing with her head bowed. "I'm sorry, I tripped accidentally." Lu Nancheng looked at the flat and spacious ground. Tang followed Lu Nancheng's gaze and lowered her eyes. The road beneath her feet was really flat and wide. "This is really embarrassing." Tang bit her lip. But the lips she had bitten were moist and inviting. Lu Nancheng's pupils fixed on Tang's lips. Somehow, he suddenly leaned in and kissed the moist, glossy lips of Tang. Tang was so shocked that she froze, subconsciously grabbing Lu Nancheng's arm tightly. Lu Nancheng didn't expect Tang Yu's lips to be so soft and sweet. He kissed her harder and deeper. Tang Yu let out a soft moan, struggling and pushing Lu Nancheng away. Lu Nancheng suddenly remembered that night 4 years ago. The girl beneath him had lips that were also so sweet and soft. Her body was also warm and soft in his arms, just like Tang Yu's. Lu Nancheng let go of Tang Yu. He looked at Tang Yu, with frightened dark eyes, a small face full of shame and indignation, and a stubbornness like that of a young animal. But that night, because the room was too dark, he didn't see the girl's face. Lu Nancheng! Tang Yu shouted, her voice so angry. Lu Nancheng argued, I thought you wanted to. Tang Yu's forehead tightened, as if she had been put under a spell. She stamped her foot, the annoying floor. Damn the floor! Why did it trip her? And knock her into Lu Nancheng's arms, anyone would misunderstand. Chapter 42, Daddy helps Mommy out. At the dinner table, Doudou asked Tang Yu, Mommy, why are you so red? As Doudou spoke, Tang reached out to feel Tang Yu's forehead with concern. Mommy, are you feeling hot? Tang was a little slurred, but she clearly pronounced hot as saucy. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu. Tang Yu drew a sharp breath and said sternly, Eat your food. Tang Yu's face turned even redder. Lu Nancheng took a bite of rice. Doudou and Tang saw the band-aid on Tang Yu's hand again. Doudou and Tang said in unison, Mom, did you burn your hand? It's fine, Tang Yu answered. However, Tang looked at Lu Nancheng and said, Dad, did you call an ambulance for Mom when she hurt her hand? Lu Nancheng lifted his eyes and met Tang Yu's eyes again. Tang Yu quickly lowered her head and said to Tang, hurry up and eat. After we eat, we'll go home. I don't want to go home, I want to live at Daddy's. Tang pursed her lips and finished speaking, but then she asked Lu Nancheng insistently. Daddy, if you call Mummy, she won't be angry. Tang, Mummy's not angry. Hurry up and eat. Tang asked insistently again, then why can't we live at Daddy's? No talking during dinner. Tang Yu didn't know why Tang liked Lu Nancheng so much. Although she did not win the argument with her mother, the delicious food on the table defeated Tang. Tang's mouth was too full to argue with Tang Yu. After dinner, Tang did not want to go home, so she whispered to Doudou. Brother, think of something quickly, Tang doesn't want to go, I want to stay at Daddy's house tonight. Doudou was very worried because he could not think of a good solution either. Tang saw that Doudou could not think of a good solution, so she rolled her dark, black eyes around and said, Brother, how about I pretend to be sick? If you're sick, your parents will take you to the hospital, so not only can't you stay, you'll also make your parents worry. Tang pouted, so what should I do? At that moment, Tang Yu walked over, and Tang quickly fell onto the sofa. Brother, just say I fell asleep. Doudou watched Tang close his eyes, and he quickly poured the water from the glass onto his hands and wiped it on Tang's forehead. Tang got up and said, let's go back. Doudou quickly whispered, Mom, Tang fell asleep. Tang Yu came over and wanted to hug Tang, but she was still asleep. Mom, Tang is sweating, will she catch a cold if she goes out? Tang Yu also saw the water on Tang's forehead. At this time, Lu Nancheng walked over and glanced at Tang, who was asleep on the sofa. He said to Tang Yu, why don't you guys sleep here tonight? No way. Tang Yu said firmly, bent down, picked up Tang, and said to Doudou, take your sister's shoes. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu and wondered why he hadn't noticed how stubborn she was 4 years ago. What if the baby catches a cold if she goes out? Tang Yu said, it's fine, it's not cold, she won't catch a cold. Seeing that Tang Yu was almost at the door, Lu Nancheng knew that he definitely couldn't keep this woman, so he quickly took one of his jackets and put it over Tang's body. I'll walk you to the door. Lu Nancheng said, picking up Doudou. Tang Yu wanted to refuse Lu Nancheng, but Lu Nancheng had already opened the car door and put Doudou in the car, and came back to pick up Tang Yu's sugar. I picked you up, and I should be able to safely drop you off. Tang Yu didn't refuse again, and got into Lu Nancheng's car. In the car, Tang Yu said, Sugar, aren't you tired of pretending? Doudou looked at Tang. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang. Tang opened her eyes and said with a pout, I'm tired. Tang Yu scolded Tang, you were so disobedient today. If you're disobedient again in the future, I won't love you, I'll only love your brother. Humph. Tang raised her little face and said, brother doesn't want to go either. Brother also wants to stay at Daddy's house, he just didn't say so. Upon hearing Tang say this, Tang Yu and Lu Nancheng looked at Doudou together. Doudou's little face flushed. Lu Nancheng suddenly felt very heavy-hearted. He didn't want to let down the love the two children had for him. He wanted to accept Tang Yu and the two children. After sending Tang Yu and her son and daughter back home, Lu Nancheng received a phone call from his second aunt. Nancheng, Jing has been taken away by the police. Please help her. Second aunt, I can't do anything. Lu Nancheng refused very firmly. Nancheng? You're not even asking what happened to Jing. You're just not willing to help her? Second aunt's voice was full of questions. The police said someone provided her information. Was it you? She's an adult. If she does something illegal, she deserves to be punished. It really was you. Second aunt's voice carried the fury of her exasperation. The police said there was an order from above, and forbidding bail was also your order. If you haven't educated your child well, then let the government help to educate her properly. Lu Nancheng hung up the phone. Chapter 43. Mom, it must be Dad missing you. Tang Yu sneezed. Tang said, Mom, it must be Dad missing you. Don't talk nonsense. Tang Yu's heart was beating fast. Lu Nancheng is not your father. Stop calling him Dad. In the private room, Jiang Nan handed a bank card to Tang Yu. You, there is 1 million here, please help me give it to Mr. Lu. It's me who wants to thank him for helping me. Tang Yu looked at Jiang Nan and said, You don't need this much, do you? Tang Yu thought, when I couldn't find anyone to help me at the beginning. Jiang Nan's eyes were red and he took out another card and gave it to Tang Yu. This is to thank you. Tang Yu was a little angry and returned the bank card to Jiang Nan. She said, Between us, you're still talking about money with me. Yeah, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even have been able to find the temple to pray with all this money. Jiang Nan wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and said sadly, When you encountered this kind of thing, I couldn't help at all, but now that I've encountered this kind of thing, you've solved it for me. Yeah, it's all in the past, let's both look forward, don't think about the past things that made us sad. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded and added, Lu Nancheng is not someone who helps people casually. You must have sacrificed a lot for me. I know that even if I ask you, you won't tell me, so I won't ask. But I, Jiang Nan, will always remember your kindness. Tang Yu felt her heart ache as she watched Jiang Nan's tears. She said, No, Lu Nancheng didn't make things difficult for me. Jiang Nan shook her head. How could that be? Don't lie to me. Back then, he didn't even care about your own affairs, so how could he help me today? Jiang Nan was convinced that Tang Yu must have paid her a very high price. Tang Yu didn't explain any further, because not only did Jiang Nan not believe her, she herself was also confused by Lu Nancheng's prompt help. Jiang Nan added, It's been a long time since I last saw Xiaoyan. Let's get together tonight and bring along Tang and Doudou. I haven't seen Tang and Doudou for a while, and I miss those two little guys. Jiang Nan finally looked lively, but she still looked very haggard. Tang Yu also wanted to let Jiang Nan relax, so I called Wenyan and waited for Doudou and Tang to get out of school. We went to pick them up together. However, Wenyan's phone did not connect. He was probably busy. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, Wenyan's phone rang. Xiao Yan. Tang Yu picked up the phone and said, Are you free tonight? Let's get together, the three of us. Wenyan said, Xia is with you? I feel like I haven't seen you guys in a long time, I miss you guys, but I have to go on a business trip in a while, I won't be back until next week. After hanging up the phone with Wenyan, Jiang Nan said enviously, I envy Xiaoyan, when Dad and when Mom love her so much, and now they are training her to be the successor of the company. She is busy every day, and this kind of life is worthwhile. Xia, take some time off and start acting again. When you get busy, you will forget about those unpleasant things. Jiang Nan wiped away a tear. I'm not sad anymore. We talked about a movie yesterday. Jiang Nan's words were interrupted by her phone ringing. She glanced at the screen and said to Tang Yu with a smile, You see, just as I said, the director is calling. Tang Yu eagerly said, Answer it. Jiang Nan answered the phone. The other party wanted to meet with Jiang Nan to discuss the movie right now. Jiang Nan put it off until tomorrow, but Tang Yu quickly said, Nan, just go now. Jiang Nan was deeply hurt by Tang Shangnan this time. Many big directors and investors were afraid of Tang Shangnan's strength and did not dare to use Jiang Nan again. Tang Yu picked up the bank card that Jiang Nan gave to Lu Nancheng and stood up. I'm going to find Lu Nancheng to deliver the card now. You hurry up and go meet the director. You, take this, it's my way of thanking you. Jiang Nan insisted that Tang Yu accept her goodwill. I won't take your money no matter what. If you insist on giving it to me, then I won't give Lu Nancheng the money, you go and give it to him yourself. Lu Nancheng is giving it to you as a favor, not to me. So you have to give it to him. Tang Yu had won over Jiang Nan. But in fact, Tang Yu was a little worried about meeting Lu Nancheng. Every time she met Lu Nancheng, she felt flustered. She thought, after thanking Lu Nancheng for Xia, I won't see him again. Then if I finish talking early, we can go out to eat together with Tang and Doudou in the evening. Jiang Nan said, putting on big sunglasses and a mask. Okay. Tang Yu and Jiang Nan walked out together. But they ran into Tang Shan, who was walking over, intimately holding the arm of a middle-aged man. Chapter 44. Please let me go. Tang Shan, intimately holding the arm of a middle-aged man, walked over. Tang Yu and Jiang Nan moved to the side to let Tang Shan pass. However, Tang Shan stopped walking. She raised her face and looked at Tang Yu, then at Jiang Nan next to Tang Yu. Jiang Nan. Tang Yu didn't want to deal with Tang Shan and pulled Jiang Nan away. But Tang Shan stopped them, with a sneer on the corner of her mouth, saying, Jiang Nan, you still dare to show up? Ha, do you think no one will recognize you if you wear big sunglasses? Tang Shan. Tang Yu shouted in a stern voice, knowing that Tang Shan would say something bad. Get out of the way. She pushed Tang Shan away and took Jiang Nanxia's hand and walked away. Jiang Nanxia, no one is looking for you to film a movie right now, right? Tang Shan slung herself over Director Lu's body like a bag, and added. I'm going to be the heroine in Director Lu's movie. If you beg me, I'll consider giving you a chance to play a supporting role. Tang Shan raised her voice even higher, attracting people's attention. Just as Tang Shan was waiting for Jiang Nan to beg her, Director Lu surprisingly pushed Tang Shan's hand away and extended it to Jiang Nanxia with a servile look, saying, Miss Jiang, I'm very happy to meet you, and I hope to have the opportunity to work with you. Jiang Nanxia did not shake hands with Director Lu. Director Lu quickly smiled again and said, Miss Jiang, don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to play a supporting role. As long as you are willing to star in it, you will definitely be the heroine. Director Lu. Tang Shan hugged Director Lu's arm, pouted her lips, stamped her feet in anger, and kept rubbing her two big soft balls on Director Lu's arm. You said I was the heroine. Director Lu was about to speak when a group of people suddenly ran over. It was Jiang Nanxia. It really was Jiang Nanxia. Jiang Nanxia, please sign my name. Tang Shan was infuriated by the enthusiasm of the fans. But when she saw someone taking a photo with their phone, she quickly pulled down her shoulder strap and tried to get closer to Jiang Nan. But Jiang Nan didn't say a word and just walked away with his head down. However, they were instantly blocked by the fans. Jiang Nan, I'm your fan, take a photo with me. I'm your fan too, take a photo with me too. Tang Shan was pushed away by the fans who wanted to take a photo with Jiang Nan. She gritted her teeth in anger and said loudly, Everyone, while you're at it, let Jiang Nanxia talk about her feelings about sleeping with Tang Xiaonan. There was a moment of dead silence. But soon everyone began to look at Jiang Nanxia in unison. Jiang Nanxia sneered, I'm not married, and Tang Xiaonan isn't married either, so even if we were in a relationship, that would be normal. Does Tang Xiaonan like you? Even though you took down those photos and news, everyone knows that you seduced Tang Xiaonan. Tang Shan's words were like a knife piercing into Jiang Nanxia's heart. She had fallen for Tang Xiangnan. But that man just wanted to toy with her. Tang Yu felt Jiang Nanxia's body shaking, and she clenched her fists, ready to hit Tang Shan. But she held back, because if she hit Tang Shan at this moment, it might bring even more gossip for Jiang Nanxia. Tang Shan, you're not tall enough, and you're stepping on other people to reach. Tang Yu then said to the fans again. This Miss Tang Shan will soon be starring in this new movie by Director Lu, so let's all take a picture with them. The fans were not only uninterested in Tang Shan, but they also started to complain to Tang Shan on behalf of Jiang Nanxia. Who do you think you are? How immoral. How can you expose someone's scars in public? It's just so immoral. Tang Xiao and Jiang Nanxia are both single, so what do you care if they fall in love? Tang Shan was besieged by a crowd of people. Tang Yu looked at Tang Shan and smiled. This was even more satisfying than slapping Tang Shan. Jiang Nanxia also didn't expect to meet a real fan. The tears welled up in her eyes behind her big sunglasses. Jiang Nanxia nodded to her fans and thanked them. After that, Jiang Nanxia lifted her foot and walked away. Tang Yu took Jiang Nanxia's arm in one hand and used the other to push the fans away for Jiang Nanxia. "Excuse me, make way." Behind them, Tang Yu and Jiang Nanxia heard the fans say, "Jiang Nanxia is so kind, everyone, don't believe what the internet says and attack her." Tang Yu was about to explode with anger. Jiang Nanxia had left, and the crowd had dispersed. She was still preparing to introduce herself to those people. "I'm sorry, Xia Xia." Tang Yu apologized to Jiang Nanxia. Jiang Nanxia shook her head. "You, a little Tang Yu is not worth causing a disagreement between us." Tang Yu hugged Jiang Nanxia tightly. Jiang Nanxia leaned on Tang Yu's shoulder and silently shed tears. She wasn't crying because Tang Shan had insulted her in public. She was crying because of Tang Shangnan's teasing. Jiang Nanxia had just entered the door when she received a call from Tang Shangnan, giving her an opportunity to apologize. Jiang Nanxia slowly lowered her eyes. She said, "I haven't offended you, have I? Please let me go, okay?" Hearing Jiang Nanxia's depressed voice, Tang Shangnan felt a little suffocated in his heart. He had never felt this way about a woman before. It was very torturous. Jiang Nanxia couldn't hear Tang Shangnan's voice. But the phone was still on the hook. She lifted her eyes, and there was a fierce ridicule in her eyes. She was actually feeling lost. Jiang Nanxia hung up the phone. She had been holding the phone all day, but she never received another call from Tang Shangnan. Chapter 45, Don't Provoke Lu Nancheng Again. Lu Nancheng was about to call Tang Yu after the meeting. Coincidentally, Tang Yu called him. Lu Nancheng picked up the phone and heard that Tang Yu wanted to talk to him about something. He said, "I'll wait for you at the cafe." The cafe that Lu Nancheng told Tang Yu was the same cafe where he and Tang Yu met twice 4 years ago. After hanging up, Lu took the car keys and went directly to the basement level to drive his car to the cafe. Tang Yu was surprised that Lu, a busy person, actually said he would wait for her at the cafe. When she arrived at the cafe, Lu was drinking coffee. Lu's own, Tang Yu sat in front of Lu Nancheng, her heart was racing. She said, "Lu's own, why did you ask me to meet here?" Tang Yu looked around at the young couples at the neighboring tables, all in the throes of love. Yes, she hadn't forgotten 4 years ago. "I happened to meet a friend here," Lu Nancheng said. Oh, Tang Yu's voice was very quiet. So quiet that she almost didn't hear it herself. She took out the bank card that Jiang Nanxia had given her and handed it to Lu Nancheng. "This is Jiang Nanxia's way of saying thank you." Lu Nancheng said, "Do you think I'm doing this for the money?" No. Tang Yu waved her hands quickly, but she still said, "Jiang Nanxia asked me to give you the money, so you'd better take it, otherwise I won't be able to explain. I'm not doing this for Jiang Nanxia, but..." Lu Nancheng paused for a moment, and didn't say it was for Tang Yu, because she was afraid that Tang Yu would feel a heavy burden. He said, "I'm doing this for Tang Shangnan, so you and Jiang Nanxia don't have to worry about this anymore." Tang Yu didn't believe him, and she looked at Lu Nancheng with wide eyes. Because when she went to see Lu Nancheng that day, the news about Jiang Nanxia had already been all over the place, and she didn't believe that Lu Nancheng hadn't seen it. If Lu Nancheng was only trying to help Tang Shangnan, why would he let the news be all over the place for so long? Lu Nancheng stirred his coffee. He felt that it was quite nice to sit quietly with Tang Yu and have a cup of coffee. He remembered that 4 years ago, he and Tang Yu had met twice, both times in this cafe. But on both occasions, he had not sat down and had a good chat with Tang Yu, nor had he ever enjoyed a cup of coffee with her in the cafe. Tang Yu's mobile phone rang at an inopportune moment. Tang Yu glanced at the screen and saw that it was Gao Yun calling. Lu Nancheng had perfect eyesight, and he also saw the word Yungu on Tang Yu's screen. Immediately, Lu Nancheng's good mood turned to anger. Tang Yu did not see Lu Nancheng's suddenly cold face. She picked up her phone and walked out, saying to Lu Nancheng, "Go back inside, I need to take this call." Tang Yu went outside to take the call. Gao Yun asked her out to dinner. Tang Yu said, "Yungu, I'm meeting Jiang Nanxia tonight. We're going out to eat with the kids." You. Gao Yun's voice came from in front of her, not from the phone. Tang Yu looked up suddenly and sure enough, she saw Gao Yun standing in front of her. "Brother Yun?" Tang Yu exclaimed in surprise. But Gao Yun's face was already clearly very ugly. Gao Yun said coldly, You really didn't need to lie to me." After Gao Yun finished speaking, he glanced inside and saw Lu Nancheng waiting for Tang Yu with a cup of coffee. Following Gao Yun's gaze, Tang Yu glanced back. She was about to explain, but found that she seemed to have no need to explain at all. Gao Yun was just a friend. And Lu Nancheng didn't even seem to be a friend. Tang Yu, why have you changed since you returned to China? Gao Yun's voice was full of disappointment and anger. Tang Yu squirmed several times at the corner of her mouth before she wanted to speak, but Gao Yun said again, I, Gao Yun, am not a stalker. After that, Gao Yun angrily walked away. At this time, Jiang Nan called. Tang Yu answered the phone. Tang Yu, I negotiated the deal for that drama, and I'm having dinner with the crew tonight, so I can't have dinner with you guys. Some other time. Hang in there. Tang Yu hung up the phone with Jiang Nan and took a deep breath for Jiang Nan's happiness. Tang Yu came back after answering the phone and didn't expect Lu Nancheng to still be there. She blurted out, Mr. Lu, why are you still waiting for me? Lu Nancheng saw that Tang Yu was about to leave, so he mockingly said, You're a mother of two, and you're still so self-absorbed. Do you think I'm waiting for you? Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng and felt a little pain in her face. Lu Nancheng stood up, didn't look at Tang Yu again, and walked away with his feet raised. What a nutcase! Tang Yu was very puzzled by Lu Nancheng's suddenly changed face. Just as she had parted from Lu Nancheng, Tang Yu's phone rang again. When Tang Yu saw the number on the screen, her face could not help but change. The ringtone kept ringing, and Tang Yu finally picked it up. You're back. After hearing her father's voice for the first time in 4 years, Tang Yu's heart did not stir at all. You come home now. Home? Tang Yu sneered. She had not been Tang Jiaqian's daughter for 4 years. You come back first. Tang Jiaqian hung up the phone directly. Tang Yu would never go back. But suddenly a nanny car stopped next to her. Tang Yu almost got hit, and she was so scared that she took a few steps back. The person who got out of the car was actually Tang's bodyguard. Tang Yu was taken to the Tang family residence by Tang's bodyguard. Tang Jiaqian looked at Tang Yu, his furrowed brows making it hard to read his eyes. When did you come back? When I came back has nothing to do with you. Tang Yu said stubbornly. Tang Shan snuggled into Tang Jiaqian's arm and said coquettishly, Dad, my sister still wants to seduce Lu Nancheng. I saw it with my own eyes at the film festival. Tang Jiaqian's eyes widened in anger, but then he sighed and said, Don't provoke him again. Tang Yu looked at her father and said, You have already cut off all ties with me, so even if Lu Nancheng wants to kill me, he won't get you involved. Chapter 46, Doudou and Tang were picked up by their father. Tang Jiaqiang's chest heaved with anger at Tang Yu's words. Chen quickly patted Tang Jiaqiang on the back to calm him down, and then pretended to say to Tang Yu, don't be angry with your father, he is only looking out for your best interests. Tang Jiaqiang's eyes softened a little. Your younger sister wants to become an actress. Talk to Jiang Nan and see if you can help her. I can't. Tang Yu said firmly. Besides, I don't have a younger sister. After saying this, Tang Yu turned around and left. Tang Shan quickly stopped Tang Yu. Tang Yu hasn't even agreed to help her, how can she let Tang Yu leave? Tang Jiaqian took out a card and gave it to Tang Yu. You just got back and don't have much money, do you? There are tens of thousands of dollars in here, you can take it for now. Tens of thousands of dollars? Tang Yu glanced at the clothes on Tang Shan's body, all of which were new LV products this year, and the clothes alone were worth tens of thousands of dollars. Tang Yu's gaze then turned to Tang Shan's earrings and necklace, and finally her gaze settled on the gold bracelet in Tang Shan's hand. She laughed and asked Tang Jiaqiang, tens of thousands of dollars? Tang Jiaqiang said, 20,000, which should be enough for you to spend for a while. Chen hurriedly said, yes, yeah, you take it and spend it first. The company has been in a slump for the past 2 years, business is difficult, and we are not well off either. When you have spent it all, we will give it to you again. Tang Yu immediately stared at Chen Ling's neck. Chen Ling subconsciously used her hand to block the necklace around her neck, and said with a smile. These aren't diamonds, they're just ordinary crystals, worthless. You haven't been in the city for these past few years, so you don't know that we have also been living a very tight life. Tang Yu was tired of watching her act, and looked at the jade bracelet on Chen Ling's hand and said, Give me the jade bracelet my mother left me. Chen Ling hurriedly held down the jade bracelet on her hand. This jade bracelet is worth more than 100,000 yuan. She would never give it to Tang Yu. This jade bracelet is not your mother's. Your mother's is lost somewhere. This is Auntie's new purchase, it's worthless. Tang Yu turned her head away, as if she didn't want to listen to Chen Ling's lies. Tang Shan was anxious. She took Chen Ling's arm and whispered, Mom, you give this back to her. When I become a big star, I'll buy you a better one. Tang Jiaqiang also said, Ling, give the jade bracelet back to Yu. Shenling had no choice but to take off the jade bracelet and say to Tang Yu, I'll give you the jade bracelet, you go talk to Jiang Nan. Tang Yu snatched the bracelet away and looked at it carefully. It really was the one her mother had left behind. After her mother died, Shenling threw or burned everything that belonged to her mother, except for this bracelet. She had always wanted it back, but she could never get past Shenling. When Lu Nancheng agreed to marry her, she had even fantasized about getting the bracelet back after she married him. But she never imagined that she would be forced to leave the city before she could marry Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu put the jade bracelet on her own hand and turned around to leave. Tang Yu. Shenling grabbed Tang Yu by the arm, her eyes wide, her tone like she was about to devour Tang Yu. I'm giving you back the jade bracelet. Do you want to back out? Did I promise to help you? Tang Yu sneered, her eyes full of anger. This jade bracelet belonged to my mother. I just want to get back what's mine. Seeing that Tang Yu was determined not to help, Shenling started stirring up trouble again. She said, Tang Yu, as a Tang family daughter, you have not only done nothing for the Tang family, but have instead caused the Tang family to be unable to turn over a new leaf for 4 years. Back then, we were still hoping that if you could marry Mr. Lu, our Tang family would still be able to get help from Mr. Lu. But then you had that accident, and not only did Mr. Lu not help us, many of our partners who worked with us also terminated our cooperative relationship. As expected, when Tang Jiaqiang mentioned the past, his face changed. If you didn't sell me out, then you sold Tang Shan out. All along, Tang Shan has been your pride, hasn't she? After saying this, Tang Yu pushed Shenling away and left. You. Cough cough cough. Tang Yu stood down and looked at Tang Jiaqiang and said, Don't ever tell me to come here again. I hope you remember that you cut off ties with me 4 years ago. After saying this, Tang Yu walked away without looking back. She heard her father coughing and scolding her from behind her. But she did not turn back. After leaving the Tang family's gate, she looked back for a moment. 4 years ago, she was kicked out of the house by her father. 4 years later, even though she was standing in the Tang family's house, she did not feel at home at all. She walked on with her head down and heavy footsteps. Even though she was clearly not that sad, 2 lines of tears slipped down her eyes. She wiped the tears from her face and suddenly remembered that her 2 babies were still at kindergarten. Tang Yu took out her phone and glanced at the time. It had been more than an hour since school let out. She hurriedly flagged down a taxi and went straight to the kindergarten. However, there were no children at the kindergarten anymore. Even the teacher had gone home. There was only an old janitor at the gate. Tang Yu hurriedly called the teacher, but the teacher told her that Doudou and Tang had been picked up by their father. Chapter 47, Tang took Lu Nancheng for a tiger's hide. Hearing the teacher's words, Tang Yu was so scared that she stumbled in place. Their father. Who? The children don't have a father. Who could have abducted the children? Tang Yu hurriedly asked the teacher, what did the man look like? The teacher said, very tall, very handsome, very elegant. Tang called him father. Miss Tang, isn't he the children's father? Tang Yu's heart screamed, Lu Nancheng. The teacher's voice of explanation came again, I couldn't get through when I called you, so Tang called her father, and then her father came and picked up the children. Tang Yu hung up the phone with the teacher and quickly called Lu Nancheng. As soon as Lu Nancheng picked up the phone, Tang Yu angrily yelled, Lu Nancheng, why did you secretly pick up my children? Where are they? If you don't give them back to me, I'll call the police. Lu Nancheng rubbed his ears. He looked at the 2 babies playing with Lego in the living room and said to Tang Yu, can you think before you speak? Tang Yu froze. Lu Nancheng then said, how dare you yell at me? The kids are already out of school, why didn't you go pick them up? You didn't answer the phone when the teacher called. Lu Nancheng said angrily, and he even wondered if Tang Yu had gone out on a date with that guy Gao Yun. Where are they now? Tang Yu asked Lu Nancheng. Of course they're at my house. Hearing Lu Nancheng's angry voice, Tang Yu took a deep breath and said, I'll be at your doorstep in half an hour, please send them out. Half an hour later, Tang Yu arrived at Lu Nancheng's doorstep. She called Lu Nancheng and said, Mr. Lu, please send the kids out, I'm at your doorstep. Lu Nancheng said, Tang Yu, let me ask you a question. If my children don't want to leave your house, will you make them go? Tang Yu heard that it was the 2 little ones who were reluctant to leave again. After hanging up the phone with Lu Nancheng, Tang Yu directly called Doudou's watch phone. Fortunately, Doudou picked up the phone. Mom, it's not that I don't want to go, it's that Tang doesn't want to go. Tell her, Mom will buy you ice cream. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, Tang Yu heard Tang's voice on the phone. Mom, I don't want ice cream today. Tang Yu shouted, Tang. But she thought to herself, Tang must have taken Lu Nancheng for a tiger skin by now, and she definitely wouldn't listen if she tried to force her. So Tang Yu softened her tone and said, Tang, you go out with your brother now, and I'll wait for you at the front door. Then I'll take you to the zoo to see the little squirrels and the little kangaroos and all the other cute little animals. Tang was tempted. She turned to Lu Nancheng and said, Daddy, will you go to the zoo with us? Tang Yu naturally heard what Tang said. She was worried that if Lu Nancheng did not agree, Tang might not leave Lu Nancheng's house tonight. Tang Yu said to Lu Nancheng, Mr. Lu, you can send them out first and then talk about it. Soon, Tang Yu saw Lu Nancheng come out with the two little traders. Tang Yu lifted her hand and poked Tang on the forehead, then turned her back on Lu Nancheng. Thank you, Mr. Lu, you can go back now, we're leaving. After saying that, Tang Yu took one of the children by the hand and left. Tang pouted and refused to go, shaking off Tang Yu's hand and running towards Lu Nancheng, saying that Daddy wanted to go with them. Tang Yu quickly coaxed the children, saying, Tang, Mr. Lu is busy, let Mommy take you. Before Tang could say anything, Lu Nancheng said, Tang Yu, I don't think you should go back on your word in front of the children. Tang Yu ended up going back on her word, not because she didn't take Lu Nancheng with her, but because she didn't go to the zoo. The zoo was about to close. Doudou and Tang pouted in dissatisfaction. Tang Yu quickly promised the two babies, on Sunday, Mommy will definitely take you to the zoo. The children are still unhappy. Lu Nancheng says, Hailiang Square should only close at 9 p.m., and there are children's amusement facilities there. Tang Yu has no choice but to take them to Hailiang Square. When she sees the children's amusement park, Tang's little mouth stops pouting. When the two little ones are tired of playing and come running over, Tang says, Mom, my brother and I want ice cream. Before Tang Yu can say anything, Lu Nancheng has already stood up, and Dad is going to buy it. Tang Yu hurriedly stopped Lu Nancheng. Mr. Lu, the children cannot have ice cream. Lu Nancheng's eyebrows immediately rose. He glanced at the two children and then at Tang Yu, and asked sternly, why not? Chapter 48. Even if Nancheng is willing to marry you, are you willing to marry him? Lu Nancheng thought in his mind that Tang Yu had learned children's massage because she had to treat the children. Just as Lu Nancheng was worried about what was wrong with the children, Tang Yu said, it's not good to eat ice cream after sweating. Lu Nancheng asked Tang Yu again, is that why? Tang Yu nodded, Lu Nancheng really wanted to pin Tang Yu down and spank her, but Lu Nancheng bought 4 ice creams. 2 small ones and 2 big ones. He had never eaten ice cream again after he grew up, but today, he wanted to eat one too. Lu Nancheng gave the 2 small ones to Tang Yu and Doudou. Seeing Tang Yu eating so happily, he took a bite too. Not bad. He glanced at Tang Yu again as she ate her ice cream. The ice cream had already melted in her mouth, but the faint fragrance still lingered. Not bad. He glanced at Doudou again. For this little guy who didn't talk much, Lu Nancheng didn't dislike him either. He took another bite of ice cream. It's still very good. Tang Xiangnan's voice suddenly came from overhead, Nancheng? Tang Yu raised her head, and the moment she saw Tang Xiangnan, she was instantly very angry. She almost threw the ice cream in her hand in Tang Xiangnan's face. But Tang Yu held back, and she glanced again at the woman next to Tang Xiangnan. The woman was tall and very beautiful. She was holding Tang Xiangnan's arm, and they were practically seamlessly connected and inseparable. Tang Yu had even less of a good impression of Tang Xiangnan. I thought I was wrong. Dear God. Lu always eats ice cream in the mall. Tang Xiangnan's expression was very exaggerated. Lu Nancheng said coldly, get away from me. Tang Xiangnan laughed, ignored Lu Nancheng, and ignored Tang Yu's indifferent attitude towards him. He pinched Tang's little face and said, these are Miss Tang's 2 babies, they're quite cute. Tang immediately raised her little face and said with a smile, thank you, uncle. Tang Yu pulled Tang to her side, ignored Tang Xiangnan directly, and said coldly to Lu Nancheng, Lu Zong, we'll go back first. Tang Yu took the 2 little treasures and left. Lu Nancheng frowned and looked at Tang Xiangnan, then lifted his foot and walked away. Hey, why are they all leaving? Tang Xiangnan pushed away the beautiful woman who was clinging to him, caught up with Lu Nancheng, and pointed at the ice cream in Lu Nancheng's hand and said, if you eat it later, your heart will cool down. You have to ask Tang Yu out for a drink. As the saying goes, wine can confuse people and help you do things you wouldn't dare do when you're sober. You just worry about yourself. Lu Nancheng gave the beautiful woman over there a look of disdain. The meaning was that this woman is no good. Tang Shangnan laughed. It was just for fun, I wasn't serious. Your hand doesn't hurt after slapping someone? You play with others, and others still want to play with you. Lu Nancheng said this and then walked away. For days have passed since the incident where those thugs blocked the road. Tang Yu was wondering why there was still no news from the police when the doorbell suddenly rang. It was Wen Yan's godmother. Tang Yu's daughter, Tang, quickly ran to open the door. Tang Yu and Doudou also thought it was Wen Yan, because no one else came to their house except Wen Yan. And it was true that Wen Yan hadn't come for a long time. However, Tang Yu heard Tang's voice coming from the door. Grandma, who are you looking for? Tang Yu quickly walked to the door and saw Lu Nancheng's mother, Jiang Nan. Auntie? Tang Yu called out, quickly put Tang in her arms, stepped aside, and said, please come in. For years ago, although Jiang Nan could not be said to be very close to Tang Yu, she did everything an elder should do. She and Lu Nancheng set up a marriage alliance, and Lu Nancheng was like an outsider. Instead, she and Lu Nancheng's engagement and marriage matters were mostly handled by Jiang Nan. Even the dress she wore on her engagement and the jewelry were bought by Jiang Nan. Before anything happened to her, Lu Nancheng's parents never disliked her. Jiang Nan gave Tang Yu a cold stare as she walked into the house. After looking around, she said to Tang Yu, are these two children yours? Without waiting for Tang Yu to speak, Tang raised her little face and said, hello, Grandma. My name is Tang, and my brother is Doudou. Jiang Nan looked down and saw that the two children looked exactly like Tang Yu, and the little boy was even more handsome because of the female appearance. Jiang Nan did not dislike the two little ones at all, but instead felt a little guilty that she had not brought the children any gifts. Tang Yu told the children to go back inside, then poured a cup of tea for Jiang Nan and offered it to her with both hands, saying, Auntie, please sit. No thanks. Jiang Nan still looked at Tang Yu coldly and said, for years ago, our family agreed to a marriage alliance with your family, and Nancheng's father and I have never disliked you. Tang Yu nodded, saying, my uncle and aunt have been very good to me, and I will always remember that. You don't need to remember that. After all, we won't have anything to do with each other in the future. I came here today to tell you to stay away from Nancheng. You knew that Nancheng didn't want to marry you in the first place, and now look at you, with 2 kids. Even if Nancheng was willing to marry you, would you be willing to marry him? Chapter 49. Tang Yu didn't realize that she had just gotten into LK and was suddenly so valuable. Jiang Min's words made Tang Yu's heart tighten. She hurriedly explained, I don't have any improper thoughts about Mr. Lu. No? Humph. Then why did you go to his company as soon as you got back? And you kept looking for him, and you even took your daughter to the company to look for him. Don't tell me I'm just making this up. Tang Yu wanted to explain, but found that she didn't know what to say. She didn't want to explain anything anymore. She just said, Auntie, I know, I will stay away from him in the future. But I really didn't know that he was the boss of LK before I started working there. Fortunately, he doesn't go to LK often, and I signed a 1-year work contract. After 1 year, I will leave automatically. Tang Yu said, lowering her head, I need a stable job with an income to support the 2 children. Jiang Min glared at Tang Yu and left. You won't look for a job again after leaving LK. How have you survived all these years? Tang Yu looked up at Jiang Min and finally said, okay, I'll resign tomorrow. Jiang Min was finally satisfied and took out a card and handed it to Tang Yu. Tang Yu said firmly, I don't want it. Take it. I have something to say. Tang Yu did not take the card in Jiang Min's hand. She said, you say it, whatever you say, I will agree. Jiang Min placed the card on the coffee table and said, I hope you will go to the police station and say that you will not pursue Jingjing's responsibility. As long as you let Jingjing go, I can find you a new job again. I guarantee that you will have no worries about food and clothing. Tang Yu looked at Jiang Min and didn't quite understand what she was saying. Jiang Min then said, because Nancheng reported Jingjing, she is now at the police station, and Nancheng won't let us bail her out, so you go and tell the police. Tang Yu then understood that Lu Nancheng had already sent Zou Jing to the police station. Jiang Min then said, don't think that Nancheng is doing this for you. He just wants to do the right thing. Tang Yu nodded and said, I know. Then you go to the police station tomorrow. Facing Jiang Min's stern order, Tang Yu nodded and said, okay. Jiang Min then revealed a satisfied expression and said, "Don't worry. As soon as Jing gets out tomorrow, I'll find you a new job immediately." "No, Auntie, after tomorrow, I hope to have no further dealings with your Luck and Zou families. Please also tell Zou Jing not to worry about me anymore." "Don't worry, we don't want to have anything to do with you anymore." Jiang Min turned around and left. Tang Yu took the card and returned it to Jiang Min. "Auntie, we don't owe each other anything, you don't need to give me this money." Seeing Tang Yu's persistence, Jiang Min didn't say anything else and left. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Yu went to the police station. She told the police that she would not pursue Zou Jing and left. At the door, Jiang Min and Zou Jing's mother, Jiang Yan, also arrived. Jiang Min asked Tang Yu, "Did you tell the police?" "Yes." Tang Yu finished and left. However, Jiang Yan stopped Tang Yu and said arrogantly, "Tang Yu, you must have provoked Jing first. We won't thank you." Jiang Min pushed her sister and said warningly, "Yan." Tang Yu saw that Jiang Min was reasonable, so she didn't argue with Jiang Yan and just turned around and left. After going to the company, Tang Yu handed in her resignation. The reason was that she was not suitable to work at LK. The manager quickly called Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng had just received the news that Zou Jing had been released, and Tang Yu had personally gone to release Zou Jing. Lu Nancheng immediately understood that it must have been his mother and second aunt who had put pressure on Tang Yu. If she wants to resign, she can, but she is required to pay a 10 million yuan penalty. Lu Nancheng hung up the phone after telling the manager. Tang Yu was shocked when she received the manager's notice that she had to pay a 10 million yuan penalty. She is not worth 10 million even if she is sold. However, the manager said with conviction, the designers at LK are all worth tens of millions. Tang Yu didn't know that she was only hired by LK and was actually worth so much. Chapter 50. The two little guys are quite good at finding men for you, looking for both rich and handsome ones. At dinner, the doorbell suddenly rang. Tang Yu instantly stiffened her back. "Mom, is that mean Granny here again?" Tang Yu looked at the talking Tang, and she was also afraid that it was Lu Nancheng's mother who had come again. The doorbell rang again, and Tang Yu sucked in a cold breath again in fear. "Mom!" Tang hugged Tang Yu, her soft and pliable voice carrying a hint of timidity. Doudou stood up and said, "Mom, even if it's that bad Granny, we still have to open the door, I'll go open it." "Doudou!" Tang called out to Doudou, how could she let the child go to the door? "You and your sister go back inside." At that moment, accompanied by the sound of knocking on the door, a gentle voice came from outside, "Yaya." Tang, Doudou. "It's godmother Wenyan." Tang immediately ran to the door joyfully. As soon as the door opened, Tang immediately threw herself into godmother Wenyan's arms. "Godmother Wenyan." Tang. Godmother Wenyan picked up Tang and asked, "Have you had dinner yet?" "Godmother brought you roast duck." Tang's big, watery eyes sparkled as she stared at the bag in godmother Wenyan's hands. Wenyan couldn't help but laugh at the way Tang was about to drool, and gave her little face a gentle pinch. "Yeah, quickly get a plate, the little glutton is drooling." Ha. Wenyan saw the two little ones and was full of love. Tang Yu smiled and went to get a plate. She asked Wenyan, "When did you get back?" "Last night." Wenyan said, "Why did you open the door so slowly? I thought you weren't home and was about to call you." Wenyan said, crouching down and looking at Doudou's pretty, handsome little face, he couldn't help but kiss it. "Doudou, have you missed your godmother?" Doudou wiped the little face Wenyan had kissed with his hand. "What's the matter? Little rascal. Still don't like your godmother?" He. Tang covered her mouth and laughed, telling Wenyan godmother, "I'll tell you a secret, my brother doesn't let any girl kiss him except for my mother." Wenyan's eyes widened, "Why?" Tang answered for Doudou again, "Because mom is a real mother and can kiss her own children. Other girls are outsiders. My brother wants to save his kisses for his future girlfriend." Ouch. He's still a devoted guy. Wenyan snorted and said, "You guys can't call me godmother anymore, just call me Wenyan's real mother. That way I can kiss Doudou." Wenyan said, and then forcefully kissed Doudou on the cheek. "Wenyan's mom can kiss you too. In the future, I won't get in the way of you kissing your girlfriend, haha." Doudou's little face was red beyond words. This attracted Wenyan's teasing again, and she was still shy. This little handsome guy will be lucky with some girl's daughter in the future. Subsequently, Wenyan told the children to go eat the roast duck, and she pulled Tang Yu and sat on the sofa. Is something wrong? Why are you afraid to open the door? Tang, you didn't hide anything from Wen Yan. Yesterday, Lu Nancheng's mother came and scolded me in front of the children. What did she scold you for? She's sick. Wen Yan was very angry. It's not that Tang and Doudou insist that Lu Nancheng is their father. Tang went to see Lu Nancheng twice, and his mother found out and thought I seduced Lu Nancheng. Wen Yan laughed out loud. The two little guys are quite good at finding men for you, looking for ones who are rich and handsome. Tang Yu was worried to death. She hit Wen Yan a little. How about you? Is work going well? Alas. Wen Yan let out a long sigh. Everyone in the company is gunning for me, so you think I'm having a good time? Wen Yan glanced at the clock as she said, I have to go. It's past 6 o'clock, and you still have to work? Don't work too hard, you look haggard. Alas. Wen Yan let out a long sigh and said to Tang Yu. Some time ago, my second uncle got in the way, and I signed a contract with a loophole. I want to arrange a meeting with the other boss to discuss it, but that person is avoiding me. I heard that he is having dinner at the Jiang Hotel today, so I'll go and confront him. From what you say, the other person must not be a decent person. I'll go with you to give you courage. Tang Yu immediately picked up her jacket and said to the two babies, you two behave yourselves at home, finish eating the roast duck, brush your teeth, and go to bed. Mommy will accompany you Wen Yan's mother to go out and take care of some things, and I'll be back soon. I'll go by myself, don't worry about it. Wen Yan said, I'm not at ease leaving them at home either. Before Tang Yu could say anything, Doudou said, Mom, you go with Wen Yan's mom after school, I'll take care of my sister. Tang Yu was very relieved and said to Wen Yan again, they're often home alone, they'll be fine. Wen Yan wanted Tang Yu to go with her because, as Tang Yu had said, the other person was indeed not a decent person, and she was indeed very scared. But she didn't want to make Tang Yu feel bad, so she said, I shouldn't have told you, and made you worry about me. If you didn't tell me, it means you don't consider me your sister. Tang Yu took Wen Yan's hand and said, let's go. Jiang Hotel. Wen Yan and Tang Yu walked to the door of a private room upstairs. She said to Tang Yu, I heard that the person is in this private room. Tang Yu also heard voices inside, and it sounded like there were a lot of people. Wen Yan nodded and said, let's wait outside. I think we should go in and talk to him while there are so many people here. If we confront him to his face, he will definitely agree to what you want. Wen Yan looked at Tang Yu, who nodded. Let's go in then. The two pushed open the door to the private room. There were indeed a lot of people inside. When all the gazes in the private room were directed at them, the two of them panicked even more. Tang Yu tightly shook Wen Yan's hand to cheer her up. The two looked at everyone in the crowd, and they actually saw Lu Nancheng. Chapter 51. Lu Nancheng's actions stunned everyone. It may be that Lu Nancheng is too conspicuous. It may also be that among this group of people, Tang Yu only knows Lu Nancheng. When she saw Lu Nancheng, Tang Yu was shocked. Only yesterday did she promise Jiang Nan not to see Lu Nancheng again. How could it be such a coincidence that she ran into him again? Wen Yan ignored Lu Nancheng. No matter how important a person is, she has nothing to do with him. She saw the person she was looking for and walked towards him. Tang Yu hurriedly followed Wen Yan's footsteps. She was here to embolden Wen Yan. She couldn't let Lu Nancheng disrupt her. She'll just pretend she doesn't know Lu Nancheng. Wen Yan walked over to the man, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, Miss Wen. The man interrupted Wen Yan unhappily. How did you find your way here? Mr. Wang, I really had no choice. I couldn't find you anywhere else. Wen Yan said, taking out the contract, the data on this contract is obviously different from the one I showed you at the beginning. I hope you can sign a new one with me. Then Wen Yan took the blame again. She said, I'm young and I don't know how to do things properly, so please give me a chance to make amends. Little girl. If you can't do anything right, just go home. The mall is not your mother's embrace, where you can act spoiled. This Mr. Wang. Tang Yu said, you are a senior, there is an error in the contract, you should promptly cooperate with Wen Yan, a young person new to the workplace, to correct it, and set an example for us young people. At this time, a man stood up and walked up to Wen Yan and Tang Yu. The two ladies, don't worry, since you're here, just sit down and drink with us for a while. After we've entertained Mr. Wan, won't he give you a chance? The man said, and then he gave Tang Yu and Wen Yan a flirtatious look, and then he put his around Wen Yan and Tang Yu, and said, let's sit down and talk some more. Everyone here is a big shot, let me introduce you to each other. He. Pop. The sound of a wineglass breaking on the table resounded throughout the private room. Everyone looked at the sound of the broken glass, and they were all too scared to make a sound. Tang Yu also saw the person who had dropped the glass. It was actually Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu let out a sharp intake of breath. Everyone said that Lu Nancheng was the living hell, and today she saw for herself that it was true. The last time she saw Lu Nancheng angry was 4 years ago when she had had her accident. That day she had gone to beg Lu Nancheng for help, and although he hadn't thrown anything, his coldness and hostility had been the same as it was now. The man who had been putting his arm around Wen Yan and Tang Yu had already taken his hand away. Because it was well known that Lu Nancheng was not interested in women. The crowd at the moment was also full of men. The man Lang quickly stood up, wiped his sweat, and said to Wen Yan, "Get out of here now." Wen Yan and Tang Yu were both a little scared. But Wen Yan still plucked up the courage to say, "I'm sorry for disturbing everyone's fun." Wen Yan bowed to everyone, and then said to Mr. Wang, "If you sign this correct contract and void this incorrect one, I'll leave immediately." President Wang was about to scold Wen Yan when Lu Nancheng suddenly said, "Hand it over." Wen Yan looked at Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng. Everyone looked at Lu Nancheng. "Can't you understand what I'm saying?" Lu Nancheng finished speaking to Wen Yan and looked at Tang Yu again. "You bring the document over for her." Wen Yan and Tang Yu looked at each other. Tang Yu came back to her senses and quickly handed the document in Wen Yan's hand to Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng took the document, didn't even look at it, and then held out his hand for Tang Yu to give him the pen. Tang Yu stupidly asked, "Why?" Lu Nancheng raised his eyebrows at her and said, "Why do you think?" Tang Yu let out a sharp intake of breath, turned around, and excitedly called Wen Yan, "Xiaoyan." "The pen." Wen Yan quickly handed the pen over. Tang Yu took the pen and handed it to Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng flipped directly to the last page and signed his name. Then he closed the document and handed it to Tang Yu. He said to Wen Yan, "Miss Wen, you are now officially a partner of the Lu family." Everyone was stunned. They were all dumbfounded by Lu Nancheng's actions. Everyone present today is a big boss of a listed company. None of them here today didn't want to get close to Lu Nancheng. They all dreamed of clinging to this big tree of Lu Nancheng's. But they never expected that this little girl would suddenly appear and effortlessly make Lu Nancheng sign a contract with her. You have to understand that everyone here is more powerful than Wen Yan's father. No company is as powerful as the one group. Some people even guessed that Lu Nancheng had a crush on Wen Yan. President Wang hurriedly smiled at Wen Yan and said, "Oh, little niece, why didn't you say that you know General Lu? Here, I will sign and void that document now." Ha ha. Wen Yan was overjoyed and hurriedly handed the voided document to President Wang. However, Lu Nancheng once again coldly said, "Miss Wen." Wen Yan stood down. Everyone looked at Lu Nancheng with surprised eyes again. Lu Nancheng said, "I'll buy that document. Mr. Wang, my assistant will come and talk to you personally tomorrow." It was obvious that Lu Nancheng was angry. Mr. Wang hurriedly bowed 90 degrees to Lu Nancheng. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't know that Miss Wen knew you. It was my fault. I'll change." President Wang. Lu Nancheng interrupted President Wang's words and said coldly, "It seems that you didn't want to give Miss Wen a chance just now, so don't make it difficult." President Wang begged piteously, "President Lu, please give me a chance to make amends." Lu Nancheng remained cold and ruthless. "Then why won't you give someone else a chance to make amends?" Chapter 52, Is there a man hiding in the room? President Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lu Nancheng had bought the scrapped contract he signed with Wen Yan, so he definitely would not let him off lightly. He begged desperately, "President Lu, are you two going to stand there waiting for dinner to be served?" Lu Nancheng interrupted President Wang with a cold, raised eyebrow as he spoke to Wen Yan and Tang Yu. Wen Yan quickly bowed to Lu Nancheng, thanking him. Tang Yu also nodded to Lu Nancheng, and the two of them held hands and hurriedly escaped from the private room. Outside, Wen Yan opened his mouth wide and gasped, "You. Was that real just now? Lu Nancheng and I signed a contract?" Tang Yu also didn't quite believe what had just happened. The two of them looked through the contract, and on the last page, the 3 words Lu Nancheng were clearly written. Thank you. This is all you're doing." Faced with Wen Yan's words of thanks, Tang Yu froze. She had promised Lu Nancheng's mother that she would never see Lu Nancheng again, but Mr. Lu must like you. Tang Yu turned her eyes to Wen Yan's face, which was full of a bright, warm smile. She shook her head. He just feels a little sorry for me because I went to beg him 4 years ago and he coldly refused. Besides, I promised her mother that I would never see him again. The smile on Wen Yan's face immediately disappeared, turning into worry. What should I do? Tang Yu quickly comforted Wen Yan. It's okay, I haven't broken my promise. I didn't go looking for Lu Nancheng, I just ran into him by chance. Tang Yu comforted Wen Yan. It's okay, go back quickly and tell your uncles and aunts the good news, let them be happy too. Okay. Wen Yan nodded and said to Tang Yu, my second uncle made me sign a military order to complete 10% of my personal performance within 1 year. With Mr. Lu, 20% is no problem. Then work hard. Tang Yu finished speaking and parted from Wen Yan before going home. As soon as she arrived home, the doorbell rang. Lu Nancheng looked disgusted. Why did it take so long to open the door? Is there a man hiding in the house? Tang Yu was dumbfounded by the scolding, and she wanted to argue back, but she thought about how he had just rescued Wen Yan and gave Wen Yan the opportunity to cooperate with the Lu family, so she let it go. Lu Nancheng glared at Tang Yu with an even more disgusted look. Is there really a man hiding in the house? Tang Yu swallowed hard. She understood that Lu Nancheng was going to come in, but she still did not move out of the way. Lu Nancheng gave him a look, lifted his foot directly, and Tang Yu hurriedly pressed her body against the door. Lu Nancheng entered the house, looked around, and didn't see the children's shadows. He turned back to ask Tang Yu, where are the children? Tang Yu closed the door and entered the room. Mr. Lu, what can I do for you at this late hour? Lu Nancheng said, I haven't eaten dinner yet. Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng with wide eyes. Was this a question? Didn't you just eat at the restaurant? How can I eat after you disturbed me? Lu Nancheng said coldly. Tang Yu said, then let me invite you to eat outside. I just came up, I don't feel like moving, so can you cook me something to eat? Tang Yu frowned in surprise. She was surprised that such a big shot as Lu Nancheng wanted to eat at her humble home. She didn't have any food to treat Lu Nancheng either. At that moment, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and Tang and Doudou ran out of the room. Tang immediately threw herself at Lu Nancheng. Dad. Lu Nancheng picked up Tang and reached out to touch Doudou's little head. He asked Tang and Doudou, why were you two hiding in the room and not coming out? Chapter 53, Dad sleeps with Mom. Tang Yu quickly interrupted Tang before she could say anything. Lu Nancheng glanced at Tang Yu and didn't say anything else. Tang wrapped her small hands around Lu Nancheng's neck and said, Dad, Mom makes delicious noodles. Noodles? Tang Yu was about to say that noodles were not a suitable dish for treating such an important person as Lu Nancheng, when? Since Lu Nancheng had said that, Tang Yu said, then I'll show you what I can do. Unexpectedly, Lu Nancheng said, go ahead. Tang Yu turned and went to the kitchen. Tang covered her mouth and laughed. Lu Nancheng rubbed Tang's little head. Tang kissed Lu Nancheng's face. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang, and suddenly, his heart felt warm and he was very excited. Lu Nancheng sat down with Tang in his arms, waved at Doudou, and Doudou came over. Doudou obediently came over. Lu Nancheng reached out and took Doudou into his arms. There was a clanging sound coming from the kitchen. Lu Nancheng and the two children looked towards the kitchen. Lu Nancheng said, your mother isn't going to tear the kitchen apart, is she? Mom makes delicious food. Tang said, licking her lips. Soon, Tang Yu came out with a bowl of noodles in her hands, saying, Mr. Lu, it's ready to eat. Lu Nancheng, still holding Tang, walked to the dining table and sat down. Tang Yu placed the noodles on the table. She then brought out the side dishes and saw that Tang was like glued to Lu Nancheng. She reached out to hug Tang and said, come down, let Mr. Lu eat. At this point, Doudou saw that there were no chopsticks on the table, so she quickly ran into the kitchen, got a pair of chopsticks, and handed them to Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng fondly patted Tang Yu's little head, and said, how about I get you a pair of chopsticks, and then 2 more pairs, so you can eat too? Lu Nancheng, we've already eaten. Continuing Tang Yu's sentence, Tang said, Dad, the roast duck we had for dinner was bought by Wen Yan's mom. It was delicious. Lu Nancheng's eyes softened, and he nodded. He picked up his chopsticks and ate his noodles. If you want to eat roast duck again, just call me, and I'll buy it for you. Tang clapped her hands in joy. Tang Yu suppressed her excited Tang, as she was worried that the home-cooked noodles she had made would not be to the liking of the big shot Lu Nancheng. But she did not expect Lu Nancheng to eat it with relish. "Dad, what do you think? Is it delicious?" Tang stared at Lu Nancheng, waiting for his reply, and licked her lips like a little glutton. It's delicious," Lu Nancheng said, and fed Tang a mouthful. Tang Yu was shocked. Because she had almost become engaged to Lu Nancheng before, she knew that he was very serious about cleanliness. Lu Nancheng wouldn't even look at something that other people had eaten. However, Lu Nancheng used his own chopsticks to feed Tang Yu, and then he continued eating. Lu Nancheng ate the whole bowl of noodles, and even the 2 side dishes that Tang Yu had made for him. Finally, Lu Nancheng generously praised, "The taste is okay, the side dishes are also okay, but there's a bit too little." Tang Yu didn't know what to say. Lu Nancheng wasn't full? Didn't he say his stomach wasn't feeling well? Why did he eat so much? "Should I cook you another bowl?" Tang Yu asked. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu. Tang Yu pursed her lips, not knowing what he meant. Lu Nancheng said, "Forget it, it's late, let the kids go to sleep." Tang Yu didn't know what to say again, and she stood still because Lu Nancheng had no intention of leaving. But he was the one who said, "Let the kids go to sleep." He was the one who gave the order to leave. However, just as Tang Yu was confused and didn't know what he meant, Lu Nancheng asked again, "The kids aren't going to school tomorrow, are they?" Tang Yu hurriedly replied, "Yes." "Then why don't you send them to bed?" Tang Yu took a deep breath and said, "In that case, I won't see you out. Goodbye, Mr. Lu." Tang Yu led the 2 babies into the room. Tang didn't want to let go of Lu Nancheng. "Daddy, you're not leaving tonight, are you?" Before Lu Nancheng could say anything, Tang added, "The bed in Mommy's room is really big. Daddy can sleep with Mommy." Chapter 54, Just Dreaming. Tang Yu was shocked by what Tang had said. Tang. Tang Yu's face turned red, and she picked up Tang and carried her into the bedroom. The 2 little ones quickly fell asleep under Tang Yu's threats and enticements. Tang Yu went out of the bedroom to tidy up, but saw Lu Nancheng sitting on the sofa. She startled herself. Lu Nancheng gave her a disgusted look. "Am I that scary?" Tang Yu pursed her lips. "Why haven't you left yet?" "Sit here." Lu Nancheng patted the seat next to him. Tang Yu straightened her back and stood in the same place, her eyes wide as she looked at Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng frowned. "Do you want me to carry you over?" Tang Yu let out a cold breath. "Mr. Lu, our relationship hasn't reached that point yet. Come here and let me ask you a question." Lu Nancheng pursed his lips and exhaled through his nostrils, thinking only good thoughts. Tang Yu didn't quite believe Lu Nancheng, and she stood still, saying, "Go ahead, I can hear you. Come here, your voice is loud and will wake the kids." Lu Nancheng gave Tang Yu a disgusted look. Tang Yu glanced back at the bedroom door behind her, and she walked to the opposite side of Lu Nancheng and sat on the sofa. Lu Nancheng looked at her sitting upright, with her hands on her lap, obviously nervous and on guard. "Why did you hide the kids when I knocked just now? Did someone come here?" Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng, and she squirmed her mouth a little before she said with certainty, "No." Although Tang Yu said with certainty, her evasive expression had already betrayed her. Lu Nancheng said, "If you don't tell me, I'm not leaving tonight, I'll just stay here and wait for that person." Tang Yu tilted her head and swallowed, then said, "Yesterday, Auntie came." "Auntie?" Lu Nancheng asked, "Who?" Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng and said, "Your mother." Lu Nancheng gave Tang Yu a stern look, but then softened his tone a little and said, "What did she come for?" "Need you ask?" "She definitely didn't want me to seduce you." Lu Nancheng almost laughed at Tang Yu's words and expression. But he didn't laugh, instead he said very seriously, "Then don't learn from those women who don't respect themselves and seduce men everywhere." Tang Yu almost choked on her own spit. "Did she scold the children?" Lu Nancheng's voice was full of deep concern. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Tang Yu suddenly looked at Lu Nancheng. Her back stiffened. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu's frightened look and thought the same thing as Tang Yu, that it was his mother who had arrived. "Don't be afraid, I'll go open the door." Lu Nancheng said this and got up to open the door. The door opened, and both men inside and outside the door were very surprised to see each other. "Gao Yun, Mr. Lu?" Lu Nancheng immediately puffed up his nose and glared at him coldly. Just now, when the doorbell rang and he saw Tang Yu's frightened expression, he thought it was his mother. But it turned out to be his mistress. Tang Yu walked to the door and was also very surprised to see Gao Yun. "Yun Ge?" Gao Yun lifted the bag in his hand and said, I just got off the plane and brought you and the kids some Hainanese specialties. After Gao Yun finished speaking, Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu. Gao Yun watched the two of them look at each other, and a great sense of loss crossed his mind. He didn't expect that in just a few days, Tang Yu and Lu Nancheng had developed so quickly. Lu Nancheng stood in the doorway, blocking the way, and said, You can buy anything locally here now, so why bring it all the way here? Ha ha. Lu Nancheng snorted and added, And you're here so late. Don't you know the kids go to bed early every night? Gao Yun's tongue swept across his teeth, and he felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. He put the bag he was holding on the floor by the door, said, Sorry to disturb you, I'll go now. Wait a minute. Lu Nancheng picked up the bag Gao Yun had put down. You've brought it all this way, take it back to your family to eat. I'll buy it for her and the kids. Chapter 55, he released dopamine for Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng's words caught Gao Yun off guard. Gao Yun's Adam's apple rolled up high, and he swallowed, glancing at Tang Yu. Tang Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that Tang Yu didn't say anything, Gao Yun took the bag from Lu Nancheng's hand and turned to leave. Lu Nancheng closed the door and turned back, glaring at Tang Yu with a fierce and vicious look. Tang Yu's back straightened again at the glare. You're still inviting men to your house at this late hour. Don't you care about yourself or the children? Tang Yu was stunned by Lu Nancheng's tirade for a moment, before she retorted, Then why did you come up so late at night without considering that I have 2 children with me? Tang Yu. Tang Yu pouted, Isn't that right? Am I wrong? Just go away. Lu Nancheng thought that Tang Yu was angry and wanted to get rid of him because he had driven Gao Yun away. He said, Tang Yu. Are you having an affair with that man? None of your business. Just go away. Tang Yu simply reached out and pushed Lu Nancheng. Although it wasn't Jiang Min who had knocked on the door just now, Lu Nancheng would let Jiang Min know sooner or later that he was here. Since she had already promised Jiang Min, she couldn't get too close to Lu Nancheng. However, Lu Nancheng was tall and heavy, and Tang Yu not only failed to push him out, but also because she pushed too hard, she lost her balance and squeezed herself into Lu Nancheng's arms. Lu Nancheng took advantage of the situation to embrace Tang Yu. The two of them locked eyes. Lu Nancheng suddenly felt a tightening in his heart, and an impulse welled up in his lower abdomen. He leaned down and kissed the upturned pink lips of Tang Yu. Tang Yu was shocked by Lu Nancheng's sudden kiss and her eyes widened as she held her breath. When the cool temperature of Lu Nancheng's lips came across her lips, Tang Yu came back to her senses and suddenly pushed Lu Nancheng away. She said, Mr. Lu. Lu Nancheng took a deep breath. He didn't know why he just wanted to kiss Tang Yu. Maybe it was because Tang Yu's lips were so beautiful. Maybe it was because when he hugged Tang Yu, he felt how soft her body was. That softness stimulated his male hormones, and he couldn't help but release dopamine. He released dopamine for Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng was also surprised by his actions. Lock the door. Lu Nancheng walked out. Tang Yu quickly locked the door. She leaned her back against the door and gasped for breath. Lu Nancheng just kissed her. It almost scared her to death. Lu Nancheng glanced back at the door behind him, and he heard the sound of the lock being engaged. He went downstairs and saw the handbag that Gao Yun had been carrying by the trash can. Lu Nancheng looked up again and looked at the window of Tang Yu's house. Getting into the car, Lu Nancheng sent a WeChat message to Tang Yu. Tang Yu, what is your relationship with Gao Yun? Tang Yu's heart had not yet calmed down when she saw Lu Nancheng's WeChat message. Holding the phone, she didn't know how to reply. To answer no, she thought that Lu Nancheng wanted to develop a relationship with her. But she knew that she definitely couldn't get past Jiang Min. To answer yes? But she and Gao Yun really didn't have any kind of relationship. As a result, because of Tang Yu's indecision, Lu Nancheng's question remained unanswered for a long time. Lu Nancheng clutched the phone in his hand. He felt that Tang Yu definitely didn't answer him because she liked Gao Yun. He said angrily, Tang Yu. You idiot. In what way am I not better than Gao Yun? The next day, Lu Nancheng said to his secretary, Get me some information on the Gao group. After the secretary left, Lin Xiao came in and said to Lu, Go check out Gao Yun. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Nancheng blankly. What? Don't understand what I said? Lin Xiao hurriedly said, What aspects of his life would you like to check? His relationships or his work? Lu Nancheng looked up at Lin Xiao and asked, Is that okay? Lin Xiao looked at him and saw that Lu Nancheng was clearly carrying resentment. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded and left. 2 hours later, Lin Xiao had all the information on Gao Yun. Especially the 2 years abroad. Oh no! Especially the 2 years he knew Tang Yu, Lin Xiao specifically compiled a detailed file. It turned out that Lu Nancheng's mourning was not resentment. It was jealousy. He was jealous. Chapter 56. Lu Nancheng always felt that Jiang Nan had led Tang Yu astray. When Yen came to see Tang Yu. Yu, this is the shopping card my parents gave you, 4 parks in children's shopping city. You take the babies and buy some clothes and toys. Tang Yu hurriedly declined, saying that she couldn't accept it. You thank my uncles and aunts for me. Besides, when Mr. Lu signed the contract with you, it must have been because of the Wen Group's capabilities, and it had nothing to do with me. Oh, don't be modest, it's not because of you that Mr. Lu would definitely not look down on the Wen Group. Just take it. If you don't take it, I won't be able to explain to my parents. Tang Yu looked at Wen Yan. She was both envious of Wen Yan for having such a good mom and dad, and happy for Wen Yan for having found such a good mom and dad. Wen Yan took out 2 more movie tickets and said mysteriously to Tang Yu, there are 2 more movie tickets. You and Mr. Lu should go watch them. Wen Yan said and stuffed the movie tickets into Tang Yu's hands. Tang Yu was shocked. Did your aunt and uncle give you these? Didn't you tell them that I have nothing to do with Mr. Lu? Wen Yan said, my parents gave them to me, but not to you, to me. What do you mean? Your aunt and uncle want us to go to the movies together? Wen Yan pouted and said to Tang Yu, the young master of the Zou Group wants to marry me, and these movie tickets are for him and me to watch. Young Master Zou? Tang Yu murmured, Zhou Yuechen? Yes. Wen Yan nodded and added, you've heard about it too, haven't you? Not only did he lose his wife, it seems that he was the one who caused her death. Tang Yu frowned, really worried for Wen Yan, and she heard that the man had a strange temper, even more terrifying than Lu Nancheng. Wen Yan pouted, I don't think Mr. Lu is terrifying at all, it's all just rumors from the outside world. Tang Yu's eyes widened, could it be that Zhou Yuechen is also just as terrifying as Lu Nancheng, and it's just all rumors from the outside world? Yeah. Wen Yan said, have you forgotten what we saw on the news last year? What Zhou Yuechen's wife's family said. Tang Yu swallowed. At that time, Zhou Yuechen's wife had passed away, and his wife's family members cursed Zhou Yuechen on the news, saying that he was not a human being, and also said a lot about Zhou Yuechen's abuse of his wife. Fortunately, my parents didn't force me. They said that they would let me get in touch with him, but if it was really like what was rumored on the internet, they would not agree. Tang Yu envies Wen Yan. Wen Yan's adoptive parents really treat Wen Yan like their own daughter. But her biological father has never treated her like his own daughter. 4 years ago, in order to climb up the social ladder and marry Lu Nancheng, her father forced her to marry him. The night before the wedding, after she was attacked, her father cut off their relationship in front of so many people. You should have called Mr. Lu earlier and asked him to go to the movies with you. Yan. Let's go together. You know, this is Xia Xia's new movie, I really want to go, but unfortunately I have to go on a business trip today and won't be back until tomorrow. Wen Yan said before leaving, don't waste the ticket. Tang Yu called Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan readily agreed, great. I haven't seen my own movie in the cinema yet, let's go together. After hanging up with Tang Yu, Jiang Nanxia's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, so Jiang Nanya picked it up. It was Tang Shangnan's voice on the other end, saying, Miss Jiang, let's go see a movie. Sorry, I don't have time, Jiang Nanya quickly hung up on Tang Shangnan. She pressed her hand against her chest, terrified at the mere sound of Tang Shangnan's voice. But she had been bitten by Tang Shangnan's poisonous tongue once, and now she was afraid of the noose. Tang Shangnan tried calling from several different numbers, but Jiang Nanya never answered, and then she turned off her phone. Looking at the movie tickets in his hands, Tang Shangnan sighed and called Lu Nancheng. Nancheng, there are 2 movie tickets, let's go watch it together, it's starring Jiang Nanxia. If Lu Nancheng hadn't been told that it was starring Jiang Nanxia, he might have considered it, but as soon as he heard that it was starring Jiang Nanxia, Lu Nancheng immediately refused. Lu Nancheng didn't like Jiang Nanxia at all. He always felt that Jiang Nanxia had a bad influence on Tang Yu. Cinema. Tang Yu and Jiang Nanxia, who was wearing big sunglasses and a big mask, bought popcorn. The 2 of them walked happily arm in arm towards the projection room. Tang Shangnan recognized Jiang Nanxia at once in the crowd. He strode over. He saw Jiang Nanxia and Tang Yu enter the projection room with his own eyes. He told the staff, "I want that projection room too." Subsequently, Tang Xiangnan called Lu Nancheng. "Nancheng, Tang Yu, and Jiang Nanxia are here to watch a movie." Chapter 57, She's Not Your Type. Tang Yu and Jiang Nanxia watched the movie while eating popcorn. In the dimly lit projection room, there was a ray of light coming in from the door. Tang Yu whispered to Jiang Nanxia, "It's been a long time since the movie started, and someone's still coming in." "Nanxia, you're doing great. The seats are all taken." "Shoo." Jiang Nanxia looked left and right, afraid of being heard. Tang Yu nodded, and in order to protect Jiang Nanxia, she didn't dare to say anything else. Lu Nancheng and Tang Xiangnan sat in the back row with Jiang Naxia and Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu eating popcorn and occasionally leaning over to say something in Jiang Naxia's ear. It was a romantic comedy. Everyone was laughing. Lu Nancheng was the only one with a dark face. Tang Xiangnan whispered to Lu Nancheng, "What are you angry about?" Lu Nancheng didn't say anything, but it seemed like he was even more angry. He looked at the front row where Tang Yu and Jiang Nanxia were laughing heartily. Tang Yu sometimes whispered in Jiang Nanxia's ear, "Nanxia, you were great." "Thank you." Jiang Nanxia tilted her head towards Tang Yu. After a while, Tang Yu tilted her head again and whispered, "I admire you so much." Jiang Nanxia's voice was full of joy. She said, "If you act, you'll be good too. You're so pretty, you could be an actress. Hey, let me introduce you to the acting world." "That's great." Tang Yu smiled and fed Jiang Nanxia a popcorn. Tang Xiangnan watched the two women happily, and he sighed deeply. Why did the image of Jiang Nanxia crying always appear in his mind? He clearly saw her smile, but the image of Jiang Nanxia crying sadly was still in his mind. After a while, Tang Yu tilted her head again and said to Jiang Nanxia, "I admire you to death. You acted so well." Lu Nancheng really wanted to pick Tang Yu up and carry her out, so that she would stop hanging out with Jiang Nanxia. The movie ends with a touching ending, with both Tang Yu and Jiang Nanxia crying. Jiang Nanxia says, "I didn't cry during the filming, but I'm crying now." Tang Yu says, "It's different watching it in the cinema. From now on, whenever you have a new movie, we'll come and watch it." Jiang Nanxia nods. Tang Yu says, "It's a pity, Xiaoyan isn't free today." The lights came on, and Jiang Naxia put on big sunglasses and a mask. Tang Yu and Jiang Naxia got up and walked out holding hands. When she looked up, Tang Yu saw Lu Nancheng, and she couldn't help straightening her back and holding her breath. She thought she was mistaken. No. She was sure she was mistaken. But he saw Lu Nancheng's cold face like the Grim Reaper. She knew that was Lu Nancheng. But why was Lu Nancheng here? Sitting in the back row behind her. She looked over to Lu Nancheng's side and saw Tang Xiangnan, who she hated with a passion. Jiang Naxia was afraid of being recognized, so she kept her head down. But she felt Tang Yu suddenly stop walking and stiffen. Jiang Naxia looked up and Tang Xiangnan's handsome face immediately caught her eye. Tang Yu pulled Jiang Naxia away. Jiang Naxia also kept her head down and walked quickly. Lu Nancheng and Tang Xiangnan hurriedly followed. Tang Xiangnan said, "You take Tang Yu home, we'll be fine." Lu Nancheng decisively interrupted Tang Xiangnan's words, saying, "Don't provoke that woman again." No, she's not your type." Lu Nancheng decisively denied Tang Xiangnan the opportunity to speak again. After they walked out of the cinema, Lu Nancheng said to Tang Yu, "I'll give you a ride." Tang Yu said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, but we drove here." However, Lu Nancheng simply took Tang Yu away. "I said I'll send you." Jiang Naxia was also scared when she saw Tang Xiangnan, and she always stood by Tang Yu's side. In this way, Lu Nancheng forcefully took Tang Yu and Jiang Naxia to his car. Chapter 58. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu at her most charming. On the way, Jiang Nanxia said to Lu Nancheng, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, and for what happened last time, thank you too." Lu Nancheng didn't say a word. Tang Yu and Jiang Nanxia looked at each other. Tang Yu felt that Lu Nancheng's silence was a lack of respect for Jiang Nanxia, and she was about to speak up for Jiang Nanxia when Jiang Nanxia held back Tang Yu's hand and shook her head. But Tang Yu saw in the rearview mirror that Lu Nancheng's face looked like someone owed him money. She said, "Mr. Lu, would you mind pulling over? We'll take a taxi back." However, Lu Nancheng drove straight to the entrance of Jiang Nanxia's villa as if he hadn't heard Tang Yu's words. Jiang Nanxia glanced at Tang Yu. Regardless of whether Lu Nancheng would pay any attention to her, she just politely said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Just as she expected, Lu Nancheng ignored Jiang Nan again and started the car instead. Tang Yu was furious and shouted at Lu Nancheng, "Mr. Lu, what are you doing? If you don't want to see her, why are you giving her a ride?" Lu Nancheng didn't say anything. Tang Yu also stopped talking, but both of them were angry. When they arrived at the bottom of Tang Yu's building, Tang Yu opened the car door and got out. She said, "Mr. Lu, you are so self-righteous." After saying this, Tang Yu closed the car door and turned to leave. However, before she could take a step, Lu Nancheng had already gotten out of the car and grabbed Tang Yu. He said, "I told you last time. Don't you hang out with that woman anymore. Why don't you listen to me?" Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng and sneered coldly, "Lu Zong. If you're sick, go to the hospital. It's none of your business who I make friends with. Lu Zong. You don't need to worry about my business." Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu. He said one thing. She hated to reply with 10 things. Tang Yu pushed Lu Nancheng away and walked away. Lu Nancheng pulled Tang Yu back and pressed his body against the car. He looked down at Tang Yu angrily. Tang Yu looked up at Lu Nancheng. She felt that she was in danger, so she reached out to push Lu Nancheng. But she couldn't push him away with her strength at all. Tang Yu crouched down and was about to escape from under Lu Nancheng's arm. Lu Nancheng pressed his whole body against her, squeezing Tang Yu tightly between him and the car body. Ah! Tang Yu suddenly felt squeezed, and instinctively let out a cry. However, to Lu Nancheng, this cry sounded extremely erotic. Moreover, at this moment, his body and Tang Yu's were separated by only 2 thin layers of clothing. He could clearly feel Tang Yu's pounding heartbeat. He could also smell Tang Yu's breath, which was as sweet as a lily. He was getting a little excited. Tang Yu pushed him away, but Lu Nancheng didn't move. Instead, he squeezed her even tighter. Tang Yu tilted her head up to meet his dark, ink-black eyes. She not only blushed uncontrollably, her heart was beating even faster. It was as if 1,000 soldiers had marched into her tiny little heart. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu at her most charming. He leaned in and kissed Tang Yu directly on the lips. Tang Yu was so shocked that she forgot to breathe. Lu Nancheng really liked Tang Yu's lips. Her lips were extremely soft. They were also extremely sweet. He kissed her very hard and was very infatuated. Tang Yu was so shocked that she forgot to breathe, and her entire body went limp due to a lack of oxygen. Lu Nancheng saw that she was about to slip out of his arms, so he tightly embraced her. He said, "Have you never been kissed before?" Tang Yu swallowed hard, pushed Lu Nancheng away with all her strength, and stumbled into the hallway. As soon as she entered the door, she closed it, leaned against the door, and breathed heavily. Suddenly, 2 sweet voices came, "Mom, what's wrong?" Tang Yu then saw her 2 little treasures. Chapter 59, Lu Nancheng is here. Sunday. Tang Yu was preparing to take the children and Wenyan, Jiang Nan to get together. But Wenyan said, "I have an appointment with Mr. Lu's secretary to discuss the details of the cooperation. And Jiang Nan has already entered the crew." Tang said he wanted to eat the food that Lu Nancheng made. Tang Yu now gets a headache whenever she hears the children mention the 3 words Lu Nancheng. She said to the children, "I'll take you to eat seafood." Tang tilted her little head and said sweetly, "Are we going to Daddy's house?" Tang Yu tapped Tang on the forehead and said, "He is not your daddy. And don't ever mention Lu Nancheng again." In order to shut the kids up, Tang Yu took them to the most luxurious seafood restaurant in Xizhouchang. "If you behave and don't mention Lu Nancheng again, Mommy will take you out to eat delicious food all the time." However, they ran into Zou Jing and Zou Wan at the entrance to the seafood restaurant. What a narrow escape. Tang Yu ignored them and walked straight ahead with her children. Zou Wan was holding Zou Jing's arm, looking aggrieved and unhappy. "Let's go somewhere else to eat. I've lost my appetite just seeing Tang Yu." After that, Zou Wan added, "What a nuisance. She hit you and you ended up in hospital for several days, but not only did you not apologize, you're even more arrogant than before." Zou Jing's hot temper was suddenly aroused by Zou Wan. "Tang Yu." Zou Jing angrily called out to Tang Yu, "You bitch." "Zou Jing. Do you want to get hit again?" Tang Yu interrupted Zou Jing. Zou Jing's back stiffened, and she looked at Tang Yu with her eyes wide in disbelief. The arm that had been slapped by Tang Yu last time suddenly began to ache faintly. Zou Wan saw how Zou Jing had folded her arms and clenched her teeth. But she looked peaceful, and her voice was even more aggrieved as she said, "Jing, let's go, let's eat somewhere else." How would Zou Jing go? She had been the pampered daughter of the stars since she was little. Manager. Zou Jing actually called the manager over. How can just anyone come in and eat? The manager naturally didn't dare to provoke the temper of this Miss Zou, but they were in business, so there was no reason to not let guests in. Besides, business is so difficult these days. Places like Sijiacheng never lack for good food. Just the other day, a seafood restaurant opened up right in front of him. Seeing the manager's face of difficulty, Zou Jing directly took out a membership card and said, "I'm renting the place today. Everyone's consumption is on me. Except for this woman and these two brats, no one else can go in." Tang Yu gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. It was just because Zou Jing had called the two children brats. Tang raised her little face and pouted at Zou Jing, saying, "Sister, we're not little brats. My name is Tang, and my brother's name is Doudou." Zou Jing gave Tang a look and told her to get lost. The manager looked at Tang Yu and, having obtained the membership card of Miss Zou, he was not in a difficult position. He said directly to Tang Yu, "Madam, please take your children out." Tang was anxious to hear that she would not be able to eat seafood. She said, "Mom, I want to eat seafood. I want to eat big crabs." The manager directly called the security guard, "Come here, please escort this lady and her children out. I dare anyone to do it." Tang Yu looked back and saw Lu Nancheng walking over. "Dad! You've come!" Tang rushed towards Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu heard Tang's words and her first reaction was to look down at Doudou. She said sternly, "You secretly called Lu Nancheng again, didn't you?" Chapter 60, This is still a security card. Tang Yu was angry. Doudou pouted, not daring to lie, and just put the blame on Tang, saying that it was her younger sister who wanted to eat seafood with her father. Before Tang Yu could scold her, Lu Nancheng hugged Tang. He looked at the manager with a fierce expression and dark eyes like a deep pool. The manager was already trembling with fear. "Lu, Mr. Lu?" The manager looked even more at the little girl in Lu Nancheng's arms. The little brat who was going to be kicked out was actually being held by Lu Nancheng. The little brat was even hugging Lu Nancheng's neck. "What's going on?" The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tongue all tangled up. "Lu, Mr. Lu, this is your daughter?" "I don't know, Get the hell out of here." Lu Nancheng interrupted the manager directly. And he snatched the membership card from the manager's hand. "Brother, this is my membership card." Zou Jing hurriedly came up to get her membership card back. How would Lu Nancheng give it to her? "I've taken it back." As soon as Tang Yu heard Lu Nancheng say this, she immediately understood that this restaurant was most likely Lu Nancheng's. She quickly said, "We're not eating here." Tang Yu said she was going to go hug Tang in Lu Nancheng's arms, and Tang, "Mommy will take you to eat something else." "I don't want to." Tang hugged Lu Nancheng even tighter. Lu Nancheng placed his large hand on Tang's back and patted her gently to comfort her. Lu Nancheng didn't speak to Tang Yu, but instead called the security guard and said, "These two Miss Zous are not allowed to eat here anymore." Zou looked at Lu Nancheng, and the inky blue pupils under her beautiful eyes were bottomless. Zou Jing was about to yell when she was pulled out by the security guard. The security guard begged, "Miss Zou, please don't make things difficult for me, I beg you. Please go." Doudou casually picked up a chopstick and threw it at Zou Jing's feet. "Ah!" Zou Jing slipped and fell in public, eating dog shit. Everyone looked at Zou Jing. Lu Nancheng took Tang in one arm and held Doudou's hand in the other. "Dad will take you upstairs." With the children taken hostage, Tang Yu had no choice but to follow them upstairs. In the private room, Lu Nancheng gave Tang the membership card. "This is for you. In the future, if you want to eat seafood, just come here with your mother and brother." Tang took the membership card and asked Lu Nancheng with a cute face, "Dad, are you coming? I'm afraid they won't let us in." Lu Nancheng petted Tang Yu's little head affectionately and said, "This card is not just a membership card, it's also an access card. With this card, no one will dare to stop you, and they will even take you to the best private room." Tang Yu said, "Tang." At Tang Yu's command, Tang didn't dare to ask Lu Nancheng for the card. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu and said, "Last time you said that I didn't have any sincerity in giving the kids a bunch of broken toys, and this card is something I can show off this time." Tang Yu winced, "When did I say the toys you gave were broken?" Lu Nancheng placed a piece of yellow croquer on Tang Yu's plate. "Don't hold a grudge while you eat, it will upset your digestion." "Who's holding a grudge?" Tang Yu put the piece of fish back on Lu Nancheng's plate. Lu Nancheng then picked up the piece of fish and put it in his mouth, chewing it slowly. It looked delicious. Tang Yu blushed. She found that Lu Nancheng had actually eaten the fish she had picked up with her chopsticks. Lu Nancheng stopped looking at Tang Yu and asked the children to eat, and even peeled the shrimp for them to eat. President Lu, I'll peel them for them, you eat. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, Tang used her greasy little hand to hug Lu Nancheng's arm and said, No. No, I don't want mommy to peel it, I want daddy to peel it, daddy peels it deliciously. Tang Yu's heart ached as she saw Tang's oily little hands hugging Lu Nan's arm. Lu Nan's clothes are so expensive. Lu Nan looked down at his clothes stained by Tang and said to Tang Yu in a light tone, It's fine. Chapter 61, We Kissed. Tang's little hands had stained Lu Nancheng's clothes. And Lu Nancheng actually said it was fine. Tang Yu really didn't know what to say, so she quickly put on her gloves and started peeling the shrimp for Tang. But when she handed it to Tang shook her head and said she didn't want the shrimp anymore. She pointed to the squid and said, I want to eat this. Tang Yu picked up a piece, but Tang pointed to a large piece inside and said, I want to eat that big one. That piece is too big, you can't eat it. Tang Yu fed the small piece to Tang. But Tang shook her head and refused to eat it. She's so stubborn. Tang Yu was about to get angry. Lu Nancheng said, just let her be. Besides, that big piece looks delicious. Tang Yu, however, is not used to indulging Tang, and she cannot pick and choose. No rules means she is not a good child. What rules are there for a family meal? Lu Nancheng originally wanted to pick up the food for Tang, but the plate was by Tang Yu's hand, so Lu Nancheng said, You pick it up for her. Lu Nancheng's tone was soft, but it carried an air of command. Tang Yu gritted her teeth and said to Tang, You wait until we get home. Tang Yu finally passed the large piece to Tang. But because the piece of squid was so big, Tang reached out and tried to eat it with her hands. Tang, you can't eat it with your hands. Tang Yu quickly picked it up again, took a bite herself, and fed the rest to Tang. But Tang then said she didn't want to eat the squid anymore, she wanted to eat the big crab. Tang Yu warned Tang with her eyes that if she kept pestering her, she would be punished. Lu Nancheng, however, said lovingly, Daddy will peel the crabs for you. Lu Nancheng peeled the crabs with a loving and happy face. The two babies were happily eating. A few big crabs were eaten and the two little babies were full. Tang Yu looked at the piece of squid on Tang's plate and said to Tang, You can't waste food, eat that piece. Mom, I'm full, I can't eat anymore. Tang said sweetly. Tang Yu frowned, You really deserve a beating today. Tang burped, then rubbed her little tummy with her tiny hands, afraid that Tang Yu would scold her. She stood up and pulled Doudou away, saying, Brother, come with me to the bathroom. Seeing the two little ones run away, Tang Yu frowned and said to Lu Nancheng, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, Tang is usually very sensible, this really isn't like her, I don't usually indulge her bad habits. What bad habits? Lu Nancheng interrupted Tang Yu, if she can't eat it, she doesn't have to. Why force the child to eat? What surprised Tang Yu was that Lu Nancheng picked up the piece of squid she had just bitten and ate it. Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng with wide eyes. Lu Nancheng looked at her in surprise, What's wrong? Tang Yu's face was solemn. That's the food I've eaten. I know. Lu Nancheng said, We've even kissed. Eating the food you've eaten is nothing. Tang Yu drew a breath and muttered, When did we kiss? He kissed her forcibly. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu's flushed little face in the corner of his eye. He felt a little excited in his heart, and a hot feeling rose in his lower abdomen. He really wanted to kiss her lips again. After eating the seafood, Lu Nancheng sent the three of them home. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Tang Yu was about to say goodbye to Lu Nancheng. Tang held onto Lu Nancheng and wouldn't let go. Daddy, I don't want to be separated from you. Tang. Tang Yu reached out to hug Tang over. But Tang was like a little electric drill, trying hard to burrow into Lu Nancheng's arms. I'm too full to walk. Dad will carry you up. Lu Nancheng said, picked up Tang and walked away. Tang Yu called after Lu Nancheng, Mr. Lu, don't spoil her, let her walk by herself. Can I go up and have a seat? Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng said again, You've had seafood, can't you come to my place? Lu Nancheng's words were clearly a question, but he was already walking away with Tang in his arms. Tang Yu wanted to call out to Lu Nancheng, but he was already walking so fast that he had reached the elevator. Tang Yu looked down at Doudou, lowered her voice and said sternly, "It's you who taught her again." "Mom, I'm being framed." Doudou said this and lifted her little legs to chase after Lu Nancheng. "You two little traitors. Just you wait." Tang Yu was extremely helpless. Going upstairs, Tang Yu took Tang's little skirt and went to change it, saying, "Mom will wash your clothes for you." Before Tang ran into the bedroom with the little skirt, she said to Lu Nancheng, "Dad, this skirt is so pretty. Don't go, I'll be done changing in a minute, and you'll see if I look pretty." Lu Nancheng readily agreed, "Okay." Tang Yu then said to Lu Nancheng, "I'm sorry." Lu Nancheng said, "Oh my, so many I'm sorries." Chapter 62, Lu Nancheng saw that Tang and Doudou looked like him when he was young. Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng's clothes and said, "Can your clothes be washed? I'll wash them for you. Or, I'll take them to the dry cleaners tomorrow." Lu Nancheng looked down at his sleeve and saw that just now, Tang's little oily hands had stained his clothes at the seafood restaurant. Lu Nancheng said, "No need." Tang Yu lowered her head and didn't know what to say for a while. Tang changed into her favorite little skirt and came out, dancing like a butterfly in front of Lu Nancheng. She even asked Lu Nancheng if she looked pretty. Suddenly, at the moment Tang was dancing, Lu Nancheng saw that she looked a little like a photo of himself when he was a child. "Daddy, am I pretty?" Lu Nancheng nodded, his eyes full of adoration. "You are so pretty. You guys play for a while, don't bother Mr. Lu." Tang Yu picked up the little dress that Tang had changed into and took it to the washing machine. Lu Nancheng's gaze kept falling on Tang's little face, as he tried to see himself as a child once more. At that moment, Doudou's voice came from the bathroom, "Mommy, your tummy hurts, I'll wash my sister for you." Lu Nancheng looked towards the bathroom. He stood up and walked to the bathroom door, where he saw Tang Yu washing the little dress that Tang had changed into by hand on the wash basin. He looked at Tang Yu's little face, which was indeed a little pale. Doudou was still too short to reach the sink, so she ran over to it, holding onto a small stool, to help Tang Yu wash Tang's little skirt. Lu Nancheng petted Doudou's little head affectionately and said, "Daddy will wash it, you go out and play." Tang Yu was already washing it. When she heard Lu Nancheng's voice, Lu Nancheng's hand had already come to take the little skirt from her hand. "You go rest, I'll wash it." Tang Yu was shocked. She was still saying no when Lu Nancheng took the little skirt from her hands. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Nancheng asked. Tang Yu didn't understand Lu Nancheng's question for a moment, and stupidly said, "Huh?" In response, asking Lu Nancheng, "What?" Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu's belly, wondering if she was menstruating. Tang Yu froze as if she had been under a spell. Her face had instantly turned red. "Go lie down for a while." Lu Nancheng pushed Tang Yu out of the bathroom. Doudou stood at the bathroom door, looking up at Lu Nancheng with her head tilted. Lu Nancheng lowered his eyes and said to Doudou, "You go out too, and go play with your sister." Just as Doudou turned around, Lu Nancheng suddenly saw that Doudou's side profile when she turned was exactly the same as when he was a child. Doudou went out. Lu Nancheng's mind was filled with the fleeting image of Tang and Doudou's side faces. After doing the laundry, Lu Nancheng saw the two babies playing with blocks in the living room, while Tang Yu was sitting on the sofa watching the computer. Tang Yu stood up and said with a guilty conscience, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for letting you do the laundry for Tang. The children called me daddy, so doing the laundry is nothing." Lu Nancheng walked over and saw a cartoon brooch that Tang Yu had drawn on the computer. He sat down next to Tang Yu and asked, "Is your design a children's brooch?" Tang Yu nodded. "I don't know what other mothers think, but I feel that if it were me, I wouldn't let my child wear any jewelry. Firstly, it's a bit ostentatious, and secondly, children tend to lose it when playing, and it gets in the way. I've designed a brooch that can be worn on a child's jacket, so that when they're playing, they can take their jacket off." Tang Yu's daughter, Tang, held up a wooden building block and showed it to Lu Nancheng. "Daddy, Mummy drew this picture for me, and I chose it." Lu Nancheng looked at it and saw that the wooden building block in Tang Yu's hand was a bear with big ears. It looked very simple, but it was very cute and special. Lu Nancheng stroked Tang Yu's little head and said, "It's quite nice." Lu Nancheng didn't say anything about Tang Yu's design. He just said, "Tang Yu, does your stomach still hurt?" Tang Yu's face instantly turned red again. But Lu Nancheng said frankly, "Why do you blush so easily?" Tang Yu felt that Lu Nancheng was flirting with her. "Seafood is cold in nature, so you should make some brown sugar water to drink." Lu Nancheng looked at his watch and said, "I'm leaving now." Tang Yu saw Lu Nancheng to the door and said, Lu Zone, this is the last time we will meet. I promise my aunt that I will not see you again. So you mean that in the future, I can't go to LK? Tang Yu pursed her lips, except for that job. Lu Nancheng glanced at the two little guys, said nothing, and turned and walked away. Lu Nancheng returned to the Lu family mansion. His mother, Jiang Nan, said, Why are you back today? Lu Nancheng said, Mom, I want to see my childhood photos. Why do you want to see your childhood photos? Jiang Nan said, and still took out Lu Nancheng's childhood photos. Lu Nancheng looked at his childhood photos, but felt different from Tang and Doudou. Tang and Doudou still looked like Tang Yu. He heard his mother Jiang Nan telling stories about him when he was little. You were so sensible when you were little, you weren't clingy at all. Every time I wanted to kiss you, you wouldn't let me. You were cold from a young age. Ha ha. But you were very clever, your little brain was full of schemes. All my life I wanted a daughter, but unfortunately I didn't give birth to a girl. Now I hope you get married soon and give me a granddaughter. Lu Nancheng looked at his mother. It was true that his mother had always wanted a daughter, but since she didn't have one, she doted on Zou Jing. Chapter 63, Zou Jing's Secret. Zou Jing was beaten up by Tang Yu a few days ago, and she was humiliated in public again today at the seafood restaurant. Zou Wan came to visit her. Jing, have you given up? I will never give up. Zou Jing was so angry at Zou Wan's words that she sat up in bed like a spring. Then look at you, you're in a slump. Since you won't admit defeat, then find a way to fix her. Zou Wan looked like she was standing up for Zou Jing. Zou Jing gritted her teeth and said fiercely, I've been trying to figure it out for the past few days. Wan, you're smart and you have a master's degree, what's your good idea? Zou Wan shook her head, but she said, if only brother Nancheng didn't like her. Zou Wan saw a sinister light in Zou Jing's eyes, and she left relieved. After work, Tang Yu walked into the underground garage. She always felt like someone was following her. But when she looked back, she didn't see anyone. However, as soon as she reached her car, she suddenly felt someone behind her. But before she could turn around, someone put a black bag over her head. Ah! Tang Yu screamed in fear. Just as she was about to scream for help, she was knocked unconscious. Tang Yu woke up and found herself in a hotel room. She quickly stood up and tried to run, but the door opened. Zou Jing walked in. Zou Jing? Tang Yu was furious. Zou Jing, you want to get beaten up again? Zou Jing glared at Tang Yu and sneered, after tonight, I'll make you leave Sijou City for good. Zou. Tang Yu suddenly felt dizzy and she almost fell over. She swayed a few times, but in the end she couldn't stand up and fell onto the bed. She looked around and realized that her eyes were blurred. She couldn't even see Zou Jing's face clearly. Zou Jing. You. Tang Yu. Are you hot? You want a man. Ha, I found you too. Just like 4 years ago, you can play in a threesome. What do you say? Tang Yu felt a burning sensation in her body. What did you give me to drink? Yes, I gave you happy water. You'll have a good time with men tonight. Ha ha ha. Tang Yu got up and pounced at Zou Jing, trying to grab her. However, Zou Jing quickly dodged Tang Yu's hand. She looked at Tang Yu and laughed out loud, Tang Yu. After tonight, I'll see if you can still have any thoughts about Lu Nancheng. After saying this, Zou Jing turned around and left. Tang Yu lifted her foot to leave as well, but perhaps because she was too anxious, she had already become lightheaded and suddenly fell to the ground. Her body was burning with heat. She wanted to stand up, but her legs started to feel weak. Zou Jing heard the sound of her fall and turned around to see Tang Yu on the ground. She smiled eerily and brightly. Tang Yu gritted her teeth and stood up, rushing towards the door with all her strength. She couldn't let Zou Jing leave her in this house. Zou Jing saw Tang Yu pounce at her, and she lifted her foot and kicked Tang Yu down. Ah! Tang Yu was kicked to the ground. Tang Yu! I'm telling you! No one can take Lu Nancheng away from me. He's mine. Zou Jing said fiercely, anyone who tries to take him from me will die. Tang Yu was a little confused, but she still asked Zou Jing, what did you say? Zou Jing laughed, you still don't know, do you? I'm not even Zou's biological daughter. So, I'm not related to Lu Nancheng by blood. Tang Yu's mind was getting more and more confused. She didn't hear what Zou Jing said clearly, and she lowered her eyelids and reached out to Zou Jing. Zou Jing. Zou Jing slammed the door. Tang Yu looked at the door, anxiously forcing herself to snap out of it and rush to the door. But the door was locked. Zou Jing, let me out. Someone come. Tang Yu pounded on the door, but no one heard. She looked around and saw her bag. She crawled over and took out her phone from her bag, and dialed Lu Nancheng again. Lu Nancheng. Chapter 64, I'll give it to you if you tell me who I am. Lu Nancheng heard Tang Yu's voice. He stood up abruptly. What's wrong? Tang Yu. Say something. Tang Yu. Lu Zhou Tang Yu simply gave up on narrating. She said, help me. Lu Nancheng was in a panic. His people had already walked out the door. Tell me where. Hurry up. Tang Yu. Say it, where is it? Hotel. Which hotel? Tang Yu looked around the room. She shed a tear. I don't know where this is. Lu Nancheng's heart was in his throat. Who is it? Who took you there? Tang Yu's mouth was dry and burning. She swallowed, but her throat was still on fire. She was anxious, but unable to say a word. Tears flowed from the bottom of her eyes. Tang Yu looked and saw only the silhouettes of the two men. She couldn't make out the details of their clothing or appearances. She forced herself to open her eyes with the little bit of sanity she had left and forced herself to stand up. She backed up to the edge of the bed, and the two men walked towards her. She picked up the bedside table lamp and smashed it at the two men. However, before she could hit the two men, the man snatched the lamp from her hand. Then she heard the men's teasing and obscene voices. She knew these two men were annoying, but she was out of control. She started hallucinating. She was burning up with heat. Lin Xiao kicked open the door. Lu Nancheng ran in with long strides. The two men were undressing Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng and Lin Xiao reached out at the same time, each picking one man up. Lu Nancheng kicked the man flying. Lin Xiao dragged the two men out the door and slammed them to the ground, punching them hard. Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng picked up the clothes and wanted to put them on Tang Yu. I'll take you to the hospital. Tang Yu hugged Lu Nancheng's neck and rubbed against his body, as if she were a little snake trying to get into Lu Nancheng's body. Tang Yu, wake up. Lu Nancheng patted Tang Yu's little face. Tang Yu wouldn't cooperate with getting dressed. Lu Nancheng simply pulled the quilt to wrap Tang Yu up. He was about to hug Tang Yu and walk away, but Tang Yu pulled the quilt apart again. It's so hot. Lu Nancheng stared at Tang Yu's white, jade-like body, his pupils dilated. At this time, Lin Xiao came in, and Lin Xiao's words froze. Get out. Lu Nancheng said. Lin Xiao hurriedly backed out and closed the door. Tang Yu's lips kissed Lu Nancheng's lips and nibbled at them. Lu Nancheng kissed her back fiercely. But Tang Yu wanted more. Lu Nancheng pinned her down. He said, Tang Yu, do you know who I am? Tang Yu just kissed and touched him randomly. Tang Yu, who am I? I want you to tell me who I am, and I'll give it to you. Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng let out a sigh of relief and kissed Tang Yu fiercely. Zou Wan was overjoyed to learn that Zou Jing had bought the drug. She changed into a black dress. Lu Nancheng loved black. Zou Wan received a phone call. The caller said, Huaeo Hotel. 801. However, when she arrived at the hotel, she learned that Zou Jing had not drugged Lu Nancheng. Instead, she had drugged Tang Yu. What made her even more angry was that Lu Nancheng had already arrived in room 801. That means right now. Lu Nancheng and Tang Yu are in room 801. Zou Wan clenched her fists. She cursed, Zou Jing. You idiot. Tang Yu already lost her virginity 4 years ago. If Lu Nancheng dislikes it, he won't pay any attention to Tang Yu 4 years from now. Idiot. Why didn't you drug Lu Nancheng? Zou Wan angrily held onto the wall. She had originally thought that Zou Jing would get that kind of medicine and give it to Lu Nancheng to eat. She had even thought of a way to take Zou Jing away with her. She was also prepared to have sex with Lu Nancheng and get pregnant. That way, she would have the qualifications to be Lu Nancheng's girlfriend. If she was lucky enough to get pregnant with Lu Nancheng's child, then she would be firmly in the position of Lu's wife. Zou Wan was about to bite her lips. 4 years ago, she drugged Lu Nancheng in order to get him. But she didn't expect him to escape. 4 years later, she failed again. Zou Jing happily drank red wine at home, waiting for the news of Tang Yu being humiliated to come out tomorrow. Lu Nancheng would never be nice to Tang Yu again. Chapter 65. I heard that women need affection after sex to feel secure. After a night of endless passion, Lu Nancheng and Tang Yu fell asleep in each other's arms. When Tang Yu woke up again, the room was dark and there was no light. Looking at the heavy curtains, Tang Yu wondered what time it was. She didn't know if it was day or night. "You're awake?" Hearing a man's voice, Tang Yu suddenly turned around and her body immediately sprang up. But she recognized the man's voice. "Lu Nancheng?" Tang Yu let out a cry based on her senses. Lu Nancheng's mouth curled up into a smile when he heard Tang Yu call out his name. Very good, this woman can still tell it's him based on her senses. Lu Nancheng reached out to embrace Tang Yu, but before he could say a word, Tang Yu pushed him away as if she had been electrocuted. "Don't touch me." Tang Yu was eager to get out of bed, but the pain in her body made her let out a cry and fall back onto the bed. Especially the private area hurt even more. "Tang Yu." Lu Nancheng turned on the light. The sudden bright light was very blinding. Tang Yu quickly raised her hand to block her vision. Lu Nancheng saw her bare body, and the lingering affection from the night before had unexpectedly caused his body to respond with desire again. But he still pulled the quilt to wrap Tang Yu's body. However, Tang Yu, who was emotionally agitated, didn't know that she was naked at the moment. Her first reaction was to reject Lu Nancheng's attempt to cover her up like a prickly hedgehog. She yelled at Lu Nancheng again, "Don't touch me." Lu Nancheng froze and looked at her. Tang Yu then lowered her head with a sense of hindsight. "Ah!" Tang Yu screamed and quickly pulled up the quilt that she had just refused to be covered with and wrapped herself up. She saw that Lu Nancheng was also naked. She yelled, "Put your clothes on." She turned her head away, afraid to look at Lu Nancheng, but tears fell anyway. She hadn't forgotten last night. She remembered. "Tang Yu, don't be sad." Lu Nancheng obediently put his clothes back on, then embraced Tang Yu and spoke softly to comfort her. Tang Yu tried to push Lu Nancheng away. "Don't move," Lu Nancheng said softly. Tang Yu froze, not daring to move again. Because she could feel a change in Lu Nancheng's body. Lu Nancheng hugged Tang Yu closer, knowing that Tang Yu would definitely feel unbearable when she woke up. That's why he didn't leave early and chose to stay and wait for Tang Yu to wake up to give her some warmth and comfort. Tang Yu's tears fell like rain. Lu Nancheng felt distressed and wiped away Tang Yu's tears. He said, "Don't worry, I will give you an explanation." Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng with tearful eyes. Lu Nancheng raised his hand to wipe the tears from Tang Yu's eyes, but the tears spread again, like overflowing seawater. "It's Zou Jing." Tang Yu said, "It's Zou Jing." "I know, I will definitely avenge you." Lu Nancheng comforted the agitated Tang Yu. "Why does she hate me so much?" Tang Yu no longer remembered what Zou Jing had said last night. So she simply didn't understand why Zou Jing hated her so much. Lu Nancheng hugged Tang Yu tightly, his dark eyes gloomy. Tang Yu suddenly remembered the babies, and her eyes widened as she pushed Lu Nancheng away and got out of bed. Doudou and Tang were still at kindergarten. "Tang Yu." Lu Nancheng held Tang Yu tightly, not letting go. He had sent someone to pick up the kids last night, and they should be at kindergarten by now, so don't worry. Last night? It's already the next day. Tang Yu interrupted Lu Nancheng, and she looked out the window. The heavy curtains blocked out all the light. They also blocked out all the sounds from the outside world. Lu Nancheng hugged Tang Yu closer. "I'll lie with you for a while longer. I heard that women need affection after sex to feel secure." Lu Nancheng's voice was low and gentle, and his eyes were full of love. Tang Yu's face turned red, and she pushed Lu Nancheng away and tried to get out of bed. "Ah!" Tang Yu fell back onto the bed in pain. It felt like her whole body had been run over by a car. The part underneath her body also hurts. "Want to take a bath? I'll carry you there," Lu Nancheng said and was about to hug Tang Yu. "Lu Nancheng!" Tang Yu shouted as if using all her strength. She said, "Don't touch me. Leave me alone." Tang Yu picked up her clothes on the floor, put them on haphazardly, and then rushed out the door. Lu Nancheng frowned, dialed Lin Xiao's phone, and sent Tang Yu back. Tang Yu ran downstairs, and Lin Xiao opened the car door for her. "Miss Tang, let me take you home. I'm worried about you being alone with Mr. Lu." Tang Yu wanted to refuse, but Lin Xiao stopped her. "Miss Tang, It's not a good time to take a taxi. Tang Yu wiped away a tear and got into the car. Lin Xiao drove Tang Yu to her doorstep. Just as Tang Yu was about to look for the key, Lin Xiao took out the key and opened the door for her. Tang Yu opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Xiao. Before Tang Yu could ask Lin Xiao how he had her house keys, Lin Xiao had already opened the door. He pushed open the door and said to Tang Yu, "Last night, General Lu gave me your house keys. My sister picked up your son and daughter, and this morning, my sister also took them to kindergarten. In the evening, my sister will bring the children back, so you don't have to pick them up. Just rest at home." After saying this, Lin Xiao closed the door for Tang Yu and left. As soon as she entered the door, Tang Yu ran into the bathroom and let out a loud cry. She was so tired from crying that Tang Yu only turned on the shower and stood under it before taking off her wet clothes one by one. Just after she got out of the shower, she saw Lu Nancheng sitting on the sofa. Chapter 66. Tang Yu is happier than with the 5 girls. Lu Nancheng handed Tang Yu a tube of ointment. "I've come to give you some ointment. Rub it on and get some sleep. Don't worry about picking up the kids tonight, Lin Xiao's sister will bring them back." After saying this, Lu Nancheng left, leaving the ointment on the coffee table. Tang Yu walked over and picked up the ointment, only to see that it was for intimate use. Tang Yu let out a sharp intake of breath, her shame and anger making her want to explode and punch someone. The scene from last night was still vivid in her mind. She and Lu Nancheng had been frantically entwined together. The whole night. Lu Nancheng was even more frantic than she was. Zou family. Zou Lishuan, the second uncle, and Jiang Nan, the second aunt, hurriedly went out to greet Lu Nancheng when they heard the maid say that he was here. Although they were relatives of Lu Nancheng, he rarely came to the Zou family. "Nancheng, why did you come to your aunt's?" Jiang Nan's smile faded when she saw Lu Nancheng's cold expression. "And he's brought people with him. Is there going to be a fight? Nancheng, is there something you want?" Zou Lishuan looked at the bodyguards behind Lu Nancheng, and Lin Xiao was here too. Whenever Lu Nancheng brings Lin Xiao with him, there's bound to be trouble. "Where's Zou Jing?" Lu Nancheng's voice was cold. "What's wrong?" Jiang Nan stood in front of Lu Nancheng, quietly. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Nancheng ignored Jiang Nan directly and called out, "Lin Xiao." "Yes." Lin Xiao answered, and led his men straight to the upper floor of the Zou family. "Hey! What are you doing?" "Lin Xiao." Jiang Yan hurriedly went to stop Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao! Stop right there! You're not allowed to go up there." But Lin Xiao pushed Jiang Yan away and led his men straight upstairs. Jiang Yan was almost pushed over, but was held up by Zou Lishuan. "Lin Xiao, how dare you push me? You don't know your place. Get down here." Jiang Yan watched as Lin Xiao led the way upstairs. She turned back and glared at Lu Nancheng. "Lu Nancheng, what are you doing?" Jiang Yan tried to go upstairs, but was stopped by the bodyguard who had been left behind. "Nancheng, even if you want us to die, you have to say so." Zou Lishuan looked very angry. Zou Jing's voice came from the stairs, "Let go of us. Lin Xiao, you're just Lu Nancheng's dog. How dare you hit me?" Jiang Yan and Zou Lishuan heard Zou Jing's words, and they were so angry and anxious that they turned around and shouted at Lu Nancheng, "Lu Nancheng, how dare you let Lin Xiao hit Jingjing?" Lin Xiao brought Zou Jing down. Lu Nancheng said, "To the airport." Lin Xiao dragged Zou Jing away. "Mom, Mom. Dad, Dad. Help me. Woo, cousin, I dare not. Let me go." Zou Jing cried out. But Lu Nancheng looked utterly ruthless. "Nancheng. Where are you taking Jingjing?" Zou Jing cried out. "Lu Nancheng. Is that bitch Tang Yu more important than me? I'm your cousin. Woo. Lu Nancheng." Zou Lishuan looked at Lu Nancheng and asked, "What's going on? What's going on?" Lu Nancheng said coldly, "Uncle, Auntie, you haven't educated her well. I'll help you send her to Africa to suffer a little. If you're afraid she'll suffer, pack your things and go live with her for a while." After saying this, Lu Nancheng and his bodyguard turned and left. Bar. Lu Nancheng drinks glass after glass. Tang Shangnan says, "It seems like you got the better of this situation. You should be happy, so why are you angry instead?" Lu Nancheng glared at Tang Shangnan. "Come on, stop acting. I know you like Tang Yu, otherwise you wouldn't have touched her even if you knew she was drugged, let alone if you knew she was drugged with a knife. Tang Xiangnan pursed his lips and looked at Lu Nancheng's crotch and said, now you have every reason to get her. Isn't that better than using a vibrator every day? Even though Tang Yu is a mother of two, she is very attractive. Lu Nancheng's phone rang just then. Tang Xiangnan stretched his neck to look, and saw the two words mom on the screen of Lu Nancheng's phone. You're so impulsive, sending Zou Jing to Africa, can you be at peace? Tang Xiangnan pointed at Lu Nancheng's phone and said, Auntie loves Zou Jing so much, you just wait until you go back and get scolded. Lu Nancheng frowned, got up, and left. Chapter 67, If your cousin hadn't been so stupid, would you have gotten what you wanted? Lu family. Zhang Yan was crying her eyes out, hugging Zhang Min's arm and saying, Sister, I only have one daughter, you can't just ignore her. Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of it. Zhang Min handed Zhang Yan a tissue and said, I've already sent someone to pick up Jingjing. However, as soon as Zhang Min finished speaking, the phone rang. Zhang Min picked up the phone and the other person said, Mrs. Lu, they refuse to release her in Africa. They say no one can take Ms. Zhou away without Mr. Lu's permission. Zhang Yan immediately burst into tears again. Her sister. Zhang Min angrily slammed her hand on the table and stood up. I'll go find that brat. The office door was pushed open by her mother. Lu Nancheng glanced up, then continued working with his head down. Lu Nancheng, you've grown up and don't want to recognize me. Mom, this is the office. Let's talk about this at home. Lu Nancheng said something and continued working. Jiang Nan walked up to Lu Nancheng's desk and said, You hurry up and bring Jingjing back. Or what? Or you don't want me as your son? Lu Nancheng put down his pen and looked at his mother. Jiang Min let out a long sigh, softened her attitude, and played the emotional card. After all, she is your cousin. Mom. It's because you and your second aunt have been indulgent that you see what she has done? Jiang Min had indeed investigated everything thoroughly. Seeing that Lu Nancheng was very angry, Jiang Min said again, This matter is indeed Jingjing's fault, but haven't you benefited from it? Mom. Lu Nancheng looked at Jiang Min in disbelief. Did I say the wrong thing? Jiang Min said, Don't you also like Tang Yu? Tang Yu can do it with you, and besides, she doesn't suffer any loss. Lu Nancheng let out a sharp intake of breath. What kind of words are you talking about? What did I say that was wrong? Look at how good you look today. If your cousin hadn't messed up, would you have been satisfied? In that case, it was your cousin who gave you the opportunity. Lu Nancheng took another cold breath, and after squirming a few times at the corner of his mouth, he didn't say a word. But Jiang Min saw Lu Nancheng blush. Nanchen, be quiet. She is a girl who has never suffered since she was young. You can't let her stay in that place in Africa. Calm down and let her stay there for 2 days and then bring her back. Jiang Min said with a grievance, Even if I beg you, Mom. Lu Nancheng said firmly, No way. Lu Nancheng. Jiang Min glared at him angrily again. Mom, this time she must learn her lesson. I am doing this for her own good. If I let her come back easily this time, she won't change. Lu Nancheng dialed Lin Xiao's phone number. Lin Xiao, come over here and take my mom back. After Jiang Min was kicked out by Lu Nancheng, she went to Tang Yu's house. Jiang Min saw that Tang Yu looked very unspirited and had several kiss marks on her neck, so she gave Tang Yu a hard look. Tang Yu didn't expect Jiang Min to come, so she swung her collar around and called out, Auntie? What, aren't you going to invite me in? Jiang Min said this, staring at Tang Yu with a disgusted look. Tang Yu stepped aside at the doorway, and Auntie, please come in. Jiang Min came in. Tang Yu closed the door, and towards Jiang Min, Tang Yu still maintained her respect. Please sit, I'll pour you some tea. Tang Yu. Jiang Min called out to Tang Yu, I didn't realize that you were someone who doesn't keep their word. Tang Yu explained, Auntie, last night, because I couldn't think of anyone who could save me in a hurry, I called Lu Zong. If it weren't for Zou Jing trying to harm me, I wouldn't have thought to ask Lu Zong to save me. I think you just want to sleep with Nancheng. Auntie. Tang Yu turned her head away. I wanted him to take me to the hospital. What about before that? Jiang Min interrupted Tang Yu. Don't think I don't know. You promised me you wouldn't see Nancheng again, but you met with him several times right after that. Chapter 68, Nan City found out about the drugging 4 years ago. Jiang Min spoke in an imperious tone to Tang Yu again, now you call Nan City and tell him to let Jingjing go back. Tang Yu didn't know how Lu Nan City punished Zou Jing. She also didn't know where Lunan City sent Zou Jing. She didn't want to know either. She just said, "Are you sure you want me to let her come back?" "What do you mean?" Tang Yu looked at Jiang Nan. What she had done had already violated the law. "I won't call Mr. Lu. If you insist, I'll have to call the police." "Tang Yu, don't think you can take advantage of the situation." Jiang Min gave Tang Yu a disgusted look and said, "I'm telling you, even if Nancheng sleeps with you, you'll never marry into our Lu family." Jiang Min said, taking out a bank card, "Here is 10 million. This time you not only slept with our Nancheng, but also got money. I think you shouldn't be too greedy." Tang Yu looked at Jiang Min blankly, as if she didn't know her. Jiang Min sneered, "You don't need to act. You women would love to sleep with our Nancheng. Auntie, if you think that way, then I'll call the police." Tang Yu took out her phone and was about to call the police. And she already dialed 110, "I want to report it." Pop. Jiang Min slapped Tang Yu in the face. Ah. Tang Yu's phone also fell to the ground. The police asked Tang Yu on the phone what was wrong, and Jiang Min picked up the phone and hung up directly. "Tang Yu. You called the police just to show off. So that everyone knows you climbed into Nancheng's bed." Jiang Min said angrily, "I always thought you were different from those women. I didn't expect you to be such a bitch too." Tang Yu covered half her face and looked at Jiang Min, tears rolling down her cheeks. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Lu Nancheng walked in and saw a clear imprint of a slap on Tang Yu's tearful face. He felt heartbroken. "Mom, you've gone too far." Lu Nancheng then said to Tang Yu, "You rest now." After that, Lu Nancheng took Jiang Min and left Tang Yu's house. "Rotten kid. I knew you had a good time last night just by looking at Tang Yu. Look at the state you've left her in, she can hardly stand up. So you should thank Jingjing." Lu Nancheng put his hands on his forehead. He really didn't know what to say to his mother. He could only take his mother away with him. Back at the Lu family home, Lu Nancheng said to his mother, with the utmost sincerity, "I'm doing her a favor by sending her away. If Tang Yu calls the police, Jingjing's actions will constitute a crime. By sending her away, I'll be doing Tang Yu justice. At least she won't sue Jingjing." Jiang Min remembered that Tang Yu had wanted to call the police right in front of her. "Mom, just let Jingjing stay in Africa for a while, at least until Tang Yu calms down." Jiang Min then asked Lu Nancheng, "When do you plan to let Jingjing come back?" Lu Nancheng said coldly, "Mom, if you and Auntie really miss her, you go over there and keep her company. You little brat. You still want to get rid of me and your aunt too." Lu Nancheng raised his eyebrows and looked at his mother. He said, "Mom, 4 years ago, I was drugged. You should know who did it, right?" Jiang Min paused, her eyes clearly panicking. Lu Nancheng sneered, mocking, "This is my closest relative, huh?" "Nancheng," Jiang Min squirmed several times before she said, "Mom only found out afterwards. Mom has already criticized your aunt. She said she would never dare to do it again. She dares not. She just let her daughter go and harm Tang Yu again. What did Tang Yu do wrong? What did she do to offend you?" After saying this, Lu Nancheng slammed the door and went out. When Jiang Yan came to see Jiang Min again, crying, Jiang Min said irritably, "Yan Yan, stop crying. Nancheng already knew about the fact that you drugged him 4 years ago." Jiang Yan's crying suddenly stopped. Chapter 69, All of Mom's unhappiness is caused by Dad. In the afternoon, after the kindergarten let out, the children returned home. "Mom! Mom!" As soon as the 2 little babies entered the door, they threw themselves into Tang Yu's arms. "Mom, where did you go last night?" Tang Yu was at a loss for words. She looked up at the young girl who had returned the children. The girl came over, her face wearing a gentle smile. "Hello, Miss Tang, my name is Lin Xianmei, I'm Lin Zhao's younger sister." Tang Yu nodded, "Thank you." "You're welcome. The kids are very cute. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Lin Xianmei waved to the 2 little treasures again, "Doudou, Tang, bye-bye, I'll come and play with you on Sunday." After Lin Xianmei left, Doudou and Tang clung to Tang Yu like 2 little satchels. Tang Yu played with the kids for a while before letting them go, so they could relieve their longing after not seeing each other all night. While Tang Yu was busy with the household chores, Tang whispered to Doudou, "Brother, I think Mom doesn't seem happy." "It's not just a feeling. She definitely isn't happy," Doudou said firmly. "I'll call Dad and ask him to come and cheer Mom up." Tang then called Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu was extremely nervous when she heard the doorbell ring. She was worried that it was Jiang Min, and she was even more worried that Jiang Min would scold her in front of the children or even hit her. "Daddy's here." Tang ran to open the door. Sure enough, Lu Nancheng was here. Tang Yu immediately understood, and with a frown and a stern voice, she asked Tang. "You called Mr. Lu?" Lu Nancheng held Tang in his arms, patted her thin back comfortingly, and said to Tang Yu, "Don't blame them, I missed the kids and came to see them." Lu Nancheng played with the children for a while, and Tang Yu began to give the order to dismiss the guests. "Mr. Lu, the children need to go to sleep." After saying this, Tang Yu directly took the children into the bedroom. The two little ones quickly fell asleep, and Tang Yu got up and walked out. Doudou and Tang opened their eyes. Tang said, "Brother, why does it seem like Mom is even more unhappy now that Dad is here?" Doudou thought for a moment, and according to my observations, all of Mom's unhappiness is caused by Dad. Tang Yu came out of the bedroom and saw that Lu Nancheng had indeed not left. She said coldly, "Mr. Lu, it's late." Lu Nancheng stood up and walked over to Tang Yu. He said, "Tang Yu, I can satisfy whatever you want, including your wish to get married." Tang Yu looked at Lu Nancheng, and her heart suddenly stopped. But she quickly came back to her senses and said, "Mr. Lu, I don't need your sympathy." "It's not sympathy." Lu Nancheng interrupted Tang Yu. "Mr. Lu, Tang Yu interrupted me. I have to go to work tomorrow." Lu Nancheng was relieved to hear that Tang Yu had to go to work tomorrow. He was really worried that Tang Yu would quit her job at LK because of this. He said, "Okay, just think about what I said." After Lu Nancheng left, Tang Yu fell heavily onto the sofa. Her heart was in a mess. It wasn't that she didn't like Lu Nancheng. It was just that Jiang Min didn't like her. Lu Nancheng returned home and lay on the bed, tossing and turning. He simply got up and walked out of the bedroom to the guest room next door. He designed it in his head for a moment. Both rooms were on the sunny side and had good lighting, so they would be quite good as two children's rooms. He even thought about how to design Doudou's room and make a princess bed for Tang's room, with the bed filled with the stuffed animals Tang liked. Chapter 70 Ranyu. The next day, Tang Yu came to work at the company. She always felt that everyone's eyes were on her. When she looked back, she saw that everyone was busy. At this time, the manager walked into the cubicle with a young and beautiful girl. Everyone stopped for a moment and introduced the new intern. The manager said, "Ranyu, introduce yourself." "Hello everyone, my name is Ranyu. I'm currently a senior in college and I've just transferred back from abroad. I'm very happy to be an intern at LK and I look forward to working with you all." The manager pointed to the seat next to Tang Yu and said to Ranyu, "You can sit there for now." Ranyu thanked the manager and walked over to the seat next to Tang Yu. She extended her hand to Tang Yu and said, "Hello." "Hello." Tang Yu and Ranyu shook hands. "I'm Tang Yu." "Tang Yu, which month are you in?" "The moon with the radical king." "What a coincidence, I'm also named Yu." It was as if Ranyu and Tang Yu had known each other for a long time. The young girl was a good conversationalist, and Tang Yu was distracted from her worries and almost forgot her physical and mental pain. Lu Nancheng received a phone call from Africa saying that Zou Jing was on hunger strike. Lu Nancheng called Lin Xiao and said, "Go there." Yes. Lin Xiao flew to Africa at top speed. Africa. Inside a wealthy person's villa. Zou Jing is locked in her room. "Let me out. If you don't let me out, I'll kill myself and show you." Zou Jing looks around the room, but can't find anything to threaten them with. She heads towards the wall and slams her head against it. Thud. A few bodyguards look at Lin Xiao and say, in fear, "Brother Lin. Is something wrong with Miss Zou?" Lin Xiao quickly lifts his foot and heads towards the room. The door opened, and Zou Jing collapsed against the wall, blood pouring from her head. Not only were the bodyguards stunned, Lin Xiao was scared too. This was the treasure of the Zou and Lu families. Since the Lu family had no daughters, and Zou Jing had been in the Lu family almost every day since she was a child, Zou Jing was not only the apple of the Zou family's eye, but the Lu family had long since regarded her as their own daughter. "Call Davis." Lin Xiao picked up Zou Jing without hesitation. Zou Jing opened her eyes. She looked at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, you dog of Lu Nancheng. I'll see how you explain this to my parents and my aunt." Lin Xiao put Zou Jing on the bed. He said, "Miss Zou, since you called me a dog, you're gambling with your precious daughter's life." Your precious daughter's life is as worthless as a dog's. Lin Xiao. Zou Jing raised her hand to hit Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao placed Zou Jing on the bed. Zou Jing was unable to hit Lin Xiao. She was angry and in pain, so she closed her eyes and said, "Don't save me. I don't want to see a doctor." A black man pushed open the door and said, "Mr. Lin Davis." Lin Xiao said, "Make sure nothing happens to Miss Zou." "Okay." Davis glanced at Zou Jing and assured Lin Xiao in broken Mandarin, "I promise she won't die. But it looks like Miss Zou is going to have a scar on her forehead." Davis finished speaking, shrugged his shoulders, and rolled his eyes, which were accentuated by his dark skin. Zou Jing was scared when she heard this. "No. No scars. Then do as the doctor says." Lin Xiao said angrily. "I'll do as you say." Zou Jing said in a conciliatory tone. "Davis, help me." "Okay. Miss Zou." Davis treated Zou Jing's wound and shrugged again. "The bleeding has stopped. I'll take you to the hospital for more detailed treatment." Davis was about to hug Zou Jing. Zou Jing opened Davis's hand and pointed at Lin Xiao, saying, "I want Lin Xiao to hug me." Lin Xiao, however, didn't say a word, but turned around and walked away. "Lin Xiao." Zou Jing gritted her teeth, and Lin Xiao's name popped out from between her teeth. But Lin Xiao had already walked out of the room. In the hospital, Zou Jing woke up and didn't see Lin Xiao. She said, "I want Lin Xiao to keep me company. Otherwise, I won't eat or drink. I'll starve myself to death." The bodyguard quickly called Lin Xiao's phone and relayed Zou Jing's words. Lin Xiao's cold, ruthless voice was heard over the phone, "I've already returned to China." "Lin Xiao. Lu Nancheng." Zou Jing cried and smashed everything. "I want to go back to China. Give me my phone. I want to call my parents." Chapter 71, If you dare to sue Jingjing for drugging you, I will sue you for raping Nanchen. Domestic. Lu Nancheng refused to let go, and no one dared to release Zou Jing. Zhou Lishuan and Jiang Nan had no choice but to ask Jiang Min to play the emotional card. Jiang Min had fruitlessly tried to talk to Lu Nancheng several times. Finally, Jiang Min came to Tang Yu again. "Tang Yu, I hope you can say something nice to Jingjing and ask Nancheng to let her go." "Auntie, have you got the wrong person?" Tang Yu couldn't believe what Jiang Min had said. But at the same time, she was quite grateful to Lu Nancheng. "Tang Yu, just tell me how much you want and I'll give it to you." Jiang Min looked down at the two little ones. Doudou and Tang were looking up at Jiang Min. The two pairs of big, dark, clear eyes were so innocent, and Jiang Min felt a strong sense of tenderness well up in her heart. She always felt a special closeness to these two cute kids whenever she saw them. But this time, she had forgotten to buy them a present again. Jiang Min looked up at Tang Yu again. She said, "You're a woman who has given birth, and you slept with Nanchen this time, so you're not losing out. Besides, isn't it better to ask for some money to raise the kids than to sue Jingjing? If you sue Jingjing, not only will you not get any money, but you'll also have a bad reputation. I don't think you want people pointing fingers at you, do you?" Jiang Min said, raising her head arrogantly. "Besides, even if you sue Jingjing, you may not necessarily win." Tang Yu looked at her and saw Jiang Min's arrogant look of being sure to win. Before Tang Yu could say anything, Jiang Min continued. "Not to mention that our family has the best team of lawyers in the world, just that when you knew you had been drugged, the first thing you did was not call the police or dial 120 to save you, but you called Nancheng and asked him to come over to find you. Just for this, if you really want to go to court, can you win?" Tang Yu looked at Jiang Min in surprise. "Auntie, you make me feel that if you have money, you can do whatever you want." "Tang Yu, I'll tell you the truth, if you dare to sue Jingjing for drugging you, I'll sue you for raping Nancheng." After Jiang Min had finished speaking, she placed a check on the coffee table. "Tang Yu, write down how much you want, take the money and support your children, it's more dignified than standing in court and embarrassing yourself." After saying this, Jiang Min left. Tang Yu sniffled and 2 tears slid down her face. Jiang Min went to Lu Nancheng's office. "Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu has already accepted my check, when are you going to let Jingjing come back?" Lu Nancheng frowned when he heard his mother's words. "You don't believe me? You can ask her yourself." Jiang Min said sarcastically, "I gave her a blank check, and she filled in the amount herself." "Nancheng. You're still too young. Always remember this, money is always a litmus test for people. A woman like Tang Yu, especially with 2 children, nothing will make her show her true face more than money." Lu Nancheng was still gloomy, and he said, even if Tang Yu doesn't care, Zou Jing is not allowed to come back. Lu Nancheng. Jiang Nan pointed angrily at Lu Nancheng and said, do you want to make your mother angry? Mom, I have to go to a meeting. Jiang Nan looked at Lu Nancheng and snorted, I knew it. You've fallen for Tang Yu. I'll tell you again. Your father and I will never allow Tang Yu to enter the Lu family. After his mother left, Lu Nancheng received a call from Tang Shangnan. Tang Shangnan said, Yuechen is back, let's get together tonight. Lu Nancheng said, okay. Tang Shangnan immediately recognized Lu Nancheng's dull voice and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, I still have things to do, I'll hang up first, see you tonight. As soon as he hung up with Tang Shangnan, he received a message from Tang Yu. Chapter 72, This woman is no ordinary person. She has 2 children and still managed to seduce Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng received a message from Tang Yu. He accepted the invitation and went to the cafe. Tang Yu was already there. Lu Nancheng walked over and Tang Yu stood up. Lu Nancheng sat down opposite Tang Yu. What can I do for you? Tang Yu sat down and handed Lu Nancheng the check Jiang Nan had given her. This is from my aunt. Please give it to her for me. Lu Nancheng's heart, which had been blocked by gloom after seeing the check, immediately cleared up. Tang Yu didn't want the check. Tang Yu was not the kind of woman who would be greedy for money. But Lu Nancheng still asked Tang Yu, why don't you just give it back to her yourself? Do you think she'll accept it back from me? Tang Yu gave a wry smile, just as when she gave it to me, I had no choice but to take it. Lu Nancheng saw in Tang Yu's eyes and face that there was not a glimmer of spirit. And, please let Zou Jing go. Tang Yu said, otherwise, Auntie won't let me go either. Lu Nancheng gazed at the helplessness and hopelessness in Tang Yu's eyes and face, and he felt heartbroken. In that case, you can keep the money. Lu Nancheng pushed the check over to Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked up at him. Lu Nancheng saw the tears welling up in Tang Yu's eyes. He said, Tang Yu, I don't mean anything else. Zou Jing hurt you, so even if this is her compensation to you. But the money wasn't from Zou Jing, it was from your mother. Tang Yu laughed. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu wiping away her tears. Tang Yu walked out of the cafe, having already wiped away the tears on her face. She held back the tears in her eyes again. She had just reached the car and was about to open the door. Suddenly her arm was grabbed, and she turned around, only to have a strong body wallop her car body. She looked up and took a closer look. It was actually Lu Nancheng. Tang Yu. Lu Nancheng let out a cry, then leaned in and kissed Tang Yu's lips. Ugh. Tang Yu was terrified, this was the middle of the street. She pushed Lu Nancheng away as hard as she could. Lu Nancheng's dark eyes fixed on Tang Yu's blushing face. He said, don't worry, from now on, I won't let you suffer anymore. Tang Yu's heart froze, and the muscles in the corners of her eyes twitched. That night, Lu Nancheng went to the bar's private room. When Tang Shangnan saw Lu Nancheng, he looked him up and down, as if he were seeing an alien for the first time, examining Lu Nancheng from head to toe, front and back. What a nerve! Lu Nancheng pushed Tang Shangnan away, smiled, shook Zhou Yuechen's hand, and hugged him. Nancheng. Zhou Yuechen patted Lu Nancheng on the back and said, long time no see. Are you okay? Lu Nancheng asked Zhou Yuechen. Without waiting for Zhou Yuechen to speak, Tang Shangnan said. I can assure you that Yuechen is doing very well. But you, when I called this morning, your voice sounded very sad. Normally, you should have been satisfied after having sex, so what happened? Tang Shangnan looked at Lu Nancheng's crotch as he spoke, wondering if he was holding it in again. Lu Nancheng was actually not angry, but smiled. He was indeed unhappy in the morning because he thought that Tang Yu was a woman who saw money. But now he was just reminiscing about the sweet and delicious taste of Tang Yu's lips. Oh my! That woman Tang Yu is really something. She can still win you over even though she has 2 children. Tang Shangnan sighed for a while, handed a glass of wine to Lu Nancheng, and said to us, tell us the legend. Lu Nancheng ignored Tang Shangnan and asked Zhou Yuechen directly, Yuechen, how are things with Ms. Tong? Zhou Yuechen's eyes sank, and a self-deprecating smile crossed his eyes. He didn't mention her. When I returned this time, my family found me a marriage partner. Zhou Yuechen's words made Tang Shangnan and Lu Nancheng both show an interested expression. Zhou Yuechen said, do you know the Wen family? Lu Nancheng, Wen family? Wen Yan? Tang Shangnan said, oh, that's okay. Nancheng just invested in the Wen family because of Wen Yan. Zou Jing looked at Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng said, Wen Yan is Tang Yu's best friend. Tang Yu? You're really together with Tang Yu again? Jiang Nan retorted Zou Jing's words, what? They weren't together before, but they are together now. Xiaoyan, have you added Mr. Zhou's WeChat yet? When Jianqi asked Yan as they came out of the meeting room. Dad, it's added. When Yan replied. Well, good, he will arrange a time to meet with you. He is very busy, so you should go on time when he asks you to. When Yan looked at her father's face full of expectations, and really didn't have the heart to say anything that would make him sad. She nodded and said, okay, Dad. Well, good. When Jianqi smiled contentedly and walked away, but after taking 2 steps, when Jianqi called out to Wen Yan again. Xiaoyan, there are rumors outside about Zou Jing, but you shouldn't believe them. Those are just nonsense from people who don't know anything. Wen Yan came out of the Wen building with a file in her arms. A large bouquet of fiery red roses suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Wen Yan looked up and saw Zou Jing. Zou Jing? Wen Yan, I'm back. Zou Jing said, promise me you'll be my girlfriend, okay? At that moment, a message came on her phone, tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, Geek Cafe. It's from that Zou Jing guy. Zou Jing stuck her neck out to look at the phone in Wen Yan's hand. Wen Yan's phone has a privacy screen, so Zou Jing didn't see anything. Xiaoyan, give me a chance, I will love you well. I know that you are not as happy and strong as others think, let me take care of you. Wen Yan looked at the red rose in Zou Jing's hand and then looked up at Zou Jing. She suddenly wanted to use Zou Jing to reject Zou Jing's marriage proposal. But then she thought about her father, Wen's group, and the fact that she really didn't have any feelings for Zou Jing. Lowering her eyes, Wen Yan finally said to Zou Jing, I'm sorry, Zou Jing. After that, Wen Yan lifted her foot and walked away. Chapter 73, Zou Jing takes the blame for Wen Yan. Zou Jing looked at Wen Yan's back and smiled happily. From university to the present, he has been chasing Wen Yan for 5 years. Every time he confessed his love, Wen Yan firmly rejected him. But this time, he saw Wen Yan hesitate. Next, he is going to make Wen Yan agree to him. That night, Wen Yan went to Tang Yu's house. Yu, how are you? Wen Yan's concern seemed helpless. I'm fine. Tang Yu saw the dark shadows in Wen Yan's eyes, and she prevaricated by asking Wen Yan in return, what's wrong, Xiaoyan? What's happened? Wen Yan didn't hide anything from Tang Yu, and she told her, Yu, I'm going on a blind date with Zou Jing tomorrow. Tang Yu looked at Wen Yan in shock. She reassured Wen Yan, don't be nervous, it's just a blind date, you can refuse. Wen Yan didn't say anything, but she tilted her head and let out a breath through her nose. Tang Yu took Wen Yan's hand and said, just go and meet him, and if you don't like him, just say no. Your uncle and aunt love you so much, they definitely won't blame you, and they won't force you. You don't know, my dad said he met Zou Jing, and he told me that those rumors on the internet are not true. He said Zou Jing is a very nice person. Of course, I don't disbelieve my father, it's just that I don't want to marry someone with whom I don't have feelings. Tang Yu comforted, since your uncle said that he met Zou Jing and thinks that he is a good person, then you can date him for a while and see how it goes. If it doesn't work out, you can just refuse. Wen Yan nodded, and there was nothing else she could do. The next day, Tang Yu looked at the clock, it was 2:30. She called Wen Yan. Xiaoyan, let me accompany you to meet Zou Jing. No, you go ahead. I'm already out. Wen Yan hung up as soon as she heard that Wen Yan was driving. As soon as she hung up with Tang Yu, her phone rang again. Wen Yan glanced at the screen and saw that it was Zou Jing. Wen Yan didn't answer. But the ringtone kept going, and Wen Yan was a little annoyed. She was about to answer when the car in front of her suddenly slowed down. Wen Yan braked quickly, but it seemed like she still hit it. She hurriedly got out of the car and saw that she had rear-ended a Bentley. Oh my God! Wen Yan exclaimed to herself, she had rear-ended a Bentley. The driver was a young man, very good-looking, who got out of the car and shouted at Wen Yan, Miss, how dare you drive like that? Wen Yan was not to be outdone, how dare you drive like that? Why did you suddenly slow down? The other person said, I'm almost there, of course I have to slow down. Just as Wen Yan and the other person were arguing, a man with extraordinary temperament and even better looks got out of the back seat of the Bentley. The driver hurriedly said to the other person, Boss, you handle it, I'm leaving first. The exceptionally charismatic man left without even looking at Wen Yan. When Zou Jing arrived at the cafe, it was just past 3 o'clock. He didn't see Wen Yan, so he sat down and waited for a while. It wasn't until 10 past 3 that Zou Jing got angry and called Wen Yan. Wen Yan had already arrived at the traffic police station with the driver by this time. When she received Zou Jing's call, she simply said, "Mr. Zhou, I ran into some trouble on the way and can't make it." Zou Jing was about to ask if Wen Yan needed any help, but Wen Yan then said, "Mr. Zhou, I think this is fate. We two may not be suitable for each other, so let's not waste each other's time." "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou." Zou Jing's dark eyes sank, and he said, "Okay." "Mr. Zhou, wait a minute." Wen Yan called out anxiously. Zou Jing almost hung up the phone, and he said, "Miss Wen, please speak." Well, can you please not tell my father that I didn't go to see you? Just say that we, are not suitable." Zou Jing immediately understood what Wen Yan meant, and he said, "Okay." Wen Yan returned home and told Wen Jianxi and Feng Meiyun, "Xiao Yan, don't be upset. Zou Jing doesn't fancy you, so that's his loss." Wen Yan immediately understood that Zou Jing was helping her when she heard her parents' words. This was quite a surprise to her. She didn't expect Zou Jing to help her. At night, Wen Yan came downstairs to drink some water and heard her mother's voice coming from the room. "It's really a bit of a pity that Zou Jing, such a good man, didn't have a chance with our Xiao Yan." Wen Jianxi also said with some regret, "I spent a few months with Xiao Zhou abroad 4 years ago, and I really think the boy is good. I also really want him to be our son-in-law and take good care of Xiaoyan for us. Alas! I never thought the two children would have no fate." My dear children, I have updated 13,000 words today. Everyone, please keep pushing for more updates, and send a free power for love to help Guagua with the data. I love you all. Chapter 74, Two Children Without Being Married. Tang Yu didn't expect Lu Nancheng to come again. She was now nervous whenever she saw him. She was afraid that Jiang Nan would find trouble for her because of Lu Nancheng's arrival. She was also afraid that Zou Jing would find trouble for her because of Lu Nancheng's arrival. Tang Yu was about to give the order to expel him when Lu Nancheng's phone rang. It was Lin Xiao calling. After Lin Xiao finished reporting on his work and was about to hang up, Lu Nancheng said, "Oh yes, Lin Xiao, Shenmei is a senior this year, right? Has she started looking for an internship? Let her come to the Lu group. Or, if she wants to intern somewhere else, I'll make the arrangements." Lin Xiao said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, Shenmei has found a film and television company herself, and she's doing quite well. She's quite busy every day, but she's also quite happy. Okay, if she needs anything from me in the future, just let me know." "Okay, Mr. Lu." Lin Xiao hung up the phone. Tang Yu's teeth brushed against her gums. Lin Shenmei, Lin Xiao's younger sister, had only met her once, but she had a deep impression of her. She was a particularly cheerful girl. Although she wasn't particularly pretty, she was graceful and dignified, with a unique aura about her. That day, she had been drugged by Zou Jing and spent the whole night in the hotel with Lu Nancheng. It was Lu Nancheng who had asked Lin Shenmei to take care of Doudou and Tang for the day. In the morning, she dropped the kids off at kindergarten, and in the evening, she picked them up again. She still hadn't thanked Lin Shenmei. Now Lu Nancheng was going to find Lin Shenmei an internship, and Tang Yu wondered if it was also to thank Lin Shenmei. But this gratitude should be returned by her. It had nothing to do with Lu Nancheng. After work in the afternoon, Tang Yu packed her things, grabbed her bag and left. "Tang Yu, let's go together." Ran Yu picked up her bag. Tang Yu smiled and nodded. After getting out of the elevator, Ran Yu said again, "Tang Yu, where do you live? Can you give me a lift? I didn't drive today." Tang Yu was a bit embarrassed. She said, "I just have something to do today." "Oh, I'm sorry, I'll take a taxi then." Tang Yu smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry. Bye." Ran Yu waved happily to Tang Yu and walked away first. Tang Yu picked up the two babies and went to Wanda Shopping City. She wanted to buy Lin Shenmei a gift to thank her. But when they passed a children's clothing store, Tang Yu's hand was grabbed by Tang Yu's daughter, who refused to let go. "Mom, that dress is so pretty, I want to buy it." Tang Yu looked in the direction that Tang was pointing, and saw that a little dress was hanging in the doorway of the children's clothing store. It was indeed very pretty. But everything sold in Wanda Plaza was a brand name, and that little dress must not be cheap. Tang Yu actually couldn't walk past the pretty little dresses either, and she wanted to buy pretty clothes for Tang and Doudou. But she was short of money. Tang, you have several little dresses. Next month, when Mom gets paid, can I buy some for you and your brother? Doudou quickly said, Mom, I don't want it. All my clothes are new. Tang looked at Doudou and finally said, okay. But Tang pouted. Tang Yu felt really sorry for the children. She couldn't even afford to buy them new clothes. Tang Yu was thinking about what gift to buy Lin Xianmei when she heard Tang say again, Mom, this bag is pretty. Xianmei's sister will like it. After Tang had finished speaking, she asked Doudou, brother, don't you think so? Sister Qianmei will look even more beautiful with it on her back. Doudou nodded, giving a positive answer in a manner worthy of a little adult. Tang added, Mom, let's buy this bag. Sister Qianmei is carrying a canvas bag. It's so tacky and low class. You know about low class. Tang Yu pinched Tang's little face and glanced at the name of the shop. It was Gucci. Tang Yu didn't expect to buy Lin Xianmei such an expensive gift. She was about to drag the two little ones on, when Tang saw Tang Yu's expression. Mom, do you have no money? Doudou raised his little face and looked at Tang Yu. Mom, how much does it cost? I'll give you all my pocket money. Tang Yu looked at Doudou and pinched his little face. She really suspected that Lin Xianmei had given the two babies a magic potion. Because she had never seen Doudou treat a woman so well before. She felt that Doudou was almost as good to Lin Xianmei as she was to her. Tang Yu? Tang Yu turned her head, and Tang Shan, dressed in a fashionable outfit, and a few girlfriends had already walked up to her. Tang Shan looked at the two children beside Tang Yu and couldn't help but show surprise in her eyes. Your children? You have children. Tang Shan's loud voice attracted the attention of passers-by and salespeople alike. However, Tang Shan added, you didn't get married and you already have two kids. People's gazes became even more curious, all staring at Tang Yu without blinking, as if they were afraid of missing the exciting plot. Tang Yu's eyebrows furrowed, and she was about to speak angrily, but Tang Shan preempted her and deliberately covered her mouth in surprise and said, oh. Is it the product of you playing 3P with that guy that year? Chapter 75, A Gentleman Takes His Revenge and Settles Scores Later. Pop. Tang Yu gave Tang Shan a hard slap. Ah. Tang Shan covered her face before she let out a cry, and Tang and Doudou ran over and grabbed Tang Shan's arm before taking a bite out of it. Ah. Tang Shan let out another cry in pain. Everyone's gaze was like a searchlight on Tang Yu's face. Shan, one of Tang Shan's girlfriends said, Tang Yu, the whole world knows about what happened back then, and you're still complaining about Shan talking about you? Yes. How shameless. Look at the way you've raised your child, and he bites people. Is he a dog? You're the dogs. Doudou pointed at the women and said. Yes. You're the dogs. We're just little kids, we can't beat you, so of course we have to punish you in a way we can. You bullied my mom. Tang pouted. The woman raised her hand to hit Tang. Tang Yu quickly grabbed the woman's hand and squeezed a pressure point on her wrist. Ah! The woman screamed, are you hiding a blade in your hand? It hurts so much. But everyone could see that Tang Yu had nothing in her hand. Moreover, there was no blood on the woman's hand at all. But the woman was shaking with pain. But after Tang Shan's friends said so, the gazes of all the passers-by became even more intense. Some people began to point at Tang Yu and whisper gossipily, this woman looks pretty, but how could she do that kind of thing? Young girls these days are so indiscreet. Tang Shan heard everyone's gossip and immediately looked at Tang Yu with a look of grievance. You're the one who gave up being the Tang family's eldest daughter and insisted on going down this road. And you're blaming me. Tang Shan said this in a sobbing voice to match the occasion, and accompanied it with an action of wiping away tears. Tang Yu was so angry that she trembled a little. If she wasn't with the two children today, she would beat Tang Shan to death. But the children were there, and she couldn't let them see a bloody scene. She chose to take her revenge in the autumn. But just as she was about to leave with the children, Tang Shan said, Sister, are you interested in this bag? You can't afford it, can you? I'll buy it for you. Tang Shan said she was going to pay the bill. Boss, how much is this bag? I'll take it. Shan, you're too generous. Yes, Shan, your sister treats you like this and you are still so good to her. Then Tang Shan's girlfriends added fuel to the fire, and passers-by began to praise Tang Shan, saying, "What a good sister." Yes, such a good girl will definitely have blessings in the future. Tang Shan had a sinister look in her eyes, but a smile on her face. She put on a generous expression and said, "We are like sisters. Although my sister did something wrong a few years ago, she is quite pitiful now. And now that I am an actress, my life is a bit better than hers. We are sisters, and I can help her. I will definitely help her without hesitation." "You are an actress? What movies have you acted in?" "Yes, what movies have you acted in? Let's go back and watch them." Tang Shan suppressed her excitement and said to everyone, "I've just started filming my first movie, and it hasn't finished yet. My name is Tang Shan. In 2 months, my movie will be finished, and there will be publicity. Everyone can pay attention to me then. Thank you all." Tang Shan felt like she was glowing after introducing herself to passers-by like she was at a press conference. And after receiving sympathetic looks from everyone, the pain in her face from Tang Yu's slap and in her arm from the two little guys' bites instantly disappeared. Instead, she thanked Tang Yu for hitting her. With the contrast of Tang Yu's shameless image, she looked like a star. "Miss Tang is beautiful and kind, she is definitely going to be popular." "Yes, she definitely will be." Tang Shan handed a card to the salesperson in the midst of the praise, and said cheerfully, "Swipe the card." But in fact, Tang Shan felt very sad. This bag cost a whole 20,000 yuan. "Tang Shan, I don't need you to buy it for me." Tang Yu took out her phone and prepared to scan the code. The salesperson pointed the WeChat QR code at Tang Yu and said, "This bag is 20,000 yuan. Tang Yu stiffened. She only had a few thousand yuan in her WeChat account. Plus, she probably didn't have enough in all her bank cards to come up with 20,000 yuan. Chapter 76, Handsome and Rich Man, Why Don't You Chase After Me? At this moment, Gao Yun's tall and straight figure suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. If someone taller than him was in this row, I would take them all. Everyone stared at Gao Yun in amazement. Suddenly someone in the crowd said, "Is that the president of Gao's group? Mr. Gao Yun?" The salesperson didn't delay for a second, and several salespersons worked together to pack up more than a dozen bags. The credit card was successfully swiped, and the total came to more than 5 million. The sound of the payment being successfully processed was very loud at that moment. Gao Yun said to Tang Yu, "For so many years, I've always wanted to give you a few gifts, but you've never accepted them. Today, I'm giving you all these bags." A sound of shock came from the young girls' mouths. However, Tang Yu said, "Brother Yun, I only want this bag, I don't want the others. I'll transfer the money for this bag to you later." Tang Yu took the 20,000 yuan bag, nodded to Gao Yun, took the baby's hands, and left. Tang Yu didn't even choose a bag that was that attractive. She chose the cheapest bag. What's even more infuriating is that Tang Yu rejected Gao Yun, the president of the Gao Group. Such a handsome and wealthy man. This shocked everyone. Gao Yun looked at Tang Yu's back and his face was full of disappointment. The salesperson was worried that Gao Yun would return the bag, so he hurriedly asked Gao Yun, "Mr. Gao, where do you want these bags delivered?" Gao Yun didn't even turn around and said, "You can have them." After saying that, Gao Yun left. Tang Shan returned home and threw herself and the bag on the sofa and cried. Chen Ling walked over and said, "Oh dear, what's wrong? You went out for a stroll and why are you crying?" "Mom. Tang Yu, that bitch, has hooked up with the president of the Gao Group." "What?" Chen Ling's eyes lit up. "Really? Then go tell your father. Tell your father to bring Tang Yu back." Tang Shan wiped away a tear, looked at Chen Ling, and said, "But Tang Yu has 2 illegitimate children." "Illegitimate children? What illegitimate children?" "2 children, a boy and a girl. They're so tall." Tang Shan gestured with her hands to indicate their height. "The children of the president of the Gao Group?" Chen Ling's eyes lit up even more. It seemed as if she had seen a mountain of gold. No, those 2 children did not call the president of the Gao Group their father, and the president of the Gao Group bought Tang Yu a bag that cost more than 5 million yuan, but Tang Yu didn't take it. They definitely aren't married. Chen Ling drew a breath and blinked. "You mean, Tang Yu's children aren't the president of the Gao Groups?" "Definitely not." Tang Shan said with certainty. "You mean Tang Yu refused the gift from the president of Gao's group?" "Yes." Tang Shan nodded vigorously. Chen Ling thought for a moment, "You can't tell your father." If your father knows that Tang Yu has 2 children living in poverty, he will definitely give Tang Yu money. And if Tang Yu, with her stubborn mind, doesn't accept the pursuit of the president of Gao's group, we still won't get any advantage. Just like back then, when she was about to get engaged to Mr. Lu, she still didn't ask your father for some investment. After Chen Ling finished, she bit her teeth and said, "That idiot Tang Yu." She even avoided the rich man who was courting her. She was born to be poor. Tang Shan was so angry when she heard Chen Ling's words that she felt dizzy. Why did all the rich and handsome men not chase after her? San, Chen Ling rolled her eyes and said, "Tomorrow, mommy will take you to see the president of the Gao group." "What are we going to do?" Tang Shan frowned. "Silly girl, didn't Tang Yu reject the president of Gao's group today? We'll go tomorrow to apologize to the president of Gao's group for her, and..." Chen Ling said, her eyes twinkling like a thief's. "You're so pretty, and you look a bit like Tang Yu. If the president of Gao's group takes a fancy to you, he might even invest in your movie career. That'll be your real springtime." Tang Shan's eyes lit up, her mouth curved, and she called out shyly, "Mom." Tang Yu returned home and said sternly to the 2 little ones, "What happened today? Don't tell Mr. Lu. Don't tell Wen Yan's mother." Doudou nodded. Tang Yu looked at Tang with a cold face. She knew the 2 little ones too well. If Tang didn't say anything, she would probably leak the secret. "You. Do you hear me?" Tang nodded obediently and said, "I heard you." Tang Yu sighed. She had originally planned to take the children out for a nice meal and pick out a present for Lin Xianmei. However, she had spent all her money on a present for Lin Xianmei, and had not even bought the children an ice lolly. "You guys play for a while, I'll go cook." At that moment, the doorbell rang. Chapter 77, Zou Wan's right-hand man is back. The doorbell rang, and Tang Yu's hair stood on end. She was afraid it was Lu Nancheng's mother again. Tang, the little smarty, saw Tang Yu's nervous expression, and her big, expressive eyes rolled around. "Mom, I'll go answer the door." Doudou ran over to answer the door like a little hero. Tang Yu hurriedly raised her foot to chase after her, but before she could say a word to stop her, Doudou had already opened the door. Doudou's face lit up with a happy smile when she saw the visitor. "It's Qianmei, sister." Tang's face also lit up with a happy smile when she heard Doudou's words. Her little feet ran happily towards the door, and she called out joyfully, "It's Qianmei, sister." "Doudou and Tang, did you miss me?" Lin Xianmei crouched down, picked up the bag in her hands, and said, "Look. Xianmei, sister, brought you something delicious." The 2 little ones went to hug Lin Xianmei together, almost knocking her over. "Miss Lin, please come in." Tang Yu said, "Thank you, Miss Lin." "Miss Tang Yu, you can just call me Qianmei." Lin Xianmei gave the snacks she bought to the children, and was then pulled along by the children to play together. This was the second time Tang Yu had met Lin Xianmei, and the children were so nice to her. She had really never seen Doudou be so close to anyone before. Even Wen Yan, who loves them so much, has never seen Doudou so close to anyone. This is enough to show that Lin Xianmei is really good to the children, and she is very grateful to her. "Tang Yu, when you are busy at work in the future, just give me a call, and I will take care of Doudou and Tang for you." Tang Yu said thank you, but she had no intention of asking Lin Xianmei for help again. Because she heard Lu Nancheng say on the phone that day that Lin Xianmei was a senior this year and had started her internship, and that people were very busy. Tang Yu took out the bag she had bought for Lin Xianmei. "Xianmei, I bought you a bag. I was going to call you this weekend. You're here today, so you can take it. I hope you like it." Lin Xianmei saw that it was an international brand. She quickly waved her hand. "Tang Yu, this is not possible. Besides, I'm still a student. I can't carry such an expensive bag. You keep it for yourself." "Xianmei, I bought it especially for you." "Oh, Tang Yu, if you do that, I won't dare to come and play with Doudou and Tang anymore." When Doudou and Tang heard what Lin Xianmei said, the 2 little ones immediately hugged Lin Xianmei and said, "Xianmei sister, don't ever stop coming to play with us." Lin Xianmei crouched down. "Didn't we say that day that the 3 of us would be best friends forever? How could I not come to play with you?" After saying that, Lin Xianmei stood up and said to Tang Yu, "You see, if you insist on giving me this bag, you are forcing me to not be good friends with the children." Tang and Doudou hugged Lin Xianmei again and cooed. Lin Xianmei smiled brightly and said to Tang Yu again, "Tang Yu, you can't break up the friendship between the 3 of us. Besides, I see that the bag you are carrying is also very ordinary, and you definitely don't have a good bag either, so you can use this one. Indeed, because she had 2 babies to raise, Tang Yu had never bought such an expensive bag. Since Zou Jing was exiled to Africa by Lu Nancheng, Zou Wan has not slept well either. She originally wanted to use Zou Jing to sleep with Lu Nancheng, but it ended up benefiting Tang Yu instead. Just like 4 years ago, she and her aunt drugged Lu Nancheng. She originally wanted to get Lu Nancheng, but she didn't expect Lu Nancheng to escape and she didn't know which woman took advantage of him. Fortunately, her other good helper is back. Zou Wan dialed a number. "Hello, have you seen Tang Yu?" "I have." The other person said, "Don't call me so easily in the future if it's not important." The other person hung up. Chapter 78, Sugar Mama, What Does Sugar Daddy Do for a Living? The next day, Tang Yu arrives at the office and just sits down. Ran Yu arrives and brings milk tea for everyone. She hands out the milk tea one by one, and the smile on her face and the words she speaks all have a sweet taste. Words of thanks ring out in the cubicles, and Ran Yu's crisp, bell-like voice repeats that it's not necessary. Tang Yu. Ran Yu placed the milk tea for Tang Yu by her hand and sat down next to her. She whispered, "I ordered passion fruit for you." Passion fruit contains amino acids, which can not only regulate the body's flavonoids, but also reduce irritability and relieve stress. It also has the effect of promoting saliva production, soothing the throat, calming the nerves and helping sleep. Tang Yu looked at Ran Yu. Ran Yu's mouth curved up. "You have dark circles under your eyes, you look very tired. I guess you haven't had a good rest these few days, and your complexion doesn't look good either." Ran Yu said, pushing the milk tea towards Tang Yu's hand and lowering her voice a little, "This passion fruit is sweet and sour and delicious." What else could Tang Yu say? She could only squeeze out a smile and say, "Thank you." "Tang Yu, don't be polite with me. To be honest, I really cherish this opportunity to be an intern at LK. I will have to ask you for advice a lot in the future. I'm new here too." When Ran Yu heard that Tang Yu was new here, she looked surprised, and then said with admiration, "I heard that LK was recruiting designers a while ago, and the recruitment process was very strict. The CEO even came in person to oversee it. You must be very good to be able to get in." Tang Yu remembered the day she came to apply for the job. Lu Nancheng, the big boss, came in person to recruit, but not only did Lu Nancheng not even look at her resume, he didn't even take a glance at the design drawing she brought as a stepping stone. "Tang Yu, the time limit for this design competition is almost up, and I want to participate, so what do you think about giving me some advice and suggestions?" "Me?" Tang Yu looked at Ran Yu. "Of course it's you, you have a child, so you must have more inspiration than girls like us who aren't married and haven't had children." "How did you know I had a child?" Tang Yu asked Ran Yu. Ran Yu raised her eyebrows and looked at the thermos on Tang Yu's desk and said, "Only women who have become mothers use thermoses, and yours has cartoon stickers on it." Tang Yu looked at Ran Yu's smiling face and then at the milk tea in her hands. She really had nothing to say and could only smile. "Sister Tang Yu, you're not angry, are you? I didn't mean to make fun of you." Tang Yu looked up at Ran Yu with raised eyes. "I'm not angry. Besides, I don't think there's anything funny about drinking water from a thermos." Ran Yu said sincerely, "It's true that drinking water from a thermos warms the stomach. My grandmother makes me drink warm water all day long. I'll buy a thermos too." Tang Yu didn't say anything in return, not because she was angry with Ran Yu, but because she just didn't feel like talking. At noon, the kindergarten teacher called. Tang Yu picked up the phone in a hurry. She had only said hello when the kindergarten teacher said, Tang's mother. Your child is sneaking out again during nap time." Tang Yu jumped up in shock. She hadn't run away, had she? "I caught her. And she poured milk in another child's bag. You'd better come over here." The kindergarten teacher hung up after saying this angrily. Tang Yu and her manager took leave and hurried to the kindergarten. As soon as they entered the door, the kindergarten director, Tang's teacher, and 2 other parents stared at Tang Yu with hungry eyes. Without waiting for Tang Yu to ask, the teacher asked coldly, Tang's mother, what does your child's father do? I don't see it written on the admission form you filled out." The teacher added, "Are you divorced or?" Tang Yu wasn't angry about the teacher's question. However, Tang Yu was a little upset by the teacher's attitude. She said, "This has nothing to do with the child going to kindergarten, does it? Can't they go to kindergarten if they haven't filled in the father's details?" As soon as the teacher heard this, her face turned even uglier and she said, Tang Yu, you'd better find your child another kindergarten. She keeps sneaking off, and we can't afford to lose her. Tang Yu had wanted to apologize for Tang sneaking off. But the teacher's attitude made her not apologize, but say, it's not that serious, children are at the age of being naughty, making a little mistake is not enough for us to transfer them. The teacher didn't even give Tang Yu a good face, and directly said again, is that being naughty? It's downright unruly. And the hearts of your two children are too bad. They even poured milk in the children's backpacks. Bad hearts. Tang Yu immediately turned cold, she stared at the teacher with cold eyes, clenching her teeth. Chapter 79, I heard you've been asking around about my identity? The teacher even said that Doudou and Tang have bad hearts. Tang Yu immediately turned cold. She angrily gritted her teeth. How dare you say my children have bad hearts? Are you sure my children poured the milk in there? I'll bring them over, you ask them yourself. The teacher said this and brought Tang and Doudou over, pushing them next to Tang Yu. Ask them yourself. The two children, barely taller than an adult's knee, nearly fell over when the teacher pushed them, so Tang Yu quickly hugged the two babies. She crouched down and asked Doudou and Tang, you tell mommy. Did you pour milk into the little friend's school bag? Mommy, we didn't. It was Ting who couldn't finish the milk and was afraid her mommy would scold her, so she poured it into her own school bag. Tang Yu naturally believed what the children said, but the teacher, Ting's mother and Tian's mother immediately pointed at Doudou and Tang and said, these two children have the habit of lying. Before Tang Yu could say anything, the head of the kindergarten said, Tang's mother, you should transfer Tang and Doudou to another kindergarten. When Xiajia had originally applied for the two children to enter the kindergarten. If we had known that your two children were so inconsiderate, our kindergarten would never have accepted them in any case. Although your child Doudou is quiet, he is deep-minded. And your child Tang has the habit of lying. All the children in our kindergarten come from respectable families. We are worried that the behavior of Doudou and Tang will affect the other children. Besides, the parents of the other children will not agree. So, we hope you will transfer your children to another kindergarten. Ting's mother firmly agreed with the kindergarten principal and said, our children must not go to kindergarten with such children with poor character. We parents demand that these two children be transferred immediately. Tian's mother added, indeed. Children are like blank sheets of paper. Spending every day with such children with extremely poor character is irresponsible to our children. Responsible? Humph. Tang Yu sneered and said to the principal, I pay tuition fees that are 3 times higher than other kindergartens. You didn't watch my children properly and almost let them run away. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. And the milk incident has not been investigated yet. You want my children to switch to another kindergarten? No way. I demand to see the surveillance footage. Clear my children's names. If you've made a mistake, you must apologize to my children. The head of the kindergarten's eyes immediately panicked. Mom Tang, do you know who these parents are? This is the wife of the director of the 49th City Tax Bureau. And you can't mess with this one. She is. No wonder. Tang Yu interrupted the head of the kindergarten directly. She doesn't care who their wives or fathers are. Tang Yu mocked, so you don't do things according to the principles of being a person, but instead look at which child's father is the most important. Ha, no wonder when I first walked in you asked me what Tang's father did for a living. Tang's mother, what are you talking about? It's your child's bad character that has caused us to ask you to transfer the children to another kindergarten. Then call the police. I'd like to see if it's your character that's corrupt or if I haven't taught the children well. Tang Yu took out her phone and immediately wanted to call the police. She had full confidence in her children. The children said they hadn't poured milk in Ting's bag, and that was it. Because under her education, Doudou and Tang had never had the bad habit of wasting food. Dad's here. Tang suddenly ran out. Tang Yu turned around and saw Lu Nancheng coming. Tang Yu frowned. Tang had called Lu Nancheng again. Tang. Lu Nancheng picked up Tang and walked over, his gaze sweeping over everyone like a blade, finally landing on Tang Yu's face. Seeing that Tang Yu's face was not looking good, Lu Nancheng directly asked Tang Yu, what's wrong? The head of the kindergarten saw Lu Nancheng's domineering aura and hurriedly answered, Tang's father, the thing is this. I didn't ask you. Lu Nancheng interrupted the head of the kindergarten directly, and then turned to Tang Yu and said, "You speak." Tang Yu was about to open his mouth to speak when Tang rushed to answer again. "Dad, the teacher, the head of the kindergarten, and Tingting's mom and Tian's mom said that my brother and I poured milk into Tingting's bag. But we didn't do it, Tingting did it herself. Then the teacher and the principal, as well as Tingting's mother and Tian's mother, didn't want us anymore and forced my mother to transfer me and my brother to another kindergarten." After finishing her story, Tang swallowed hard and wrapped her little arms even tighter around Lu Nancheng's neck. "Tang's father, that's not true. I believe what my daughter says." Lu Nancheng interrupted the principal coldly and imperiously. The head of the kindergarten swallowed hard. Lu Nancheng asked the head of the kindergarten, "I heard that you have been asking around about my identity?" The head of the kindergarten straightened his back and glanced at the two parents. The head of the kindergarten hurriedly explained again, "Tantan's father, you are mistaken. It is your daughter Tantan who always sneaks out. You, me. This time, Lu Nancheng did not interrupt the head of the kindergarten, but the head of the kindergarten could not continue. Because Lu Nancheng's aura was too strong. Chapter 80, Bring your husbands over so I can see what big shots they are. Tingting's mother immediately stood up and sneered before speaking, "Humph. Do you know what my child's father does for a living?" Tingting's mother said, raising her head high and looking at Lu Nancheng with slanted eyes, and added, "We are the second generation of officials with a noble pedigree. Our child just can't be with children of your family's poor character. Yes, Zhang Yuanchang, if you don't let these two children with poor character transfer, I'll have you fired." Tian's mother said. Hearing Tian's mother's words, Zhang Yuanchang was so scared that she shivered. Because Tian's father was much more powerful than Tingting's father. Zhang Yuanchang immediately looked at Lu Nancheng again. But seeing Lu Nancheng's cold aura, her fierce attitude subsided again. Director Zhang still didn't dare to look directly at Lu Nancheng, and she didn't dare to speak to him either. So she spoke to Tang Yu in a tone of consultation. "Tantan's mother, please take my advice and quickly transfer Tantan and Doudou to another kindergarten. I'm doing this for your own good. You can't afford to mess with Tingting and Tian's father." Before Tang Yu could say anything, Tingting's mother shouted arrogantly at Director Zhang. "Director Zhang! Why are you wasting your breath on her? If you don't expel these two wild children today, you'll be the one who'll be out on your ass. I'll make sure you can't get by in the city." Tang Yu was so angry she laughed. She said, "This is the first time I've heard that kindergarten waters are so deep. You have to look at whose parents are higher up the food chain to get into kindergarten." Tang Yu said this with disdain and an angry look that swept across Director Zhang's face, and then she looked at Tingting's mother and Tian's mother. They are both mothers, why are these two women so domineering and arrogant? Tingting's mother folded her arms, raised her face and looked at Tang Yu through her nostrils. "What is the point of sending your child to this kindergarten? It's not to curry favor with people like us who are powerful and influential." Tingting's mother said, and then said to Tian's mother, "Jia, don't you think so?" Tian's mother responded, and threw a look of contempt at Tang Yu. Tingting's mother saw at a glance that Tang Yu and the two children were wearing cheap clothes, and she had also seen that although Lu Nancheng's clothes looked to be of high quality, they didn't even have a brand on them. She immediately concluded that this family was poor. She then said with contempt, "Look at you and your children, all wearing street-sourced goods. Your husband can't even afford a brand, and he's still trying to imitate others by wearing a suit." Tang Yu couldn't help but look down at the clothes she was wearing. Indeed, she was wearing cheap clothes. She looked at Lu Nancheng's clothes again. That stupid woman said Lu Nancheng's clothes were not branded. Lu Nancheng's clothes were all custom-made. And they were the highest-end custom-made clothes. You guys aren't still paying back the money you borrowed to send your kids to this kindergarten, are you? Ha ha. Tingting's mother snorted in derision and continued, "Oh, that's right, I heard from the principal Zhang that your two kids were admitted by Miss Wen from the Wen group. I tell you, if you don't immediately transfer your two wild children today, I'll tell your husband to get the hell out of Wen's group right now. By then, your husband won't even be able to keep his job." Lu Nancheng's eyes were calm and sinister, but a sneer was curling the corners of his mouth. He said, "I'd like to know what the father of your children does. Tell him to come over so I can meet the big shot." Chapter 81, I'll let you know the consequences of arrogance in a moment. After Lu Nancheng's words, Tingting's mother mocked, "Humph. My husband is not someone you little citizens can just meet whenever you want. Lu Nancheng simply ignored the stupid attitude, but instead lowered his eyes and asked in a soft voice, Tan, tell your father, what are the names of these two children? In Lu Nancheng's arms, Tang looked down at Ting and said to Lu Nancheng, Chao Whiting. She said her father is the director of the tax bureau, and Jiang Tian said his father is the mayor, which is a very important position. Tang said this and drew a big circle with her little hand. Ting's mother snorted and laughed at what Tang had said, and said even more arrogantly, if your children don't know any better, that's fine. Now if you adults apologize to our children and immediately transfer your children away, I can consider letting you off. Tang Yu looked over at Ting's mother with this mocking sound, and she could only see Ting's mother's face full of mockery, confident in her victory. She looked at Tian's mother again, and Tian's mother was even more flamboyant than Ting's mother. Although she stood there in an attitude of superiority, the contempt on her face was really as arrogant as it could be. Tang said that Ting's father is the director of the tax bureau, and Tian's father is the mayor. That's a pretty big official. And he's also pretty authoritative. She wondered if Lu Nancheng would help them, the mother and son, against the officialdom. Just as Tang Yu was speculating in her heart, Lu Nancheng held Tang in one arm and took out his phone to dial Lin Zhao's number. Go find out who the fathers of Duo's kindergarten classmates Chao Wei and Jiang Tian are, and ask them to come to the kindergarten. I'll wait for them here. Lu Nancheng hung up the phone, and Ting's mother and Tian's mother sneered in derision. Ha, what a big mouth. Ting's mother shook her whole body when she laughed. At this moment, Tang Yu knew that Lu Nancheng was going to help them. These two women are really stupid. They don't know that they have already gotten their husbands into serious trouble. They will soon know the consequences of arrogance. In this city of 49, is there anyone who can hold Lu Nancheng? I'm afraid even the mayor has to give Lu Nancheng some face. Not to mention Cgeo City. If Lu Nancheng stamps his feet, the land will shake. Whether in politics or business, everyone has to look at Lu Nancheng's face. Tian's mother suddenly looked a little impatient. She raised her hand and glanced at the expensive watch on her wrist. I'm leaving. Oops, Sister Qin, why are you leaving? Wait. I'm very busy, I don't have time to waste it here with you. Tian's mother pushed Ting's mother's hand away. She didn't know why, but she felt a little panicked, as if something big was about to happen. Director Zhang, I think you know how to manage a kindergarten. Tian's mother finished speaking to Director Zhang and ignored Ting's mother as she turned and walked away. Ting's mother saw that Tian's mother was leaving and, as if she had no backbone, once again grabbed Tian's mother's hand and said, Sister Qin, let's go together in a moment. Although Tian's mother didn't say much, Tian's mother stood there, and Ting's mother felt very confident. Suddenly, there was the sound of car horns coming from the entrance of the kindergarten. Everyone looked towards the entrance and saw that the electric door had opened, and 3 cars drove in. Ting's mother's eyebrows suddenly lit up with joy. My husband's car. My husband is here. Sister Qin, Vice Mayor Jiang is also here. After saying this, Ting's mother turned her head and said to Lu Nancheng, you'll see what happens. Tian's mother looked at Ting's mother and then at Lu Nancheng. Her face had changed, and although she didn't say anything, her breathing was already very nervous. Because this man really called her man, the man who is the deputy mayor, over. This shows. This man can definitely suppress her man. Chapter 82, Your wife insisted that I apologize to your children's mother for your children. Tang Yu looked and saw that the front car of the 3 cars that had just pulled up was a Cayenne, which seemed to belong to Lin Xiao. That time, she was framed by Zou Jing in the hotel and Lu Nancheng in the morning. Lin Xiao used this car to drive her back. The 3 cars stopped. Lin Xiao got out of the car and walked directly up to Lu Nancheng. President Lu, Vice Mayor Jiang, and Director Chao arrived. Ting's mother was beaming from ear to ear and about to run to her husband, but she stopped when she heard Lin Xiao's words, and when she recognized Lin Xiao, her face suddenly changed dramatically. Lin Xiao. That's Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao called that man President Lu. And with such respect. Isn't President Lu the president of the Lu Group? The ruler of the city. How is that possible? This man definitely isn't the president of the Lu Group. But his surname is also Lu. Ting's mother deceived and convinced herself inwardly. Tang Yu saw that Tian's mother kept heaving her neck, as if she was swallowing saliva. Moreover, Tian's mother's eyes were fixed on Lu Nancheng, and her eyes were full of fear. President Lu. President Lu. Vice Mayor Jiang and Director Chow walked over and respectfully called out to Lu Nancheng. Vice Mayor Jiang turned around and saw his wife, and couldn't help but frown. Not only did Lu Nancheng call her, but he also called her daughter-in-law? Xiaoqin, why are you here? Vice Mayor Jiang asked his wife, but lowered his gaze to look at his son, who picked up his son and looked him up and down. Director Chow also saw his wife and lowered his gaze to look at his daughter. But before he could say anything, Tingting's mother pointed at Lu Nancheng and said to Director Chow, "Honey, this man's 2 children poured milk into our Tingting's school bag. I said a few words, but he wouldn't let me." "Shut up." Director Chow quickly pushed his wife's hand away from Lu Nancheng, frowned, lowered his voice and said sternly, "This is Mr. Lu." Tingting's mother stuttered, "Lu, Mr. Lu? Which Mr. Lu? The president of the Lu Group?" Tingting's mother had already said both the question and the answer, and her voice trembled even more. Director Chow first glanced at the little girl in Lu Nancheng's arms, and then looked at the little boy and girl standing next to him. He quickly said with a smile to Lu Nancheng, "Mr. Lu, your 2 daughters are also in this kindergarten, right? What a coincidence. Ha, we didn't know you were married and had children. Your daughter and son are so big, ha, they're so pretty." Director Chow wiped the sweat from his forehead as he said, "Mr. Lu, did the children have a conflict at kindergarten? I'm really sorry, my child is a bit naughty, I'll teach him a good lesson when I get back." "No, according to the head of the kindergarten and your wife, your children are very good." Lu Nancheng said, "Your wife, the head of the kindergarten, and the teachers all said that my daughter poured milk in your daughter's bag, but my wife and I don't believe it. We would like to check the surveillance footage. If it really was my daughter who poured milk in your daughter's bag, I would like to apologize to you on behalf of my child." No, how could that be? Your daughter looks so kind and cute, she definitely wouldn't do that. Ha, even if it did happen, it must have been an accident, no big deal." Lu Nancheng's face immediately turned black. Director Chow realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words, "Mr. Lu, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, the kids are young, and a little conflict is no big deal. Does Director Chow think I'm making a big deal out of nothing?" Lu Nancheng interrupted Director Chow. Director Chow wiped the sweat from his forehead again. He was always eloquent and had excellent eloquence, but today, as soon as he opened his mouth, he said the wrong thing. At this moment, he wished he could publicly slap himself a few times. "I also don't think it's a big deal for the kids to have a little conflict, but your wife insisted that we be called here, and that we transfer the kids, and that I and the kids' mother apologize to your family's children." Chapter 83 What if your wife says my child is a wild child? Lu Nancheng's words made Director Chow's right eye twitch. At this time, he also hated to slap his wife in the face. "Mr. Lu, the child's mother is not well educated, her hair is long but her knowledge is short, and she speaks without thinking. I hope you and your wife don't take it personally." Director Chow said, bowing to Lu Nancheng and then to Tang Yu, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lu." Tang Yu straightened her back and squirmed the corners of her mouth, about to explain that she was not Lu Nancheng's wife, but then she saw Lu Nancheng staring at her with a stern expression. Tang Yu's teeth grazed her gums, and she ultimately chose not to explain. Because she felt that Lu Nancheng must have meant the same thing. She swore that she was not trying to take advantage of Lu Nancheng. Instead, she was now in the trenches with Lu Nancheng, fighting for justice for their children. Lu Nancheng looked directly at Director Zhang. "Director Zhang, Tingting's parents are here now. Do you want to call the police to come and check the surveillance footage, or would you rather let us watch it together?" Director Zhang had already been scared out of her wits, and she was shaking uncontrollably. She quickly waved her hands and said, still trembling, "Lu, Mr. and Mrs. Lu, actually, it wasn't Tang who poured the milk into Tingting's bag, it was Tingting who did it herself." Zhang Yuanshan's voice was already starting to crack with tears. But Lu Nancheng was very persistent and said, "No, I don't believe what you're saying. You don't need to be afraid of my identity. I have always been fair. If it really was Tang who poured the milk into Ting's bag, we should apologize or not." No, Zhang Yuanshan quickly waved his hands and said, "I asked Ting, and she said she poured it in herself. She said she was afraid her mother would scold her for not finishing the milk, so she poured the rest of the milk into her bag and pretended it had spilled." Principal Zhang lowered her head and, like a thief, glanced up at Ting's mother. She added, "Mrs. Chow also knows about this, and she told me to tell Tong's mother the same thing." Director Chow clenched her fists, her mind buzzing. She raised her hand and slapped her wife. "Ah!" Ting's mother fell to the side, about to cry, when Director Chow shouted, Bitch! How do you raise your child? You're confused yourself, and you're teaching your child to lie. Tingting's mother immediately stopped crying. Director Chow kept apologizing. I'm sorry, General Lu, the child's mother has gone too far. She has indeed gone too far. Lu Nancheng said coldly, and then looked at the headmaster Jiang, and said, You said that Tang always runs off and worries you teachers, so you still want to transfer Tang and Doudou. The young female teachers had never seen anything grand before, and now they had seen the grandness of the world, and they were all overwhelmed by Lu Nancheng's peerless good looks and astonishing power. Headmaster Jiang was ready to die. Mr. Lu, I was wrong. Children make mistakes and need to be corrected, but you. Lu Nancheng paused for a moment, turned his head and looked directly at Lin Xiao, and said directly to Lin Xiao. This kindergarten needs to be rectified. Lu's company does not yet have an education business. Acquire Duo kindergarten and hire people with virtue and integrity to manage it. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lin Xiao took his orders. Director Zhang and the other kindergarten teachers knew that they would be laid off as punishment. Sure enough, Lu Nancheng said again, teachers who are incompetent and have no morals should never be allowed to work in education again. Yes, Mr. Lu, Lin Xiao answered again. Director Chow wiped the sweat from his forehead. He thought the matter was over. A relieved look came over his face as he said to Lu Nancheng, Mr. Lu, in the future, as the parents of these children, we will need to communicate more. I will also seek your advice, Mr. and Mrs. Lu, on how to raise children. Lu Nancheng, however, said coldly. Your wife called my child a wild child, so it seems that our children are not suitable to play with your child either. I remember that your family lives in Fuyuan No. 1, and there is a good public kindergarten there. You should send your child there. Chapter 84, How can you be so saintly? Regarding Lu Nancheng's arrangement. Director Chow's heart felt like it had been burned by a fire, shrinking into a ball of pain. But he had to nod and say, okay. Vice Mayor Jian watched as Lu Nancheng settled the matter, not mentioning his wife. He also knew that his wife was smarter than Mrs. Chow. He now just hoped that his wife had not insulted Lu Nancheng's children. Lu Nancheng would let him off the hook. But just then, Lu Nancheng's eyes looked over. Vice Mayor Jiang instantly straightened his back. He felt that something was amiss. Lu Nancheng said, Vice Mayor Jiang is now a minister, right? A month's salary must be quite a lot, right? Vice Mayor Jiang didn't know what Lu Nancheng meant. But he knew that Lu Nancheng was definitely not just asking about his salary. Where does your wife work? Lu Nancheng asked Vice Mayor Jiang again. Vice Mayor Jiang was startled and flustered. At that time, he had used his position to transfer his wife to the Cultural Affairs Bureau. Because the work of the Cultural Affairs Bureau is relatively less busy. He was afraid that Lu Nancheng would say that he had abused his power, but he did not dare to hide it, because if Lu Nancheng had asked, then he must have heard the news. So he answered truthfully that he worked in the Municipal Bureau of Culture. Then what does Mrs. Zhang's family do? Vice Mayor Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and did not dare to answer rashly. Lu Nancheng looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao immediately replied, Mrs. Zhang's parents are both ordinary civil servants. Lu Nancheng looked at Vice Mayor Jiang and said, I see that the watch your wife is wearing seems to be a new model from a famous brand this year, and it should be worth around 10 million. Vice Mayor Jiang and his wife almost fell to their knees at the shock of Lu Nancheng's words. It turned out that he wasn't abusing his power to get his wife a transfer. It was corruption. That's a prison sentence. Mr. Lu, we can't afford this watch, of course. It was a gift from my daughter-in-law's niece. Vice Mayor Jiang quickly said, it's just that she raised her niece since she was little, and later the child became successful. To repay my daughter-in-law, she gave my daughter-in-law a watch. Vice Mayor Jiang's wife quickly nodded her head, yes, that's right. Vice Mayor Jiang and his wife looked sincere. But Lu Nancheng just asked indifferently, so why are you so nervous? Vice Mayor Jiang and his wife immediately woke up. But now they couldn't get up, and kneeling was obviously taking bribes. The reason Vice Mayor Jiang could think of saying that the watch was a gift from his daughter-in-law's niece was because his daughter-in-law's niece was indeed very rich. So he added, Mr. Lu, you can check it out. My daughter-in-law's niece has really made a lot of money in business these past few years. Vice Mayor Jiang, you're worrying for nothing. I was just asking casually. Lu Nancheng interrupted Vice Mayor Jiang. Upon hearing Lu Nancheng's words, Vice Mayor Jiang thought that Lu Nancheng had let them off the hook and was breathing a sigh of relief when he heard Lu Nancheng say, "If anyone is going to investigate, it will be the Discipline Inspection Commission. I'm not qualified." Vice Mayor Jiang and his wife were so scared that they almost died where they stood. The two of them immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. In this way, the two people, who were more senior and older than Lu Nancheng, kept begging for mercy. Lu Nancheng, however, just hugged his daughter and walked away, holding out his hand to take his son's hand. Tang Yu hurriedly chased after him. "Lu Nancheng, where are you going? They haven't even finished school yet. I'll calm the children down, and they can come to class tomorrow when the new teacher arrives." Tang Yu glanced back and saw Vice Mayor Jiang and his wife arguing. She gave a little run and caught up with Lu Nancheng. "Mr. Lu, isn't this too serious? That's the illustrious career of a mayor." Lu Nancheng didn't turn around, but he naturally knew what Tang Yu was talking about. He said, "You really don't deserve to be a mother." Tang Yu was shocked by Lu Nancheng's words. How is she not worthy of being a mother to her children? Your children were bullied and called wild children. You even pleaded for the other party. How can you be so saintly? Tang Yu drew a sharp breath. Lu Nancheng saw that Tang Yu was frozen in place, and he stopped in his tracks, looking at her. "I'm not only taking revenge for the children, I'm also ridding the city of a cancer. How can a mayor like that bring benefits to the people?" After saying this, Lu Nancheng bent down to pick up Doudou, lifted his foot and walked away. This time, without Doudou's two short legs holding him back, Lu Nancheng walked even faster. Tang Yu hurriedly ran after him. Chapter 85, I want sharp teeth so I can bite the bad guys who bully my mom. Tang Yu ran after them. On the way, Lu Nancheng asked the children what they wanted to eat. Doudou and Tang glanced at each other. Tang immediately said, "We like whatever Dad takes us to eat, right, brother?" Doudou nodded. Lu Nancheng glanced back at the two little ones and then looked at Tang Yu. He said, "Aren't they too smooth? Did you teach them that?" Tang Yu was also surprised by what Tang had just said. She looked at Doudou and said, "You taught her that?" Tang Yu's words were a question, but they were spoken in a certain tone. Without waiting for Doudou to defend herself, Lu Nancheng said, "Most parents in China favor sons over daughters, but I find that you favor daughters over sons." Tang Yu had just opened her mouth to say a word when Lu Nancheng directly hijacked her words and asked her in return, "What do you want to eat?" Tang Yu wanted to explain that Doudou, the child, looked quiet and unspoken, but in fact her mind was full of little plans. Doudou was the one who gave Tang Yu the ideas for almost everything she did. But Tang Yu didn't want to explain to Lu Nancheng. "I'm very grateful to you today, so forget about dinner." Tang Yu said, "You can just take us back." Lu Nancheng turned to the children and asked, "Is it okay if we go home and eat?" Tang Yu and Doudou looked at each other. Lu Nancheng said again, "Dad will take you to the supermarket to buy your favorite ingredients, and we'll go home and cook for ourselves." Tang and Doudou immediately clapped their hands in approval. "Mr. Lu." Tang Yu frowned and said, "Forget it. Last time I went to your house. And last time I went to my house. I cooked for you, but this time I'll go to your house and you cook for us." Lu Nancheng said, looking back at Tang Yu. Tang Yu's back stiffened, and she said, "Not really." Lu Nancheng rarely showed a smile. Tang Yu, however, said very seriously, "Zou Jing hasn't returned yet. In case. You're pleading for Zou Jing?" Tang Yu pursed her lips. "I'm not pleading for her." "Then why did you mention her?" Lu Nancheng said, "My mother." "Then don't worry about her. I'm just restraining myself." Since she promised Lu Nancheng's mother not to see Lu Nancheng anymore, she wants to keep her word. Lu Nancheng looked at Tang Yu, and then glanced back at the two little ones before whispering to Tang Yu again, "Why don't we start a family?" Tang Yu was shocked. Her dark, ink-black eyes nearly popped out of her head in surprise. Lu Nancheng said, "What's wrong? There aren't many men like me in the world." Tang Yu's face turned red. Lu Nancheng saw Tang Yu's face, but a wave of heat rose in his heart. This woman seems to blush really easily. But when she blushes, it's like an aphrodisiac, and he can't help but feel a rush of dopamine. "Don't answer right away, go back and think about it." Lu Nancheng said, made a turn, and took the children to a supermarket. Tang Yu naturally followed. She had already let what Lu Nancheng had just said go in one ear and out the other. Because the children were in Lu Nancheng's hands. In the supermarket, Lu Nancheng fully demonstrated the highest level of spoiling children. The children also indulged themselves for once. They wanted to eat everything Tang Yu had previously forbidden them from eating. Doudou, Tang Yue warned. Lu Nancheng said, "It's okay if they eat a little. I'll help the kids eat it when we get home. Is it okay if they eat a little less?" People passing by heard what Lu Nancheng said and couldn't help but say, "Look at this father, he loves his children and his wife. He has a high emotional quotient. Indeed, this family looks happy and has high appearance values. The supermarket is almost becoming a catwalk for their family." Tang Yu was speechless. Lu Nancheng, on the other hand, felt quite good about this feeling, as it smelled of the real world. Usually, he talks about investment, finance and money with a group of highly intelligent businessmen, but now he has landed in the real world, talking about children, food and daily necessities, which is quite a different experience. After leaving the supermarket, Lu Nancheng drove directly to Tang Yu's home. After getting out of the car, Tang Yu said, "Mr. Lu, thank you, I'll take these ingredients, you can go back now." Lu Nancheng was truly taken aback. "Tang Yu, do you know what this move of yours is called?" Tang Yu lowered her head and said, "If Auntie finds out, I'll get scolded. I'll take the blame for you." "But I promised her." "That was your business." Lu Nancheng took the groceries straight upstairs with the children. Tang Yu caught up with him and said, "Mr. Lu, we agreed that this would be the last time." Lu Nancheng simply ignored her. Upstairs, Tang Yu went to the kitchen to cook, hoping that Lu Nancheng would quickly finish eating and leave. Lu Nancheng really didn't help. He stayed in the living room playing with the children. Tang showed Lu Nancheng her 2 rows of small white teeth and asked, "Daddy, do you think my teeth are pointy?" Lu Nancheng didn't understand what Tang meant at first. Usually, you say that your teeth are white or straight, but why did she say pointy? Lu Nancheng thought that Tang had said something wrong, so he patiently taught her, Tang, you can't say that your teeth are pointy, you have to say that they are white or straight. Your teeth are white and straight, just like your mother's, and they look very nice." Lu Nancheng thought of Tang Yu's teeth, which were white and neat, and her mouth was clear. Every time she spoke, it was like the breath of a lotus. However, Tang pouted her lips and said, "I want sharp teeth. That way, I can bite those bad guys. Then they won't bully me, my brother, or my mom." Chapter 86, Who Else Bullies You? Lu Nancheng frowned. He asked Tang, "Who else bullies you?" "An aunt called Tang Shan said she was my mother's sister." "Oh!" Tang exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, "and her mother forbade her to tell you and Wenyan's mother." Lu Nancheng's originally indifferent eyes immediately darkened by 3 points. 5 years ago, when he decided to marry Tang Yu, Tang Shan tried every means to appear in front of his eyes. During that month, he and Tang Yu only met twice, but Tang Shan appeared in his sight countless times. Every time, she found various excuses. It was precisely because of his dislike of Tang Shan that he was also indifferent to Tang Yu. At that time, he knew too little about Tang Yu. He thought that Tang Yu and Tang Shan were like sisters, and they must also be vain women like Tang Shan. After that incident, Tang Yu left the city, and his engagement with Tang Yu was therefore dissolved. But Tang Shan still tried to get close to him over and over again. Even Tang Jiaqiang and Chen Ling wanted Tang Shan to marry him instead of Tang Yu. He firmly refused. The smell of food drifted from the kitchen. Lu Nancheng couldn't help but look in the direction of the kitchen. The house that Tang Yu rented was not very large, and the kitchen and living room were integrated. Sitting in the living room, you could see Tang Yu in the kitchen. Tang Yu, wearing an apron and with her hair tied in a ponytail, had a youthful aura, the beauty of a mature woman, but most of all, she was simple. Lu Nancheng remembered that Tang Shan always wore heavy makeup and dressed like a lady whenever she appeared. The biggest difference between the two sisters was that Tang Shan liked to flirt with men. Tang Yu, on the other hand, would hide when she saw a man. Very quickly. Tang Yu called them to dinner. Tang and Doudou are obviously 2 little snappers. As soon as Tang Yu called them to dinner, they ran to the table like little rabbits. Tang sat down and greeted Lu Nancheng, "Dad, come over and sit here with me." Lu Nancheng obediently sat down next to Tang and Doudou. Tang Yu also sat down and said, "Eat quickly." Lu Nancheng glanced at the dishes on the table and then looked at Tang Yu, who was already seated. Tang Yu noticed Lu Nancheng's gaze and asked him, "What's wrong? Don't you like these dishes?" Lu Nancheng asked, "Is this all you made?" Tang Yu looked confused. "What? Not enough for you? Are you very hungry? I'll eat less then." Lu Nancheng let out a breath through his nose. I bought so many dishes, and you still want to embezzle some? Tang Yu couldn't help but snort with laughter. She picked up the chopsticks and started to serve Tang and Doudou, saying to Lu Nancheng, I'll bring them back with me when I go back. Lu Nancheng picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. He was about to admire this woman's cooking skills, but then he realized that she had only cooked a little. Mom! Hurry up and eat. Don't talk. Tang Yu interrupted Tang. Later, Tang Yu kept urging Tang and Doudou to eat faster, and even Lu Nancheng. Lu Nancheng then realized that Tang Yu had told them to eat quickly because she wanted him to finish eating quickly and leave quickly. He also then understood that the reason Tang Yu had cooked so little was because she wanted them to eat quickly. This woman! Lu Nancheng did not let Tang Yu worry. Yes, he worried, because he could feel that Tang Yu was afraid of his mother. After the meal, Lu Nancheng, in order not to burden Tang Yu psychologically, left quickly. At this time, Chen Ling and Tang Shan arrived at the Gao group. However, they were stopped by the receptionist. Chen Ling smiled and said, We are here to see President Gao Yun Gao about something. The receptionist said responsibly, You cannot go up without an appointment. Chen Ling looked at her and said, No way. Then she said angrily and domineeringly, Do you know who we are? How dare you stop us? I tell you, we are people you can't mess with. Chen Ling said, and she pulled Tang Shan and tried to force their way in. The receptionist immediately called the security guard. The security guard was not as gentle as the receptionist, and directly wanted to throw Chen Ling and Tang Shan out. You blind things! My daughter will soon become a big star. How dare you pull her? Chen Ling gritted her teeth in anger, blaming Tang Yu that bitch. If she had introduced Tang Shan to Jiang Nan earlier and let Jiang Nan take Tang Shan under his wing, Tang Shan would definitely be recognized by the public now that she had walked out. Why suffer this anger? Chapter 87, Chen Ling's words stopped Gao Yun in his tracks. Tang Shan, in agreement with Chen Ling's words, held her head high arrogantly. It was as if she was already a big star. Call your boss Gao. Tell him Tang Yu's mother is here. The receptionist and the security guard looked at each other. The security guard asked the receptionist, Who is Tang Yu? The receptionist shook her head. Of course you don't know. Chen Ling rolled her eyes. Tang Yu is the woman your boss Gao is after. The receptionist and the security guard were indeed shocked by Chen Ling's words. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call. Tang Shan said. The receptionist was smarter and immediately retorted. Since you know Mr. Gao, then you call him yourself. If he says to invite you up, we naturally dare not stop you. Chen Ling and Tang Shan were furious that their ruse had been discovered. How did they know Gao Yun's phone number? They also looked online, but they couldn't find Gao Yun's phone number at all. Instead, they found the phone number of the marketing department of the Gao group, but when they called and asked for Gao Yun's phone number, they were not only not told, but also scolded. The security guard and the receptionist saw that Chen Ling and Tang Shan did not have the phone number of their CEO at all, and they grabbed Chen Ling and Tang Shan and were about to throw them out on the spot. Chen Ling yelled, You bunch of cowards! Let go of us! At that moment, the CEO's elevator opened and Gao Yun and his assistant walked out. Hearing the commotion at the door, Gao Yun frowned and turned cold, going to see what was going on. Yes. The assistant hurriedly lifted his foot and ran over. What's going on? The security guard saw that it was Gao Yun's assistant and quickly said, Li Zhu, these two women said they were here to see CEO Gao about something important, but they didn't have an appointment. Assistant Li looked at Chen Ling and her daughter critically. He was always by Gao Yun's side and had never seen these two women before. Assistant Li said coldly, Get rid of them quickly. How dare you throw us out? Your CEO is still courting my daughter. Be careful, I'll tell Mr. Gao to fire you all. Assistant Li naturally knew that Gao Yun had been courting Tang Yu, and at this moment, upon Chen Ling's mention, he saw that the girl next to Chen Ling did indeed bear some resemblance to Tang Yu. Chen Ling saw Gao Yun walking over there, and raised her voice, Mr. Gao, I am Yu's mother. Fearing that Gao Yun might not understand, Chen Ling added, Tang Yu. As soon as Chen Ling's words came out, not only did Assistant Li freeze for a moment, but Gao Yun over there also heard them. Gao Yun walked over, and Assistant Li nodded, Mr. Gao. Chen Ling had seen Gao Yun on a financial program, so she quickly pushed away the security guard, ran up to Gao Yun, and said with a smile, Mr. Gao, I am Yu's mother. Although Gao Yun did not say anything, the fact that he did not leave and did not ask the security guard to get rid of the person meant that Chen Ling's words had stopped Gao Yun in his tracks. Mr. Gao, Yaya's younger sister said that Yaya has made you angry, so today I have come with Shan Shan to apologize to you on her behalf. Chen Ling said, pulling Tang Shan in front of Gao Yun. This is Yaya's younger sister, Shan Shan. Gao Yun's indifferent gaze passed over Tang Shan, and in an even more indifferent tone, he said, I've known Tang Yu for 5 years, so how come I didn't know she had a sister? Chen Ling quickly laughed and said, this Yu is just cold-hearted, haha, not at all like her sister. Our Shan Shan has a better personality than her sister. Tang Shan raised her hand and ran her fingers through the long hair in her shawl. The diamond barrette in her hair sparkled. With thick foundation on her face and heavy makeup, she threw a coquettish glance at Gao Yun. Mr. Gao, the other day my sister refused the bag you gave her. I saw you get angry. Don't blame her, she is just a hot-tempered person. Gao Yun frowned. You were the one who made things difficult for Tang Yu in the mall that day, weren't you? Tang Shan's back stiffened, and she hurriedly explained. You've got it wrong, Mr. Gao. I wasn't making things difficult for her, as you can see, I was even going to buy her a bag. You didn't help her when she was at her lowest, and you even cut her off. Now you're apologizing for her? Besides, did I say I was angry? Mr. Gao. Get them out of here. These two are not allowed to enter the Gao group in the future. Gao Yun gave a cold order and walked out with his foot raised. Chen Ling, who had been kicked out, came up with another plan. Shan, did you really see Gao Yun buy Tang Yu a bag that cost more than 5 million? Is that a lie? Tang Shan was jealous when she thought about it. To be able to buy a bag worth 5 million. This shows that Gao Yun really likes Tang Yu. Although Gao Yun is not as good as Lu Nancheng, it would be pretty good if you could marry Gao Yun. But Gao Yun likes Tang Yu. Silly girl, as long as we have a chance to get close to Gao Yun, can't you, with your beauty, capture Gao Yun? Chen Ling firmly believes that Tang Shan has never come into contact with rich men, and if she meets one, she will definitely be able to attract him. She took Tang Shan's hand and said, we didn't seize Lu Nancheng 5 years ago, and this time we definitely can't let Gao Yun get away. Tang Shan blushed shyly, but how can we get close to Gao Yun? Chapter 88, it turns out that Tang Shan wants to hook up with Gao Yun. Chen Ling said with a sinister smile, your father will have to step in and ask your father to bring Tang Yu back. As long as Tang Yu can bring Gao Yun home, are you still worried about not having a chance to get close to Gao Yun? Aren't you worried that your father will know that Tang Yu has a child and will divide the property? Tang Shan was full of worry. Silly child, when you marry Gao Yun and have a child, your father will definitely still love your child more. Chen Ling was particularly confident. When Tang Yu's mother died, she left behind a 3-year-old Tang Yu, and at that time, Tang Jiaqiang also loved Tang Yu very much. But after she gave birth to Tang Shan, Tang Jiaqiang, under her influence, only loved Tang Shan. Chen Ling went home and prepared a table full of delicious food, and called Tang Jiaqiang. When Tang Jiaqiang returned, Chen Ling quickly took Tang Jiaqiang's arm and said softly, Jiaqiang, you don't know yet, Yaya gave birth to 2 children, it seems to be that time 5 years ago, both children are 4 years old. What? Tang Jiaqiang immediately flew into a rage. Oh, calm down and let me finish. Chen Ling patted Tang Jiaqiang's back like she was comforting a child, I just found out today, that's why I hurried to tell you. This rebellious girl. What's even more infuriating is that Gao Yun, the president of the Gao group, is courting her, but she rejected him. You tell me, she has 2 fatherless children, and finally someone is willing to marry her. And the president of the Gao group is a good-looking man, a good man with money and looks, and she still doesn't cherish it. Tang Shan cooperatively handed Tang Jiaqiang a cup of tea. Dad, you must persuade your sister not to let her miss another opportunity. Chen Ling added, I know you've never been at ease about her over the years. Today, I've made a table full of delicious food. You call Tang Yu and tell her to bring the kids home. You persuade her well, don't let her miss such a good opportunity. Tang Jiaqiang glanced over at the dining room. He had always felt guilty about driving Tang Yu away back then, and at this moment, he was very grateful for Chen Ling's good intentions. But that damned girl was still very angry when she came back last time. Tang Jiaqiang sighed as he spoke. Oh, you are father and daughter, how could there be a grudge? Besides, you are doing this for her lifelong happiness. She will understand in time. Besides, I think she is just being stubborn. How could a daughter hold a grudge against her father? After Chen Ling's words, Tang Jiaqiang also deluded himself into believing that Tang Yu was just being stubborn with him. Chen Ling immediately told the driver to pick up Tang Yu. Tang Yu was once again invited to the Tang family by the Tang family's bodyguard. Tang Shan fired the first shot of the sugar-coated cannonball. Sister, since you have brought the children back to the country, you should also bring them back for Dad to see. Dad is especially happy to know that he has grandchildren. Without waiting for Tang Yu to speak, Chen said again, come over for dinner first, and we can chat while we eat. I made myself clear that day. Tang Yu was very cold, and in the future, please don't just drag me to your house whenever you want. After saying this, Tang Yu turned around and left. You ungrateful girl. Tang Jiacheng slammed his hand on the table. Your aunt went out of her way to prepare a feast for you, and you still don't appreciate it. Old Tang, calm down, don't scold the child. Chen quickly assumed the posture of a good mother again and said to Tang Yu. Yeah, although your father hasn't said anything over the years, I know that he has always missed you. Don't blame your father, he was just confused at the time. He would never really cut you off. In fact, the next day your father regretted it and sent someone to find you, but you had already left the country. Tang Yu asked coldly, are you done? Can I go now? Tang Jiacheng was so angry that he wanted to hit Tang Yu. Chen also hated it and wanted Tang Jiacheng to beat Tang Yu to death. Why did Tang Yu have such a bad reputation, and yet she was able to charm the president of the Gao group with her 2 children? But at the moment, she still had to rely on Tang Yu to get close to Gao Yun. So, Chen started acting nice again. Yeah, don't make your father angry. Your father is getting old now. He regrets being too indifferent to you back then, but also because you did something wrong. In this world, what father doesn't love his daughter? You should understand him. He also wants to meet his grandchildren. You should bring the kids back some other day so your father can see them. After Chen words, Tang Jiacheng's mood eased a lot. He said, I heard that Gao Yun, the president of the Gao group, likes you, so don't be picky. It's hard to find someone who likes you, and you're bringing 2 kids along. If someone doesn't dislike you don't need to worry about it. Tang Yu interrupted Tang Jiacheng directly. Tang Jiacheng was so angry that his eyes widened again. Don't keep missing out. You don't know how to cherish. If this were your younger sister, she would have already seized the opportunity. Tang Yu slowly raised her eyebrows and looked at Tang Jiacheng. She laughed. No wonder, this is another attempt to get Tang Shan to hook up with Gao Yun and get me back. You want to use me as a springboard. Chapter 89, Performance. Tang Jiacheng was furious. After all the love he had shown Tang Yu, this rebellious daughter actually thought this way about her father. Tang Jiacheng raised his hand and slapped Tang Yu. Tang Yu's beaten face tilted to one side. Looking up, Tang Yu looked at her father. She said, Tang Shan is so good at seducing men, just let her go on her own. Want me to introduce her to Gao Yun? I can't do something immoral like that. Tang Yu finished speaking and left, but after taking a step, she stopped and turned around, her voice cold and firm. I hope you remember. You completely severed ties with me 4 years ago. Tang Yu slammed the door and left. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Jiacheng slumped onto the sofa and coughed violently. Old Tang. Old Tang. Chen added fuel to the fire in order to make Tang Jiacheng hate Tang Yu as much as she did. Tang Yu is such a girl. She's still as ignorant as before. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Jiacheng was indeed even more angry. Dad, don't be angry, it's bad for your health. Your mother and I will care for you. Your sister doesn't recognize you, but you still have me. Tang Shan's words made Tang Jiacheng feel very comforted. His eyes were filled with tender love. You are still my sweetest Shan. As soon as Tang Jiacheng finished speaking, the phone rang. Chen took the phone for Tang Jiacheng. Tang Ka-kung answered the phone as soon as he saw it was from the company. President Tang, I don't know why, but the stock price suddenly plummeted, and many of our business partners have come to cancel their contracts. Hearing this news, Tang Ka-kung broke out in a cold sweat, and his hair stood on end. What's going on? Everything was fine just a second ago. How could such a big change happen so suddenly? I don't know. Go find out. Someone must be behind this. Tang Ka-kung had already stood up from the sofa and walked to the door. Ka-kung. What's happened? Chen followed him, holding him back. Dad. What's wrong? Tang Shan also followed. Something's happened at the company. Tang Ka-kung pushed Chen hand away and hurried off. But Chen held onto him and asked, what's happened? Don't you get on my nerves? Tang Jiacheng was in a hurry, but but Qianling's persistent questioning made him even more annoyed. As she watched Tang Jiaqian leave angrily and anxiously, Tang Shan said, "Mom, I've never seen Dad so angry before." Qianling had certainly never seen Tang Jiaqian like this before. "Mom, Dad said there's been a problem at work. Do you think the company will go bankrupt? How could the Tang Group, such a big company, go bankrupt? Don't worry so much." Qianling simply didn't believe that anything serious had happened to the company. She had just been nervous and asked Tang Jiaqian, but it was just an act. Only by acting concerned about the company and about Tang Jiaqian would he treat her better. After listening to Qianling's words, Tang Shan felt relieved and went to get dressed. She had an appointment tonight. Speaking of going to the set, Tang Shan thought of Tang Yu again. She couldn't help but clench her fists and curse Tang Yu in her heart. Last time, because she ran into Tang Yu and Jiang Nan, she and that director Lu had agreed on the female lead, but when she got back, Director Lu had replaced her with someone else, changing her from the female lead to a small supporting role. Tonight, they were filming the scene where the small supporting role sneaks off at night to seduce the male lead. But she knew that Gu Qingxiu, the boss of the film company, was going to be there tonight, so she had to look really good. Tang Yu looked in the mirror in the car and noticed that her face was a little swollen from when her father had beaten her. She couldn't help but feel her eyes sting. She returned home, head down, and urged her children to go to bed quickly. Doudou and Tang still saw Tang Yu's face. "Mom, why is your face red?" Doudou then said, following Tang's lead, "Mom, is your face swollen?" Tang quickly hugged Tang Yue and cried when she heard her brother's words, "Oh no, Mom, did someone hit you?" "Don't cry, no one hit Mom, Mom has a toothache." Tang Yu quickly covered her face and pretended that she had a toothache, and took the opportunity to teach her children, "You must brush your teeth properly every night, otherwise you will also get a toothache." Tang Yu said and performed an expression of toothache, "Oops, it hurts." Tang Yu finally coaxed the two babies to sleep. But as soon as she had gone out, Tang Yu sat up and said to Doudou, "Brother, do you think Mom really has a toothache?" Doudou shook his head, "I think Mom must have been beaten up." Tang opened her mouth and cried, "Oh. Don't cry." Doudou quickly covered Tong's mouth. Tang then held back, but still sniffled and blew her nose. Doudou ran to get a tissue for Tang to wipe her nose. "Can you stop crying all the time?" Tang pouted and asked Doudou, "Brother, who would hit Mommy?" "Let's ask Daddy to protect Mommy." "Don't worry, let me think of something," Doudou said. Chapter 90, I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Tang Shan arrived at the film crew and really saw the big boss of the film company, Gu Qingxiu. Everyone gathered around and greeted Gu Qingxiu. Tang Shan was a small actress, and she couldn't even squeeze next to Gu Qingxiu. She had originally planned to let Director Lu introduce her to Gu Qingxiu. Unexpectedly, Director Lu brought the new female lead to Gu Qingxiu's side. Tang Shan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. After Gu Qingxiu left, she stopped Director Lu in the hallway. "Lu Meng, you've gone too far. You promised me the female lead, but you lied to me. Today, President Gu finally came, but you still didn't introduce me to him. If you don't promote me, I'll sue you." "Sue you for what?" "Humph." Lu Meng interrupted Tang Shan with a sneer. Tang Shan gritted her teeth and said, "Sue you for sexually harassing me." Lu Meng didn't care, so sue me. Seeing that Lu Meng was about to leave, Tang Shan was also ready to go all out. "Fine, let's see who comes out on top." Lu Meng saw that Tang Shan was serious and quickly pulled Tang Shan back. San, didn't I already tell you? The reason why I let Luli play the female lead is because she not only brought capital into the group, but she was personally chosen by President Gu. And can't you see today? I didn't bring Luli to see President Gu, it was President Gu who came to visit Luli on the set. Tang Shan snorted. She gave Lu Meng a look. San, if you sue me today, we'll both be smelly forever. If you want to be famous in the future, it'll be hopeless forever. If you listen to me, I promise I'll find a chance to praise you again. I promise to make you famous. Tang Shan thought about it and once again believed what Lu Meng had said. Lu Meng took advantage of the situation to hug Tang Shan. "Baby, I missed you, don't go back tonight." The next day, on the way back, Tang Shan saw a girl walking along the road. She quickly caught up with the girl and said hello. Lin Qianmei turned around and said, "Do you know me?" Tang Shan smiled and said, "Last night, I saw you go to the set with President Gu. I'm in the cast. I'm an actress." Lin Qianmei smiled gently. "My name is Tang Shan, but I'm not famous yet. This is my first drama. Oh, what role are you playing? Lin Qianmei asked Tang Shan. Tang Shan replied with a sad face, a supporting role. Lin Qianmei still smiled gently and said, there will be many opportunities in the future, you are so beautiful. Tang Shan asked Lin Qianmei, are you at Huaying Company? I am an intern at Huaying. Yesterday, it was because Gu's assistant had something to do and asked for leave, so I temporarily followed Gu to the set. Tang Shan thought that it must be quite something for an intern to be able to follow Gu Qingxiu around. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she wanted to add Lin Qianmei on WeChat. What's your name? Can we add you on WeChat? My name is Lin Qianmei. Lin Qianmei hesitated, but she didn't want to refuse Tang Shan, so she added Tang Shan on WeChat. After adding Tang Shan's name, Lin Qianmei casually said, I know a sister who looks quite similar to you, and her surname is also Tang. Really? Tang Shan asked casually, what's her name? Tang Yu. Tang Shan looked up at Lin Qianmei, Tang Yu? MMHM. Seeing Tang Shan's expression, Lin Qianmei asked, you guys aren't really sisters, are you? Tang Shan was watching Lin Qianmei's expression, and she felt that Lin Qianmei and Tang Yu should be on good terms. Because she saw Lin Qianmei smiling when she talked about Tang Yu. Tang Yu is my sister. What a coincidence. Sure enough, Tang Shan saw Lin Qianmei's happy expression. Qianmei, how do you know? My sister?